The biggest reason for reading is to get rid of the mediocrity. One day earlier, one more wonderful life. One day later, one more mediocrity. The ideal book is the key to wisdom. Let us use this key of wisdom to open the door of wealth and luck. Share classic books and explore life philosophy. Take you to the ocean of knowledge and climb the peak of life. Rockefeller's 38 Letters to His Son. Susie read with you. He is the first billionaire on Earth and the richest American in the history of mankind. He is the earliest oil giant in the world. He once monopolized the American oil industry through imposing mergers and expansions, and is known by the world as the king of oil. He is a business giant with no predecessors and no future, and a man who sees the secrets of God. There is a saying in China that richness is only 3 generations, and the Rockefeller family has no signs of decline for 6 generations. What made this happen? What about the legend? He has such vast wealth and such a long and rich life. What will he choose to share with all present and future generations in this world? The first letter, the starting point, does not determine the ending point. Motto: our destiny is determined by our actions, not entirely by our origin. The privileged and powerless are rubbish, and the educated and uninfluenced are worthless rubbish. July 20th, 1897. Dear John, you wish I could sail with you forever. That sounds great, but I'm not your forever captain. God created our feet to walk on our own. Maybe you are not ready to go alone, but you need to know that the challenging and magical business world I am in is the starting point of your new life, and you will start from there to participate in what you did not enjoy and about you the feast of life in the future. How you use the knife and fork placed in front of your life, and how you taste every dish served by the angel of fate, is entirely up to you. Of course, I expect you to excel and outperform me in the not-too-distant future. And my decision to keep you by my side is nothing more than to take you to the high starting point of your career, so that you can enjoy the opportunity to rise quickly without having to climb hard. Of course, there is nothing to be proud of and show off, let alone be grateful. The founding belief of the United States of America is that all men are created equal, but that equality is equality in the sense of rights and laws, independent of economic and cultural advantage. Think about it, our world is like a mountain. When your parents live on the top of the mountain, you are not destined to live at the foot of the mountain. When your parents live at the foot of the mountain, you are destined to not live on the top of the mountain. In most cases, the position of the parents determines the starting point of the child's life. But this doesn't mean that everyone's starting point is different, and their life results are also different. In this world, there will never be a hereditary theory of the poor and the rich, and there will never be a hereditary theory of success or failure. There is only the truth of my struggle and my success. I firmly believe that our destiny is determined by our actions, not entirely by our origins. As you know, when I was young, my family was very poor. I remember that the books I used when I was in middle school were bought for me by kind neighbors. At the beginning of my life, my weekly salary was only 5 yuan. The bookkeeper of money, but through tireless struggle, I built an enviable oil kingdom. In the eyes of others, this may seem like a legend, but I think it is a reward for my perseverance and active struggle, and a reward for my hard work by the God of fate. John, opportunities will always be unequal, but outcomes may be equal. In history, whether in politics or in business, especially in business, there are many examples of self-made people. They all had few opportunities because of poverty, but they all became famous because of struggle. However, history is also littered with examples of rich kids who had all the advantages and failed. According to a Massachusetts statistic, not one of the 17 rich children left the world rich. A long time ago, there was a satirical story about the incompetence of the rich kids. In a small bar in Philadelphia, a customer talked about a millionaire and said, "He's a self-made millionaire." "Yes," replied a more shrewd gentleman next to him, "he inherited 20 million, and then he turned it into 1 million. This is a sad story. But in our society today, the children of rich families are in a dilemma of either advancing or retreating. Many of them are destined to be sympathetic and pitiful, and even go to hell. The family's history of glory and success does not guarantee a bright future for its children and grandchildren. I admit that an early advantage does help a lot, but it doesn't guarantee a win in the end. I have pondered this sad question for the rich kids more than once, and it seems to me that the rich kids are beginning to take on the advantages, but have little opportunity to learn and develop the skills they need to survive. On the other hand, people from humble backgrounds, because they urgently need to save themselves, will actively exert their creativity and ability, and cherish and seize various opportunities. I have also observed that the rich children lack the ambition to save themselves from the poor, and they can only pray that God grants them the fulfillment. So, when you and your sisters were very young, I consciously did not let you know that your father was a rich man. What I instilled in you the most were values such as frugality and personal struggle, because I knew that giving people the quickest way to bring harm is to give money. It can make people corrupt, domineering, indomitable, and lose the most beautiful happiness. I can't bury my beloved children with wealth and fool you into incompetent people who don't want to make progress and only know how to rely on the fruits of their parents. A truly happy person is one who can enjoy his creation. Those who are like sponges, who only take and do not give, will only lose their happiness. I believe that there are no people who do not want to live a happy and noble life, but there are not many people who really know where the noble and happy life comes from. In my opinion, a noble and happy life does not come from noble blood, nor from noble way of life, but from noble character, self-reliance. Look at those noble people who have won the respect of the world and exerted their charm everywhere. We know the value of self-reliance. John, every move of yours will be missed by me. But compared to this concern, I have more confidence in you, and believe that your excellent character, a character more valuable than any wealth in the world, will help you pave a good future and will help you succeed in fulfilling life. But you need to reinforce the belief that the starting point may affect the outcome, but it will not determine the outcome. Factors such as ability, attitude, character, ambition, means, experience and luck play an extremely important role in life and the business world. Your life has just begun, but a life battle is in front of you. I can feel deeply that you want to be the winner of this war, but know that everyone has the will to win, and only those who are determined to prepare will win. My son, the privileged and powerless are rubbish, and the educated and uninfluenced are worthless rubbish. Find your way, and God will help you. Love your father. Rockefeller's 38 letters to his son. Susie read with you. The second letter, luck depends on planning. Motto, every man is the designer and architect of his own destiny. I don't live by God-given luck, but I thrive by planning. When waiting for luck, you must know how to guide luck. To design luck is to design life. January 20th, 1900. Dear John, some people are destined to be dazzling kings or great men because of their extraordinary talents, such as old Mr. McCormick, who had a brain that made luck and knew how to turn a reaper into a scythe for money. In my eyes, McCormick Sr. will always be an ambitious and commercially gifted industrial tycoon who freed American farmers with the harvester and put himself among the richest men in America. The French seem to like him more, hailing him as the man who has contributed most to the world. Oh, what an unexpected bonus. This business wizard, who could only be an ordinary farm implement dealer, said an esoteric saying, "Luck is the remnant of design." This sentence does sound quite confusing. Does it mean that luck is the result of planning and strategy? Or is luck just what's left over after planning? My experience tells me that both meanings exist. In other words, we create our own luck, and it is impossible for us to completely eliminate luck with any action. Luck is the gospel that is difficult to get rid of in the planning process. McCormick understood the true meaning of luck and opened the door to luck. So it's no surprise to me that the McCormick Harvester can be marketed around the world as a product that never sets. However, in our world, it is difficult to find someone who is as good at planning luck as Mr. McCormick, and it is also difficult to find someone who does not believe in luck and who does not misunderstand luck. In the eyes of ordinary people, luck is always innate, and as long as they find someone who has been promoted in the position, has a great success in the business world, or succeeded in a certain field, they will say casually, even in a contemptuous tone, "This man is so lucky that luck helped him." Such a man can never glimpse a great truth that makes him successful. Every man is the designer and architect of his own destiny. I admit that, just like people can't live without money, people can't live without luck. but you can't wait for luck to make a difference to make a difference. My creed is, I don't live by God-given luck, but I thrive by planning. I believe that good planning can influence luck, and in any case, can successfully influence luck. My plan to turn competition into cooperation in the oil world is a testament to this. Before that plan began, the refiners fought their own way, greed for profit, and the result was a devastating competition. This competition is certainly a boon for consumers, but falling oil prices are a disaster for refiners. At that time, the vast majority of refiners were doing business at a loss and were sliding into bankruptcy one by one. I know very well that in order to be profitable again and make money forever, we must tame the industry and let everyone act rationally. I see it as a responsibility, but it's hard to do, and it requires a plan to put all the refining operations under my umbrella. John, to be a good hunter on the hunting ground for profit, you need to think hard, do things carefully, be able to see all possible dangers and opportunities in things, and at the same time study like a chess player everything that may jeopardize your dominance. Various strategies. I thoroughly studied the situation and assessed my strength, and decided to make my base camp, Cleveland, as my first battleground in the war to rule the oil industry, and after conquering the 24 or so competitors there, I would move quickly to open up the first battlefield. 2 battlefields, until all those opponents are conquered, and the oil industry and new order are established. Just as a commander on the battlefield chooses what kind of target to attack, he must first know what kind of firearm to choose is most effective. To successfully implement the plan to unify the oil industry under my command, a means of thoroughly solving the problem is required. That's money, and I need a lot of money to buy those refineries that make overproduction. But the little money I had on hand was not enough to realize my plan, so I decided to form a joint stock company and bring in investors from outside the industry. Soon we incorporated Standard Oil in Ohio with millions of assets, and the capital expanded substantially 3.5 times the following year. But when to do it is a matter of knowledge. Visionary businessmen are always good at finding opportunities in every disaster, and that's what I did. Before we set out on our journey of conquest, the oil industry was in disarray, and day by day, there was no hope. 90% of Cleveland's refiners were already overwhelmed by increasing competition, and if they didn't sell their plants, they would. You can only watch yourself die. This is the best time to acquire a rival. It may seem unethical to take an acquisition at this time, but it really has nothing to do with conscience. Enterprises are like battlefields, and the significance of strategic goals is to create the most favorable state for oneself. Out of strategic considerations, the first target I chose to conquer was not the vulnerable small company, but the most formidable rival, Clark Payne. This company is well known in Cleveland and ambitious to eat my star refinery. But before the opponent decides, I always have to strike first. I took the initiative to meet with Clark Payne's largest shareholder, my old high school friend, Mr. Oliver Payne, and I told him that the chaotic downturn in the oil industry was over, in order to protect the industry on which countless families depend. I want to build a large, high-performing oil company and welcome him. Payne was so impressed with my plan that they agreed to sell the company for $400,000. I knew Clark Payne was not worth the price, but I didn't turn them down. Eating Clark Payne would mean that I would gain the status of the world's largest oil refiner, need together to act as a powerful vanguard. This trick really worked. In less than 2 months, 22 competitors came under the umbrella of Standard Oil, making me the big winner of that takeover battle. And this gave me an unstoppable motivation. In the following 3 years, I successively conquered the refiners in Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and Baltimore, and became the only master of the oil refining industry in the United States. Thinking about it today, I'm really lucky. If I only sighed that my luck was bad and I followed the trend, I might have been conquered long ago. But I plotted my luck. Anything can happen in the world, but nothing will happen for nothing. Those who follow the trend and stick to the rules, I disdain. Their brains are so engrossed with false thoughts that they deserve to be complacent when they can get away with it. John, if we want to keep our luck, we must carefully plan luck, and planning luck requires a good plan. A good plan must be a good design, and a good design must be able to play a role. You need to know that there are two basic prerequisites to consider when conceiving a good design. The first is knowing your goals, such as what you want to do, and even who you want to be. The second is knowing your goals. It is to know what resources you have, such as status, money, relationships, and even abilities. The order of these two basic conditions is not absolutely irreversible. You may have an idea and a goal before you start looking for goals suitable for these resources. You can also mix them together to form the third and fourth methods, such as having a certain goal and a certain resource. To achieve the goal, you have to selectively create some resources, and maybe have some resources and a certain goal. You must raise or lower your goals based on these resources. After you adjust the goals according to the resources or adjust the resources according to the goals, you have a foundation, a structure that can be conceived and designed, and the rest is to fill with means and time, and wait for luck to come. You need to remember, my son, to design luck is to design life. So while you wait for luck, you need to know how to channel it. Give it a try. Love your father. Rockefeller's 38 letters to his son. Susie read with you. The third letter, heaven and hell, are next to each other. Motto: the highest reward for our labor is not what we get, but what we become. If you see work as a pleasure, life is heaven. If you see work as an obligation, life is hell. November 9, 1897. Dear John, there is a fable that is very meaningful and touched me a lot. The parable says, in ancient Europe, when a man died, he found himself in a wonderful place where he could enjoy everything. As soon as he stepped into that paradise, someone who looked like a waiter came up to him and asked him, "Sir, do you need anything? Here you can have everything you want, all the delicious food, all the entertainment possible. And all kinds of pastimes, many of which are young girls, are available for you to enjoy." After hearing this person felt a little surprised, but very happy. He secretly rejoiced. Isn't this my dream in this world? All day long, he was tasting all the delicacies, and at the same time enjoying the taste of beauty. One day, however, he was bored with it all, so he said to the waiter, "I'm so sick of all this, I need to do something. Can you find me a job?" He didn't expect that the answer he got was shaking his head. "I'm sorry, my sir, this is the only thing we can't do for you here. There's no work for you here." The man was very frustrated, waved his hand angrily and said, "This is so bad. Then I'll just stay in hell." "Where do you think you are?" said the waiter, gently. "John, this humorous parable seems to tell me that losing your job is the same as losing your happiness. But sadly, some people don't realize this until they lose their jobs, which is unfortunate. I can proudly say that I have never tasted unemployment. This is not my luck, but because I never regard work as a drudgery without fun, but I can find infinite happiness in my work. I think work is a privilege that brings more things than sustains life. Work is the foundation of all business, the source of all prosperity, and the shaper of genius. Work enables a young man to do more than his parents, no matter how rich they are. Work expresses itself in the humblest of savings and lays the foundation for happiness. Work is the salt that adds the taste of life. But one must love it before work can give the greatest favor and achieve the greatest results. When I first entered the business world, I often heard that it takes a lot of sacrifice to climb to the top. However, as the years passed, I began to understand that many people who were climbing to the top were not paying the price. They work hard because they really love their work. People who move up the ladder in any industry are fully committed to what they are doing and dedicated. The work you love to do, naturally, will be successful. Loving work is a belief. With this belief, we can hew the mountain of despair into a rock of hope. A great painter said, "Well, the pain will pass away, but the beauty will remain." But some people are clearly not smart enough. They are ambitious, but they are too picky about their work and are always looking for the perfect employer or job. The truth is that an employer needs employees who are working on time, honest and hardworking, and he only reserves raises and promotions for employees who are extra hardworking, extra loyal, extra enthusiastic, and spend more time doing things because he is running a business and not doing charity work. He needs people who are more valuable. No matter how ambitious a person is, he must at least start first, before he can reach the peak. Once you start, it's not too difficult to move on. The more difficult or unpleasant the work is, the more urgent it is to do it. The longer he waits, the harder and scarier it becomes. It's kind of like shooting a gun. The longer you aim, the less chance you have of shooting. I will never forget my first job as a bookkeeper, when I had to go to work every day at dawn and the whale oil lamps in the office were dim, but that job never let me down. I was bored and fascinated and delighted, and not even all the red tape in the office could make me lose my enthusiasm for it. As a result, my employer kept giving me raises. Income is only a byproduct of your work. Do what you need to do, and do what you need to do well, and the ideal salary will definitely come. And more importantly, the highest reward for our labor is not what we get, but what we become. Those who are active minds don't work hard just to make money, and what keeps their passion for work going is more noble than just the desire to make money. They are engaged in a glamorous business. To be honest, I am a careerist, and I wanted to be rich since I was a child. For me, Hewitt Tuttle, where I was employed, was a great place to hone my skills and give me a try. It sells all kinds of goods, owns an iron mine, and operates two technologies that make it a living thing, the railroad and the telegraph that revolutionized the American economy. It brought me into the interesting, vast, and splendid business world, taught me to respect figures and facts, allowed me to see the power of the transportation industry, and cultivated the abilities and qualities that I should have as a businessman. All of these have played a huge role in my future business. I can say that without the experience at Hewitt Tuttle, I might have had to take a lot of detours in my career. Now, whenever I think of Mr. Hewitt and Mr. Tuttle, I can't help but feel grateful. That working life was the beginning of my life struggle and laid the foundation for me to rise up. I will always be grateful. I am grateful for those 3.5 years of experience. So I never complained to his employer, as some people say, we're nothing but slaves, we're pressed to the dust by our employers, and they're on top, enjoying themselves in their beautiful villas, their safes are full for gold, every dollar they have is obtained by squeezing us honest workers. I don't know if these complainers are thinking irregularly. Who gave you the opportunity to work? Who gave you the possibility of building a family? Who gave you the possibility to develop yourself? If you are aware of the oppression of others, why don't you end the oppression and walk away? A workbench is an attitude that determines whether we are happy or not. They are both masons, and they are also sculpting stone statues. If you ask them, what are you doing here? One of them may say, you see, I am cutting stone, and after cutting this piece, it's time to go home. This kind of person always regards work as a punishment, and the most common word in his mouth is tired. Another might say, you see, I'm making a statue. It's hard work, but it pays well. After all, I have a wife and 4 kids who need food and clothing. Seeing work as a burden, the word that often spits out of his mouth is supporting the family. A third person might put down the hammer, point proudly at the stone carving, and say, you see, I'm making a work of art. This kind of person is always proud of his work is a pleasure, and he most often spit it out in his mouth. One sentence is, this work is meaningful. Heaven and hell are built by themselves. If you give meaning to your work, you will be happy, no matter how big or small, and self-imposed grades, no matter how high or low, will make people enjoy the work. If you don't like doing it, anything simple becomes difficult, boring, and when you're yelling that the job is tiring, you'll feel exhausted even if you don't put in the effort, and vice versa. That's the way it is. John, if you see work as a pleasure, life is heaven. If you see work as an obligation, life is hell. Take a look at your work ethic. It will make us all happy. Love your father. Rockefeller's 38 letters to his son. Susie read with you. 4th letter, do it now. Motto, opportunities come by chance. Bad habits can dictate our success or failure. It is easy to cultivate, but difficult to serve. Successfully putting a great idea into practice is far more valuable than coming up with 1,000 great ideas at home. December 24, 1897. Dear John, the words of wise people always make me remember very well. A wise man said it well, education covers many things, but it does not teach you any of it. This wise man showed us a truth: if you don't take action, the most practical, beautiful, the most viable philosophy doesn't work either. I have always believed that opportunities come by chance. No matter how good an idea is, there are flaws. Even a very ordinary plan, if executed and developed, is far better than a good plan that falls by the wayside, because the former will follow through and the latter will fail. That's why I said that there is no secret to success. To achieve positive results in life, it is certainly good to have extraordinary intelligence and special talents. There is nothing wrong with it. As long as you are willing to take positive actions, you will get closer and closer to success. Regrettably, many people did not remember this biggest lesson, and as a result, they reduced themselves to mediocrity. Look at those mediocre ordinary people. You will find that they all live passively. But almost all of them are experts at making excuses, and they will find all kinds of excuses to delay until they prove it shouldn't, can't do it, or it's too late. Compared with such people, I seem to be much smarter and more cunning. Mr. Gates touted me as an active, spontaneous actor. I'd love the tout because I lived up to it. Affirmative action is another hallmark of me, and I never like to talk on paper or in vain. Because I know that there is no result without action, and there is nothing in the world that is not achieved by putting ideas into practice. As long as one lives, one must consider action. Many people admit that knowledge without the basis of wisdom is useless, but what is even more frustrating is that even if there is knowledge and wisdom, if there is no action, everything is still empty talk. Action and preparation can actually be seen as two sides of an object. Life must stop in moderation. Doing too much preparation and not taking action will only be a waste of time in the end. In other words, everything must be done in moderation, and we must not fall into the trap of constant rehearsal and planning, but must acknowledge the reality that no matter how well planned, it is still impossible to accurately predict the final solution. Of course, I do not deny that planning is very important. Planning is the first step in obtaining favorable results, but planning is not action, nor can it replace action. Just like golf, you can't get to the second hole without playing the first hole. Action solves everything. Without action, nothing will happen. We can't buy foolproof insurance by any means, but what we can do is make up our minds to carry out our plan. People who lack action have a bad habit: they like to maintain the status quo and refuse to change. I think it's a bad habit with deceitful and self-destructive effects, because everything is changing. Just like people can live and die, nothing is constant. But because of the fear in his heart, the fear of the unknown, many people resist change, and even if the status quo is not satisfactory to him, he dare not take a step forward. Look at people who are supposed to be successful, but don't, and you know it's hard not to be sympathetic to them. Yes, when everyone decides a major event, they will be more or less worried and fearful in their hearts, and will face the trouble of whether to do it or not. But the actionists will use their determination to ignite the spark of their hearts, come up with various ways to fulfill their wishes, and have the courage to overcome all kinds of difficulties. Many people who lack action are naive and like to wait for things to happen naturally. They naively thought that others would care about their affairs. In fact, no one else is interested in them except themselves. People are only interested in their own business. For example, in a business, the higher the proportion of our profit, the more proactive we must take action, because success or failure has little to do with others, and they won't care. At this point, we'd better give it a push. If we're lazy, withdrawn, and wait for someone else to take the initiative to push things forward, the results are bound to be disappointing. Only when a person relies on himself, he will not let himself down and can increase his chances of controlling his destiny. Smart people only make things happen. The most frustrating thing in life is that I want to do too many things. As a result, not only do I not have enough time to do it, but I think that there are too many steps in each thing. We must admit that time is limited and no one can do everything. Smart people know that not all actions lead to good results, only smart actions can lead to meaningful results, so smart people will only learn to do work that has positive results in the future, and do work related to accomplishing the greatest goal, and dedicated, so smart people always make the most valuable contribution and reap many benefits. To To eat an elephant, you need to eat one bite at a time. The same is true of doing things. If you want to complete everything, you will only let the opportunity slip away. My motto is, Rockefeller treats emergencies unfairly. Many people make themselves passive, and they want to wait until all the conditions are perfect, that is, when the time is right, before taking action. Life is always full of opportunities, but almost nothing is perfect. Those passive people are mediocre all their lives, precisely because they have to wait until everything is 100% beneficial and nothing is lost before doing it. This is what fools do. We must surrender to life believing that we have the opportunity we need right now, in order to keep ourselves out of the quagmire of waiting forever before taking action. We pursue perfection, but nothing in human affairs is absolutely perfect, only close to perfection. Wait until everything is perfect, wait forever, and pass the chance to someone else. Those who wait until everything is ready to go will never leave home. To become the "I'll do it now" kind of person is to stop all daydreaming, think about the present all the time, and start doing it from now on. Sentences such as tomorrow, next week, in the future, have the same meaning as never can. Everyone loses self-confidence and doubts their abilities at times, especially in times of adversity. But people who really understand the art of action art can overcome it with strong perseverance. They will tell themselves that everyone fails sometimes, and there are times when they fail miserably. There are bound to be mistakes when you actually do it. However, passive people don't see failure as an opportunity to learn and grow, but they always warn themselves, maybe I really can't do it, so I lose my active participation in future actions. Many people believe that what they want will come true, but I regard it as a fluke. A good idea can buy a dozen on a dime, and the initial idea is just the beginning of a chain of actions that requires second-stage preparation, planning, and third-stage action. There is never a shortage of people with ideas in our world, but there are very few people who know that successfully implementing a good idea is far more valuable than coming up with 1,000 good ideas at home. The real basis people use to judge your ability is not how much stuff you put in your head, but your actions. People trust down-to-earth people, and they all think, if this person dares to speak and act, he must know how to do it best. I haven't heard anyone get credit for not interrupting people, not taking action, or waiting for someone to order something. Those leaders in the business world, the government, and the military are very capable and willing people, and they are 100% proactive. Those who stand on the sidelines and do nothing will never be leaders. Whether it is an automatic person or a passive person, it is all a matter of habit. Habits are like ropes. We spin a rope every day, and it ends up being too thick to break. The ropes of habit lead us to peaks or valleys, depending on good habits or bad habits. Bad habits can dictate our success or failure. They are easy to form, but hard to serve. Good habits are hard to form, but easy to maintain. To have the habit of doing it now, the most important thing is to have a proactive spirit, get rid of the habit of sloppy spirit, be determined to be a proactive person, have the courage to do things, don't wait until everything is ready to do it, there is never absolute perfect thing. Cultivating the habit of action does not require special wisdom or special skills. It only requires hard work and good habits to blossom and bear fruit in life. Son, life is a great battle. In order to win, you need to act again, act forever. In this way, your safety is guaranteed. Merry Christmas. I don't think there is a better Christmas present than this letter to you at this time. Love, your father. Rockefeller's 38 letters to his son. Susie read with you. Fifth letter, have the determination to compete. Motto, I don't face war, I destroy competitors. Even if you lose, the only thing you should do is to lose with integrity. Crutches cannot replace strong feet, we have to rely on our own feet to stand up. February 19, 1901. Dear John, I have bad news for you. Mr. Benson passed away just last night. I am very sad. Mr. Benson was my former rival and one of the few adversaries I respected, and I was deeply impressed by his extraordinary talent, tenacity of will, and graceful demeanor. To this day, I remember the joke he made to me after our alliance was formed. He said, "Mr. Rockefeller, you are an unrelenting and perfect predator, and losing to those bad guys will make me very sad, because it's like a robbery, but it's a joy to play against a disciplined guy like you, win or lose." At that time, I couldn't tell whether Benson was complimenting me or complimenting me. I told him, "Mr. Benson, if you can replace the predator with the conqueror, I think I will be happy to accept it." He smiled. I greatly admire those warriors who are still fighting bravely in the face of the enemy. Mr. Benson is such a person. Before Benson turned me on, I had just defeated the largest railroad company in the United States, the Pennsylvania Railroad, and successfully overpowered the fourth and last major railroad company in the United States, the Baltimore-Ohio Railroad. In this way, along with my most loyal allies, the Erie Railroad and the New York Central Railroad, all the four major railroad companies in the United States have become instruments of taming in my hands. At the same time, Standard Oil's pipelines extended to the oil fields bit by bit, giving me absolute control over all the major oil lines connecting the wells to the main rail. Frankly speaking, at that time, my influence had extended to every corner of the oil industry, such as oil extraction, oil refining, transportation, and market. They are rich and can make them worthless. But there are people who ignore my authority, such as Mr. Benson. Mr. Benson is an ambitious businessman who is laying a pipeline from Bradford Field to Williamsport to rescue the independent oil producers who are desperate to break free from my shackles for fear of being overwhelmed by me. Of course, the idea of making a fortune out of it even more dominated him to brave my territory. The oil pipeline connecting Northeast and West Pennsylvania has been advancing at breakneck speed from the very beginning. This is of great concern to me. John, any competition is not an easy game. It's a dynamic game that requires close attention, constant decision-making, or you'll lose if you don't pay attention. Mr. Benson is causing trouble, and I have to get him to stop. At first, I used a set of apparently not very clever tactics to start a contest with Benson. I bought a narrow piece of land along the Pennsylvania state border from north to south at a high price, trying to stop Benson's progress, but Benson took a detour. The way I had dealt with the heavy blow I threw at me, and I ended up becoming a landlord who did nothing, but made the peasants their rich overnight. Then I used the power of my allies to demand that the railroad companies never let any oil pipelines cross their railroads, and Benson followed suit and managed to break through again. In the end, I wanted to use the power of the government to stop Benson, but it didn't work, and I just watched Benson become a hero. I know I have a formidable rival, but he can't shake my determination to compete, because that 110-mile pipeline is my greatest threat. If the oil is allowed to flow unimpeded to New York, then Benson and the others will replace me as the new owner of the New York refining industry, and the same amount will cause me to lose control of the Bradford Field. This is something I cannot allow. Of course, I don't want to kill them all. My real goal is to get what I want without paying too much, not letting Benson and the others mess around and destroy the market I've worked so hard to build. Order, destroying my control over oil, it's my life. So, when that serpent was about to start surging, I proposed to Benson that I wanted to buy their stock. But unfortunately, they refused. This angered a lot of us. Mr. O'Day, who oversees the company's pipeline operations, is going to destroy it by force to punish those who don't know what to do. I hate this wicked and contrived idea that only incompetent people would do such disgusting deeds, and I told Audrey, "Kill your stupid idea." I never thought I would lose, but even if I lose, the only thing I should do is to lose with integrity. If anyone can get behind the scenes without getting caught, he will almost certainly gain a competitive advantage. However, evil and immoral behavior is so dangerous that it will cost him dignity and possibly even jail time. And no deceit and unethical behavior can last or be a sound business strategy. It only destroys the bigger picture and makes the future more difficult, if not impossible. We must pay attention to rules, because rules create relationships, relationships lead to long-lasting business, and good deals create more deals. Otherwise, we will end our good fortune early. By my nature, I do not meet competition, I destroy competitors. But I don't need a shady victory, I want a happy, thorough, and decent victory. Just as Benson was complacent and enjoying his success, I launched a series of attacks on him that he was overwhelmed by. I sent people to send bulk orders to storage tank manufacturers, asking them to guarantee production and delivery on time, leaving them with no time to care for other customers, including Benson. Without storage tanks, oil producers can only extract the crude oil and dump it into the wilderness. Then Mr. Benson is not accepting the oil to be shipped, but complaining loudly. At the same time, I slashed the price of pipeline transportation, attracting into our customers a large number of refiners who rely on Benson to transport crude oil, after I had quickly acquired several refineries in New York to prevent them from becoming our customers. Sends customers. An excellent commander will not attack the bunker that has nothing to do with him, but will do his best to destroy the bunker that is enough to capture the whole city. Every round of my attacks hit the spot where Mr. Benson was out of fuel, and I was the victor. Less than a year after the construction of what was called the longest oil pipeline in the world, Mr. Benson surrendered, and he offered to make peace with me. I know this is not their intention, but they know very well that if they continue to fight against me, they will only lose even worse. John, every crucial competition is a battle that decides fate. Backward is surrender. Backward will become a slave. Since war is inevitable, let it come. In this world, the competition will not stop for a moment, and we will not have time to rest. All we can do is take the steely determination to the challenges and competitions that come with them, and keep our spirits high and enjoy them. Otherwise, good results will not be produced. To win in the competition, it is more critical that you stay alert. When you constantly see your opponent trying to weaken you, that is the beginning of the competition. At this time, you need to know what you have, and you need to know that friendliness and warmth may harm you, and then it is the skill of using all the resources to win. Of course, if you want to win in the competition, courage is only one aspect of winning, but also strength. Crutches cannot replace strong feet. We have to rely on our own feet to stand up. If your feet are not strong enough to support you, you should not give up and admit defeat, but should work hard to hone, strengthen, and develop your feet, make them work. I think Mr. Benson would agree with me in heaven. Love your father. Rockefeller's 38 letters to his son. Susie read with you. The sixth letter, mortgage for the future. Motto, borrow money to create good luck. Whether it is to win wealth or to win life, good people don't think about what will happen if I lose, but what I should do to become a winner. April 18, 1899. Dear John, I can understand why you always feel a little uneasy about using my money to go to the stock market. Because you want to win, but you are afraid of losing in that risky world, and the money you lose is not yours, it is borrowed, and you have to pay interest. This feeling of not being able to lose seems to have ruled me from the beginning of my business and even after I became more successful, so that every time I took a loan, I was torn between caution and risk, struggling, even at night. Can't sleep, lay in bed, and started to figure out how to repay the debt. It is often said that people who take risks often fail. But why isn't that the case with idiots? After my fear of failure, I can always pull myself together and decide to borrow money again. In fact, in order to progress, I had no other way to go. I had to go to the bank for a loan. Son, what is presented to us is often a great opportunity to subtly resolve thorny problems. Borrowing money is not a bad thing. It won't make you bankrupt, as long as you don't see it as a lifebuoy and only use it in times of crisis, but as a powerful tool, you can use it to create opportunities. Otherwise, you will fall into the quagmire of fear of failure, and let fear tie down the arms you could have achieved without success. Among the rich people that I know or know, very few people rely on themselves to make money bit by bit and accumulate money over time. More people get rich by borrowing money. The reason is not profound. Buying and selling is far less profitable than buying and selling for $100. Whether it is to win wealth or to win life, good people don't think about what will happen if I lose, but what I should do to become a winner. Borrowing money is to create good luck. If mortgaging a piece of land would give me enough cash to monopolize a larger piece of land, then I wouldn't hesitate to take the opportunity. When I was in Cleveland, in order to expand my strength and win the top spot in the oil refining industry of Cleveland, I owed huge debts many times, and even mortgaged my business to the bank, and I succeeded. I have created astounding achievements. Son, life is a process of constant mortgage. We mortgage our youth for our future, and we mortgage our life for happiness. Because if you dare not approach the bottom line, you lose. Isn't it worth the risk of our mortgage for success? Speaking of mortgages, I want to tell you that when I took a huge sum from the banker, I mortgaged not only my business, but also my honesty. I regard contracts and covenants as sacred things, and I strictly abide by them and never default on my debts. I have never forgotten to treat investors, bankers, clients, including competitors, with sincerity. When discussing issues with them, I insist on telling the truth and never fabricate or equivocate. Will appear. The rewards of honesty are huge. Before I walked out of Caliverland, the bankers who knew my character saved me time and time again from crises that I couldn't get out of. I clearly remember that one day, one of my oil refineries suddenly caught fire and suffered heavy losses. Because the insurance company was delayed in paying the insurance money, and I was in urgent need of money to rebuild the business in the rubble, I had to ask the bank for an additional loan. Now I can't stop thinking about the bank loan that day. In the eyes of the visionary bankers, oil refining is already a high-risk industry, and funding this industry is a gamble. Plus my oil refinery has just been destroyed, so some bank directors have hesitant to make additional loans and refuse to lend immediately. Just then, a good man among you, Mr. Stillman, asked a clerk to bring up his own safe, waved at the other directors, and said, "Listen to me, gentlemen, Mr. Rockefeller and his partners are very good young people. If they want to borrow more money, I implore you to lend them without hesitation. If you want to be more secure, this is it. You can take as much as you want. How much?" I conquered the banker with honesty. Son, honesty is a method, a strategy. Because I pay honestly, I have earned the trust of bankers and more, and because it has gone through difficult times and embarked on a fast path to success. Today, I don't have to turn to any bank anymore. I am my own bank, but I will always be grateful to the bankers who helped me. Your future may be managing a business, and you need to know that the purpose of running a business is to make money. Growing a business can make money, but taking it out for mortgage is also an important matter of managing and using money. If you focus on one function and ignore the other, you will fail. In the worst case, it may cause financial collapse, and in the better case, you may miss a lot of opportunities. Managing and using money is different from the determination to make money and requires a different belief. To manage and use money, you have to be willing to be hands-on and manage the numbers yourself, not just talk about management and strategy. God is in the details. If you neglect to post these details, or go beyond the details, and delegate such chores to others, you are ignoring at least half of the important responsibilities of your business. Details should never get in the way of enthusiasm, and the way to do it successfully is to remember two things. One is tactical, and the other is strategic. Son, you are on your way to winning a great life. This is your goal all along. You need to be brave, and be brave again. Love your father. Rockefeller's 38 letters to his son. Susie read with you. 7th letter, the most terrifying thing is mental bankruptcy. Motto, failure is a good thing as long as it doesn't become a habit. When you take advantage of the opportunity, you are depriving others of the opportunity to guarantee yourself. Once avoiding failure becomes your motivation to do things, you are on the path of laziness and powerlessness. November 19, 1899. Dear John, your mood has been too low recently, which makes me very sad. I can really feel your shame on that investment that cost you $1 million. So unhappy and worried all day long. In fact, this is not necessary. A failure does not mean anything, and it will not put the label of incompetence on your forehead. Be happy, my son. You need to know that everyone in this world does not have a smooth life. On the contrary, they must always live next to failure. Perhaps it is precisely because there are too many helpless failures in this world that the pursuit of excellence has become so charming that people are chasing after them, even at the cost of their lives. Even so, failure will come. Our destiny remains the same. It's just that, unlike some people, I regard failure as a glass of strong wine, and what I swallow is bitter, but what I spit out is spirit. Just as I took my oath to enter the business world and knelt down and begged God to bless our new company, a catastrophic storm hit us. At that time, we signed a contract to buy a large batch of beans and prepared to make a lot of money, but we did not expect that a sudden visiting frost shattered our beautiful dream, and the beans we got were half ruined, and it was unethical. The supplier also added sand and fine bean leaves and bean straw in it. This is destined to be a messed up business. But I know that I can't be depressed, let alone lose myself in failure, otherwise, I will be farther and farther away from my goals and dreams. There is no free lunch in the world, and it is even more impossible to maintain the status quo. If you stand still, you are going backward, but to move forward, you must be willing to make decisions and take risks. After that business failed, I borrowed from my father again, though not very reluctantly. And, to get ahead of the rest of the business, I told my partner, Mr. Clark, that we had to advertise ourselves, let our potential clients know through newspaper ads, that we were able to offer large upfront payments and supply large quantities in advance. Agricultural products. In the end, courage and diligence saved us, and instead of being affected by the bean incident that year, we made a considerable net profit. Everyone hates failure, however, once avoiding failure becomes your motivation to do things, you are on the path of laziness and powerlessness. This is terrifying, even a disaster. Because this indicates that people may lose opportunities that they might have had. Son, opportunity is a rare thing. People get rich and rich because of opportunities. Just look at those poor people and you will know that they are not incompetent and stupid, nor are they not working hard, they are suffering from lack of opportunities. You need to know that we live in the jungle of the weak, where you either eat people or make up for being eaten by others. Avoiding risks is almost guaranteeing bankruptcy, and when you take advantage of opportunities, you are depriving others of opportunities and guaranteeing yourself. If you are afraid of failure, you will not dare to take risks, and if you dare not take risks, you will miss the opportunity in front of you. So, my son, it is worth paying for failure and setbacks in order to avoid lost opportunities and to keep our competition eligibility. Failure is the beginning of a higher position. I can say that I have achieved what I am today by stepping up the spiral ladder of failure and rising through failure. I am a smart loser. I know how to learn from failure, learn the factors of success from the experience of failure, and use means that I have never thought of to start a new business. So I would say that failure is a good thing as long as it doesn't become a habit. My motto is, people must always remain energetic, always strong, and persevering. No matter what failures and setbacks they encounter, this is the only thing I can do. I myself can understand what I do to make myself happy and what is worth working for. Fundamental expectations, like a broom in the hands of a cleaner, will sweep away all the rubbish on your path to success. Son, what are your own fundamental expectations? As long as you don't lose it, success will come. Optimistic people see opportunities in suffering. Pessimistic people see suffering in opportunities. Son, remember the formula for success that I believe so deeply in. Dream plus failure plus challenge equals the way to success. Of course, failure has its lethal power. It can make people sluggish, decadent, and lose their fighting spirit and willpower. What matters is what you see failure as. The genius inventor, Mr. Thomas Edison, performed more than 10,000 experiments before lighting up Mr. Morgan's office with electric lights. For him, failure is the field of success. 10 years ago, a young reporter from the New York Sun interviewed him, and the young man asked him, "Mr. Edison, what do you think of your present invention that has failed 10,000 times?" Edison didn't use the word failure very well. He told the reporter in an elderly voice, "Young man, your life journey has just begun, so I will tell you a revelation that will be very helpful for your future. I have not failed. After 10,000 times, I just invent 10,000 ways that don't work." The power of the mind is always so great. Son, if you want to declare mental bankruptcy, you will lose everything. You need to know that people's career is like a wave. If you step on the wave, fame will follow. If you miss it, you will be trapped in shallows and sorrow for the rest of your life. Failure is a learning experience, and you can make it a tombstone or a stepping stone. There is no success without challenges. Don't stop because of a failure. Conquer yourself. You are the biggest winner. I have confidence in you. Love your father. Rockefeller's 38 letters to his son. Susie read with you. The 8th letter, only by giving up will you fail. Motto, there is nothing in the world that can replace perseverance. Unless you give up, you will not be defeated. Too many people overestimate what they lack and underestimate what they have. February 12, 1909. Dear John, today is a great day. Today, with a unique sense of gratitude, the United States commemorates that great and rare soul, Mr. Abraham Lincoln, the first president worthy of God and mankind. I believe Lincoln deserved it. In my true memory, there is no one greater than Lincoln. He weaved a successful and moving history of the United States. With his indomitable spirit, courage, and generosity, he liberated 4 million of the most humble black slaves and shattered 27 million other slaves. The shackles on the souls of U.S. citizens of the color of color, ending the sinful history of soul corruption, distortion, and parochialism through racial hatred. He avoided the catastrophe of the destruction of the country, combining all languages, religions, skin colors, and races into a brand new country. Through him the United States was freed, and because of him it was fortunate to set foot on the high road of righteousness and justice. Lincoln was the greatest hero of the last century. Today, on the occasion of his centennial birthday, the whole nation remembers everything he did for the United States, which is the best proof. However, when we relive and appreciate his glorious cause, we should learn and magnify the special lessons of his life, perseverance, and courage. I think the best way we can honor him is to follow his example and let his never give up spirit shine on America. In my mind, Lincoln will always be the embodiment of invincibility and perseverance. He was born destitute and was driven from his home. He failed the first time in business, and the second time was even worse, so that it took him more than 10 years to pay off his debts. His road to politics was equally bumpy, losing his first state legislature and losing his job. Fortunately, he succeeded in his second campaign. But what awaits him is the bereavement of a painful campaign for the state Senate Speaker. However, he still did not lose heart. In the subsequent elections, he failed 6 times, but after each failure, he still strived for the upper hand until he was elected President of the United States. Everyone has experienced vicissitudes and suffered ruthless blows, but few people can be as invincible as Lincoln. After each unsuccessful campaign, Lincoln would motivate himself, "It's just a slip, it's not that you can't get up when you're dead." These words are the strength to overcome difficulties, and it is the weapon that Lincoln finally gained fame. Lincoln's life wrote a great truth: you won't be broken unless you give up. Success is a series of struggles. Those great figures have almost all suffered a series of ruthless blows, and each of them almost declared surrender, but they finally achieved brilliant results because they persevered to the end. For example, the great Greek orator Demo's son, who was naturally ashamed and shy because of his stuttering. His father left him a plot of land in the hope of a prosperous life, but Greek law at the time required him to win title in public debate before claiming it. Unfortunately, he lost the land because of stuttering and shyness. But instead of being knocked down, he worked hard to overcome himself, and as a result he created a speech climax unprecedented in human history. History ignores the man who took his fortune, but for centuries a great name has been remembered all over Europe: Demo's son. Too many people overestimate what they lack and underestimate what they have, and lose the chance to be a winner. This is a tragedy. Lincoln's life was a great testimony to turning setbacks into triumphs. No one is lucky without failure, and it is important not to fail to become a coward. If we do our best and still fall short, all we need to do is learn from it and try to do better in our next endeavors. Frankly, I have no intention of comparing with President Lincoln, but I have a little bit of his spirit. I hate business failures and losing money, but what really concerns me is that I am afraid that I will be too cautious in future business and become a coward. If that's the case, then my loss is even greater. For the average person, failure is difficult for them to persevere, while success is easy to continue. But with Lincoln, this was the exception, and he would use all kinds of setbacks and failures to drive him to the next level. Because he has the perseverance of steel. He said it well: you can't sharpen a razor on velvet. There is nothing in the world that can replace perseverance. Talent can't either. Underappreciated talent abounds, and geniuses who accomplish nothing are common, neither can education. The world is full of useless people. Only perseverance and determination will lead to success. As we continue to reach the peak, we must remember that each step is for us to step on enough time, and then step on the higher one. It is not for us to rest. We were tired and discouraged along the way, but as one boxer said, you have to fight one more round to win. When we encounter difficulties, we have to fight again. There is infinite potential within every human being, and unless we know where it is and stick to it, it is worthless. Great opportunities don't lie, however, we have to work hard to seize them. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. That's true. Perseverance and hard work are important. Every no answer brings us closer and closer to a yes answer. It's always darkest before dawn is not a mantra, and when we work hard and develop our skills, our day of success will come. Today, when we appreciate and praise President Lincoln, what we must not forget is to use the deeds of his life to inspire ourselves. Even if we do, we still have not yet come to the day of the sky, and we are still a big winner. Because we already have the knowledge and know how to face life, it is a greater success. Love your father. Rockefeller's 38 letters to his son. Susie read with you. 9th letter, faith is gold. Motto, the size of the faith determines the size of the achievement. As long as we believe that we can succeed, we will win success. I have never believed that failure is the mother of success. I believe that competence is the father of success. June 7, 1903. Dear John, you are right, great wisdom can create miracles. However, the reality is that people who create miracles are always few in the morning, and the generalists are emerging in large numbers. The intriguing thing is that everyone wants to make a difference. Everyone wants to get some of the best things. No one likes to flatter others and lead a mediocre life, and no one likes to feel like a second-rate person or feel forced into the situation. Don't we have the great wisdom? Do not. The most practical success wisdom has long been written in the Bible, that is, unshakable faith can move mountains. But why are there so many losers? I think that's because not many people really believe they can be removed, and as a result, not many people actually do it. The vast majority of people regard that holy word as an absurd idea, thinking that it is simply impossible. I thought that these unsaved people made a common-sense mistake of mistaking faith for hope. Yes, we cannot move a mountain with hope, we cannot rely on hope to achieve victory or progress, and we cannot rely on hope for wealth and status. However, the power of faith can help us move a mountain. In other words, just believe that we can succeed. You may think that I am magical or mystifying the power of faith. No. Competence produces an attitude of I can do it, and an attitude of I can do it produces the ability, skill, and energy necessary to be successful. Whenever you believe I can do it, you naturally come up with how to solve it, and success is born in successful problem solving. This is the process of confidence. Everyone hopes to one day reach the top and enjoy the success that comes with it. But most of them do not have the necessary competence and determination, and they will not be able to reach the top. Also because they believe that they can't reach it, so they can't find the way to the top, their actions have always stayed at the level of ordinary people. However, few of me really believe that they will succeed one day. They go about their jobs with an I'm on the top mentality and achieve their goals with strong confidence. I thought I was one of them. When I was a poor boy, I was confident that I would become the richest person in the world, and my strong self-confidence inspired me to come up with all kinds of feasible plans, methods, means, and techniques, and climbed to the top of the oil kingdom step by step. I never believed that failure is the mother of success. I believe that competence is the father of success. Victory is a habit, and failure is also a habit. If you want to succeed, you have to achieve sustained victory. I don't like to get a lot of wins, I want consistent wins, only then can I become strong. Competence fuels my success. The belief in great results is the driving force behind all great causes, books, plays, and new scientific knowledge. Believing in success is a basic and absolutely necessary element of successful people. But the losers graciously dropped those. I have talked to many people who have failed in business and have heard countless reasons and excuses for failure. Oftentimes, when these losers are speaking, they will inadvertently say, "Honestly, I didn't think it was going to work. I was upset before I started." It's not too surprising that things fail. Taking the attitude of "I will try it for now, but I don't think there will be any results" will inevitably lead to failure in the end. Unbelief is a negative force. When disapproval or doubt arises in your heart, you will come up with all kinds of reasons to support your unbelief. Doubt, unbelief, a subconscious tendency to fail, and a lack of desire to succeed are all major causes of failure. In doubt, you will fail. If you believe that you will win, you will succeed. The size of confidence determines the size of achievement. Mediocre, day-to-day people are confident that they can't do much, so they get paid very little. They believe that if you can't do great things, they really can't. They see themselves as unimportant and everything they do seems insignificant. Over time, even their words and deeds will show a lack of confidence. If they can't lift their confidence up, they can cringe at the self-assessment and become smaller and smaller. And how they view themselves will also make others view them, so this kind of person will become even smaller in the eyes of everyone. Those who are positive and move forward, affirming that they have greater value, can get a high reward. He believes he can handle tough tasks and really can. Everything he did, his approach to people, his personality, ideas and insights showed that he was an expert, an indispensable and important person. Confidence is what illuminates my path, keeps giving me courage, and makes me face the ideal of life happily. At all times, I don't forget to build confidence. I replace the idea of failure with the belief of success. When I'm faced with a difficult situation, I think I will win rather than I might lose. When I compete with people, I think I'm as good as them, not I can't compare to them. When opportunities arise, I think I can do it, not I can't do it. The first step for everyone to succeed, and the basic step that cannot be missed, is to believe in yourself, and to believe that you will be successful. Let the critical thought "I will succeed" dominate our various thought processes. Belief in success inspires the mind of faith to create a plan for success. The idea of failure is just the opposite, causing us to think about ideas that lead to failure. I remind myself regularly, you are better than you think. Successful people are not superhumans. Success doesn't require superhuman intelligence, it's not luck, and there's no mystery. Successful people are just ordinary people who believe in themselves and affirm what they do. Never sell yourself cheap. Everyone is the product of his thoughts. If you think about small goals, you can expect small results. Thinking of great goals leads to great success. And great ideas and big plans are usually easier, at least not more difficult, than small ones. Those who can achieve the highest peak in the pursuit of business, mission, writing, acting, and other achievements are because they can steadfastly and persistently pursue a plan of self-development and growth. The training program will bring them a series of rewards: a reward for being more respected by family members, a reward for being complimented by friends and colleagues, a reward for feeling useful, a reward for being an important person, remuneration. Success, achievement, is the ultimate goal of life. She needs my credit and positive thinking to take care of. Of course, I can't let beliefs go wrong at any time I think. Love your father. Rockefeller's 38 letters to his son. Susie read with you. The 10th letter, be faithful to yourself. Motto, I can deceive the enemy, but never deceive myself. The people who ask me to treat each other with sincerity want to get benefits from me. What fate gives us is not the wine of disappointment, but the cup of opportunity. November 29, 1899. Dear John, are you in a better mood? If you haven't, I think, you need to know something. You need to know that the vast majority of people in this world are not immune to a special force that can easily peel off the coat that envelopes our humanity, expose us completely to the sun, and justly confines us to the charts of purity and filth that make all our defenses pale, no matter how sharp we are, it is the touchstone of our humanity, interests. In other words, interest is the shadow that illuminates human nature. In front of it, all the essences related to morality and ethics will appear and be seen at a glance. Maybe you think my words are absurd, but that's what my experience tells me. I'm not a human historian, and I don't know what they'll say about what makes people noble and ugly, but the course of my life has convinced me that interests seem to be invincible, and they can bring people, races who could live in peace with each other, the country, pull the generals together, intrigue each other, see red with the bayonet. In those scams, traps and even slander, as well as ruthless bloody battles and robber-style plunder, you will find the shadow of the pursuit of profit. In this sense, it is more accurate to say that we are the slaves of interests rather than the masters of our own minds. I can assert that in this world, apart from God, there is no one who does not pursue profit. From the moment you step into people-to-people contact, a protracted game of profit-making in life begins. In this game, everyone is your enemy, including yourself, and you need to fight against your own weaknesses and against all evil that builds happiness on top of your pain. So, when I see through all this, I have always adhered to a principle: I can deceive the enemy, but never deceive myself. Fighting back at the enemy who is shooting me will never trouble my conscience. Don't get me wrong, son, I have no intention of painting our world a depressing, suffocating gray. In fact, I long for friendship, sincerity, kindness, and all the good emotions that nourish my soul, and I believe in them must exist. However, unfortunately, in the market that pursues fame and fortune, it is difficult for me to get this kind of satisfaction, but I am often hit by betrayal and deception. To this day, I can still clearly remember the experience of being deceived several times, which is unforgettable. One of the most heart-wrenching scams happened to me in Cleveland. At that time, the refining industry was almost unprofitable due to overproduction, and many refiners had fallen to the brink of bankruptcy. Also, Cleveland is far away from the oil field, which means that we have an unequal position compared to those refineries that are in the oil field because of the high cost of long-distance transportation. I'm determined to change that, by massive acquisitions of dying refineries, a concerted, unified effort to keep everyone's wallets swollen. I told those refinery owners on the brink of collapse that we were disadvantaged in Cleveland and that we had to do something to protect ourselves together. I think my plan is good, please think about it. If you are interested, we will be happy to consult with you. Also, out of good intentions and strategy and consideration, I have bought many worthless factories that are like old rubbish that deserves to be thrown into the scrap pile. But some people are so evil, selfish, and ungrateful that after they get my money, they become my enemies, and they recklessly tore up the agreement they made with me, make a comeback, use scrap iron to gold money to buy equipment, and go back to their old business, and openly blackmailed me into buying their factory. These people had asked me to be honest and to pay a good price for their paralyzed factory, which I did, but the results were heart-wrenching. At that moment I was in such a bad mood, I even blamed myself for not being too honest, not being too kind, or else I wouldn't have been in a situation where I couldn't do anything. The most unacceptable thing to me is that in the game of profit, today's friends become tomorrow's enemies. This happens quite often, and 2 of my church members have deceived me many times without restraint. For God's sake, I don't want to recount their sins. But I can tell you, I was shocked when I found out that I had been deceived by them all the time. I don't understand how the people who prayed with me and devoutly vowed to renounce pride, indulgence, and greed could be so mean. After all kinds of deceit and lies, I helplessly tell myself, you can only believe in yourself, and only in this way will you not be deceived by others. I know this slightly hostile mentality is not good, but there are too many deceptions in this world, and beware is an indispensable survival skill for us. Dealing with assholes will make you smart. Those evil teachers taught me a lot. If anyone wants to deceive me now, I guess it will be harder than crossing the Colorado Canyon, because those devils helped me establish a set of rules for dealing with people. I think this set of rules will help you. I only show my feelings when it is good for me. I can let my opponent teach me, but I will never teach my opponent, no matter how well I know the matter. Think twice about everything, no matter what others how to urge. Do not act without consideration. I have my own truth, only responsible for myself. Be careful of those who ask me to be sincere, they are trying to get benefits from me. I know that deception is only a strategy in the game of profit, and it cannot solve the problem. But I know better that the game of profit is going on around the clock, so I have to be vigilant from morning to night and understand that in this game, everyone is the enemy, because everyone has their own interests first, whether or not beneficial to others. The important thing is how to protect yourself and prepare for battle anytime, anywhere. Son, what fate gives us is not the wine of disappointment, but the cup of opportunity. Cheer up. What happened on Wall Street is nothing special, it's just that you trust people too much. You need to know, though, that a good horse doesn't fall in the same spot twice. Love your father.
Rockefeller's 38 letters to his son. Susie read with you. The 11th letter, greed is necessary. Motto, subordinate every thought to the motive of profit. I am the center of my life, and I decide what suits me. Destiny must be created by oneself, and what you really hope for must be obtained by all means. May 6, 1918. Dear John, don't pay attention to those who say I'm greedy. For many years, I have been enjoying this celebration that doesn't seem too wonderful to others, greed. This special tribute to me first appeared at the height of my career, when the Rockefeller name was no longer just a symbol of a person, but a symbol of wealth, a symbol of a huge business empire. I remember that many people and many newspapers joined the celebration of me. But such praise didn't make my heart beat faster, even though I knew it was nothing more than to slander me and to add a nasty stench to the business empire I built. But I know that there is a power lurking in human nature, a power that grows in places where there is no ability and will, and that is jealousy. When you surpass them, they will hate you, they will accuse you with derogatory words, and even make up lies to slander you, and at the same time they will be very proud in front of you. In my opinion, come on, that's not arrogance, it's just weakness. The interesting thing is that when you are far inferior to them and your life is poor, they will laugh at you, incompetent, stupid, and even degrade you to have no human dignity. My son, this is human nature. God has not given me the mission to change human nature, and I have no leisure to stop some people from complimenting my greed. All I can do is to make those who are jealous of me continue to be jealous. Although I know that if I can take away the wealth I have created for those who compliment me like that, they will take that compliment too, but I can't. I believe that no one can unless they are under some kind of magic. Gentlemen will never argue with ignorant people, and I certainly won't argue with those who compliment my greed, but I can't restrain my contempt for their ignorance. Looking back at history soberly and examining the footprints of mankind, we can conclude that there is no society that is not built on greed. Those who want to slander me, the watchers of seemingly morality, who don't want to monopolize what they have. Who doesn't want to be in control of all the good stuff? Who doesn't want to control everything everyone needs? Hypocrites are always those many. There is no one who is not greedy. If you have an olive, you want to have a whole olive tree. I have been in this world for nearly 80 years. I have seen people who can't eat steak, but I have never seen a person who is not greedy. Especially in the business world, there is only one word behind utilitarianism and money worship, that is greed. I believe that in the future, people who are not greedy will still be rare on earth. Who will stop the pursuit and possession of beautiful things? Mr. Archibald says I'm a racehorse that can smell the finish line, but then I'll start sprinting. I know this is a bit flattering to me, but in my heart, I did make room for greed. When I was in business school, one of my teachers said something that I will never forget. This sentence can be said to have changed my destiny. He said, "There is nothing wrong with being greedy." I think greed is a good thing. Anyone can be greedy. From greed, there is hope. When my teacher shouted these extremely provocative words from the pulpit, the students in the audience were in an uproar. Because as long as you think about the meaning of greed, you will know that this word is completely contrary to the moral concept that most people have acquired since childhood. This moral concept is integrated at various levels such as religion, society, ethics, politics, and law. The role of a ruler will undoubtedly give this word a dirty brand. But when I went to society and embarked on the journey of wealth creation, I deeply realized that the tuition fee was really worth it, and my teacher's proposition was quite insightful. As those evolutionists have told us, the natural world is not a place of kindness and selflessness, but a world where the strong reigns and the fittest survive, and the same is true of our so-called civilized society. If you are not greedy, maybe you will be greedy by others. After all, there are not many delicious desserts. If you want to create wealth and achievements, and create an extraordinary life, my feeling is not that greed is a good thing can be achieved, but that greed is necessary. The subtext of greed is that I want more, it is better to be exclusive. Who has not made this cry in the bottom of my heart? Politicians will say, I'm going to be in power, and I'm going to be the governor and then the president. Business people will say, I want to make money, I want to make more money. Parents will say, I want my son to achieve something and live a prosperous, happy life forever. And so on, to name a few. It is only because of morality, dignity, and respect for face that people cover up greed tightly and make greed a taboo concept. In fact, as long as the world chasing fame and fortune is not destroyed, and as long as happiness does not become as easy as air, human beings cannot stop greed. Those who like to pick up dung always regard greed as a devil. But in my opinion, opening the lock of our greed is different from opening a Pandora's box and releasing the greed that is beating all the time, which is equivalent to releasing the potential of our life. I went from being a bookkeeper on $5 a week to being the richest man in America today, and it was greed that made this miracle happen. Greed is the force that drives me to create wealth, just as it is the force that drives the evolution of society. When I use the word greed, you might want me to replace it with ambition. No, we're all in a greedy world, and I think it's simpler to use greed than to use ambition. Simplicity is a quality of integrity and selflessness in the soul, which is different from sincerity and higher than sincerity. When I started the oil company with Mr. Sam Andrews, my greed was inflated, and every night before going to bed, I told myself, I want to be the largest oil refiner in Cleveland. Let the flowing oil stream turned into bundles of banknotes. I will subordinate every thought to profit motives and help me become the king of oil. In the first days, I was hands-on and toiled all day long. I direct oil refining, organize rail transportation, and think hard about how to save costs and how to expand the market for oil byproducts. I'll never forget those days that left me starving and running around the clock. My son, you have to create your own destiny, and you must find ways to get what you really want. The distance between success and failure is not as much as people think, it is just a thought, that is to see who has strong greed, who has this kind of power, who can radiate and exert all their power, do their best, and surpass. Own. Every step I take makes me feel the power of greed. Greed not only allows a person to maximize his abilities, but also forces him to give everything, remove all obstacles, and move forward at full speed. A lot of features have asked me the same question, Mr. Rockefeller, what propelled you to the top of the fortune? I can't say what I really mean, because greed is despised by people. However, the fact is that the scaffold that supports me to become a generation of super rich is that I have aroused my greed and inflated my greed. Everyone has a lively, sensitive, and powerful greed deep in their hearts. But you have to love her. Tell yourself I want to be greedy. Tell yourself I want it, I want more, and she will come out to play and help you succeed. There is no force that can stop me from lifting the ban on greed, because I pursue success. Success achieved by greed is not a sin. Success is a noble pursuit. If you can achieve success with noble behavior, your contribution to mankind will be far more than what you can do when you are poor. I did it. Take a look at the good deeds we are doing today, pouring huge wealth into education, medicine, church and those in need. It was not a personal handout on a whim, it was a great charity. The world is because of my success and become beautiful. It seems that greed is a good thing, not a sin. For that matter, if those who say I'm greedy are not out to slander me, I'll gladly accept their judgment of me. John, I am the center of my life, I decide what suits me, so I don't care what those people say, my heart is still at peace. I always seem to be a businessman with vile motives to some people. Even if I invest in charities that benefit the people, they will be seen as a ruse, suspecting that I have motives for self-interest, without seeing me in the slightest the selfless spirit of public welfare. And what's more, why I am so charitable, and charitable is why I am atonement, which is really funny. I want to tell you very sincerely that your father will never shame you. Every penny in my pocket is clean. I am rich because of my superior mind and strong career. The heart is rewarded. I firmly believe that God rewards and punishes clearly, and that my money is God-given. And the reason why I have been able to continue to make money, if there is God's help, is because God knows that I will return the money to the society for the benefit of my compatriots. It's time for me to read the Bible. It was a beautiful night tonight, and every bright star seemed to say, "Well done, John. Love your father." Rockefeller's 38 letters to his son. Susie read with you. 12th letter, hell is full of good people. Motto, arrogance usually brings down people. I don't like money, what I like is making money. My belief is to get there before others. August 11, 1918. Dear John, today, on my way to golf, I encountered a long-awaited challenge. A young man proudly overtook my car in his sleek Chevrolet. He stimulated my old man's competitive nature, and he ended up looking at my car ass. It makes me happy as I am beating my opponent in the mall. John, it's my nature that never wears out, so I say those who accuse me of never-ending greed are wrong. The truth is I don't like money. I like making money. I like the good feeling of winning moments. Of course, the feeling of letting someone else lose can sometimes touch my heart of compassion, but doing business is a tough competition, and nothing is more ruthless than determination to force someone out, but you can only avoid it by finding ways to beat your opponent. A tragic fate of failure. Where there is competition, it is like this. It is undeniable that if you want to succeed, you have to sacrifice others more or less. However, if you want to win, you have to resist the idea of sympathy for others. You can't just be the good guy, you can't keep your strength, you can't run away or put off your opponent. You must know that hell is full of good people, and the pain of failure is part of the business war. We are all strangling each other. Without the determination to compete to the end, we are only qualified to be losers. Frankly, I don't like competition, but I try to compete. Whenever I meet a strong opponent, the competitive win in my heart burns, and when it goes out, I reap victory and happiness. Mr. Potts once brought this pleasure to me, and it was great. The war with Mr. Potts was due to a mistake of mine, a mistake made with good intentions. In the 1970s, oil was concentrated in a small area in northwestern Pennsylvania. If a network of oil pipelines was built there to connect all the oil wells, I only needed a valve to control the flow of the entire oil area. Mining volume, thus completely dominating the industry. But I am worried that the long-distance transportation by pipeline will cause anxiety and fear of the railway companies I work with, so in order to protect their interests, I have never started the plan to lay oil pipelines, not to mention that they have helped me. However, the Penn Railroad, who had tricked me and compromised with me, was very ambitious. They tried to replace me and put the oil refining industry under their control. They're trying to choke us by incorporating the two largest pipelines in the oil region into their own rail network. And the person who shoulders this mission is Mr. Potts, president of the Empire Transportation Company, a subsidiary of the Pennsylvania Railroad. Sitting and watching the opponent, even if the potential opponent's strength increases, is weakening his own strength, and even subverting his position. I am not that stupid. My belief is to get there before anyone else. I quickly recruited the shrewd and capable Mr. O'Day to form the American Transportation Company and launched a self-defense counterattack with the Imperial Company. Thank God, our hard work has paid off. In less than a year, we have controlled 40% of the oil transportation business in the oil area and suppressed Mr. Potts' attack. But this is just the beginning of my battle with Mr. Potts. The people who can stand out in this world are those who know how to find their ideal environment. If they can't get what they want, they will create it by themselves. 2 years later, a new oil field was discovered in Bradford, Pennsylvania. Mr. O'Day quickly led his men to the place that inspired millions of people to make a fortune, laying pipelines to new oil wells day and night. But the guys in the oil field are all crazy and unrestrained. Therefore, no matter how hard O'Day and the others try, they cannot meet the needs of transporting and storing oil. I don't want to see the hard-working oil producers dig their own graves and destroy themselves. I ask O'Day to warn the oil producers that their extraction capacity has far exceeded our transportation capacity, and they must reduce production, otherwise, they will extract the black gold that comes out will become worthless black soil. But no one accepts our good intentions and advice, and no one appreciates our efforts and condemns us for daring to take away their oil. Just when Bradford's oil producers were at the height of their emotions, Mr. Potts took action. He first demonstrated to me in our refinery bases in New York, Philadelphia, and Pittsburgh, buying up our competitors' refineries. Then, he started to seize territory in Bradford, laying pipelines to transfer Bradford crude oil, shipped to its own refinery. I admire Mr. Potts' guts and would rather take on the challenge that he wants to shake my dominance in the refining business, but I have to get him out of the refining business. I first called on Mr. Scott, the big old version of the Penn Railroad, and I told him bluntly that Mr. Potts was a poacher, he was breaking into our territory, and we had to stop him. But Scott was stubborn and determined to keep Potts' robbery going. I have no choice but to take on this mighty enemy. First of all, we terminated all business dealings with the Binning Railway. I instructed my subordinates to transfer the transportation business to the 2 major railway companies who have been firmly supporting us, and asked them to reduce the freight, compete with the Binning Railway, and weaken its power. At the same time, I ordered the closure of the railway. All refineries in Pittsburgh that depended on Empire's transportation, then instructs all its own refineries in competition with Empire to sell refined oil at a price far lower than the other. Penn Rail is the largest transportation company in the United States, and Mr. Scott is a giant in transportation power, and they pride themselves on never being conquered. But under my three-dimensional, oppressive style of play, they had to surrender. To fight against me, they reluctantly gave our competitors huge discounts. In other words, they paid others for their services. Then they resorted to an unpopular tactic, laying off employees, cutting wages. Scott and Potts didn't expect that this would soon lead to punishment. In order to vent their dissatisfaction, the angry workers burned hundreds of their fuel tankers and more than 100 locomotives, forcing them to report to the Wall Street Bank. Emergency loans for families. As a result, the shareholders of Bintai not only did not receive dividends, but the stock price plummeted. As a result of their duel with me, their pockets are getting cleaner. Mr. Potts is worthy of being a soldier. He has spelled out the rank of a colonel in the smoke of life and death. He has an admirable and unyielding willpower. Therefore, he still wants to continue to fight with me when the outcome is already decided. But Mr. Scott, who also has a military career, although he was the most dominant and authoritarian figure in the past, he knew better what it means to be aware of current affairs. He decisively lowered his mighty head and sent someone to tell him I very much hope to make peace and stop the refining business. I know that Colonel Potts wanted to prove himself the great Moses, but unfortunately he failed completely. A few years later, Potts gave up the desire to confront me and became a hard-working director of one of my companies. This shrewd and slippery oil dealer Arrogance usually brings down people. Scots and Pots and the like have always thought of themselves as noble and arrogant, so my heart is dancing to successfully tame these arrogant, strong donkeys. John, I like to win, but I don't like to use any means in pursuit of victory. Victory at any cost is not a victory. Ugly competition methods are disgusting. It is like a prison, and it may never be surpassed. Even if you win one victory, you may lose the opportunity to win in the future. And following the rules does not mean that the determination to pursue victory must be reduced, but it means that a moral way is used to win a clear victory, and it also means that within this limitation, a fair and ruthless pursuit of victory is made. I hope you can do this. Love your father. Rockefeller's 38 letters to his son. Susie read with you. Letter 13. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Motto: if you want to cripple a person, just give him a pair of crutches. You denied his dignity, and you stole his fate. The first and last chapter of the Book of Wisdom is that there is no free lunch in the world. March 17, 1911. Dear John, I have noticed that piece of news accusing me of being stingy and saying that I don't donate enough. It's nothing. I've been scolded enough by those ignorant reporters. I'm used to their ignorance and harshness. There is only one way for me to respond to them: to remain silent and without excuse, no matter what they say or say. Because I know what I think, I am convinced that I am on the right side. Everyone needs to go their own way. The important thing is to have a clear conscience. There's a story that might explain why I pay less attention to the reasons for begging me to pay to solve their personal problems, and more to explain why I'm more nervous to pay than to make money. The story goes like this. There is a farmer who keeps a few pigs in captivity. One day, the owner forgot to close the gate and gave the pigs a chance to escape. Over the generations, the pigs became so aggressive that they began to threaten pedestrians passing by. Several experienced hunters heard about this and wanted to kill them for the people. However, these pigs are cunning and never fooled. John, when pigs become independent, they become tough and smart. One day, an old man drove a donkey that was pulling a two-wheeled cart with a lot of wood and grain into a village where wild boars were haunted. The local residents were very curious, so they stepped forward and asked the old man, "Where are you from and what are you going to do?" The old man told them, "I'll help you catch wild boars." When the villagers heard this, they laughed at him. "Don't be funny. How can you do something that even a good hunter can't do?" However, 2 months later, the old man came back and told the villagers in that village that the wild boar had been kept in the fence on the top of the mountain by him. The villagers were surprised again and asked the old man, "Really? It's incredible. How did you catch them?" The old man explained, "First of all, I was looking for a place where wild boars often come out to eat. Then I put some grain in the middle of the open space as bait for the trap. The pigs were startled at first, but finally ran over curiously and smelled the grain. Taste. Soon an old wild boar took the first bite, and the others followed. Then I knew I was sure to catch them. The next day I added a little more grain and put up a plank a few feet away. The plank scared them off temporarily like a ghost, but the free lunch was tempting, so soon they running back and eating again. The boars didn't know they were mine at the time. All I had to do after that was put up a few more boards around the grain every day until my trap was done. Then, I dug a hole and set up the first corner stakes. Every time I added something, they stayed away for a while, but ended up coming back for the free lunch. The fence was made and the trapdoor was ready. Well, the habit of getting nothing for nothing makes them walk into the fence without any worries. At this time, I put away the trap unexpectedly, and the pigs who ate lunch for free were easily caught by me. The moral of the story is simple. When an animal depends on humans for food, its wit will be taken away, and then it will be in trouble. The same applies to humans. If you want to maim a person, just give him a pair of crutches and wait for a few months, In other words, if you give a person a free lunch for a certain period of time, he will develop the habit of getting something for nothing. Don't forget, everyone begins to have the need to be taken care of in the womb. Yes, I have always encouraged you to help others, but like I always tell you, if you give a man a fish, you can only support him for a day, but you teach him how to fish, and you support him for a lifetime. This old saying about fishing makes a lot of sense. In my opinion, funding money is the wrong kind of help. It can make a person lose the drive to be frugal and diligent, and become lazy, inattentive, and irresponsible. More importantly, when you donate to a person, you deny his dignity, and when you deny his dignity, you rob him of his destiny, which is extremely immoral in my opinion. As a rich man, I have the responsibility to be a messenger for the benefit of mankind, but not the initiator of making lazy people. Once anyone develops a habit, good or bad, the habit will always possess him. The habit of free lunch will not make a man easy, it will only make him lose the chance to win. And hard work is the only reliable way out. Work is the price we pay for enjoying success. Wealth and happiness can only be obtained by hard work. A long, long time ago, a wise old king wanted to write a book of wisdom for future generations. One day, the old king summoned his wise courtiers and said, "A mind without wisdom is like a lantern without a candle. I want you to compile a book of wisdom of all ages to illuminate the future of your descendants." After this wise man took his command and left, he worked for a long time, and finally completed a magnificent work of 12 volumes, and proudly declared, "Your Majesty, this is a record of wisdom of all ages." The old king looked at it and said, "Gentlemen, I am sure that this is the crystallization of the wisdom of all ages. However, it is too thick, and I do not think people will read it. Condensed it. After a lot of time, after several deletions, I completed a volume of books." However, the old king still thought it was too long and ordered them to concentrate again. These smart people condense a book into a chapter, then a page, then a paragraph, and finally a sentence. When the wise old king saw this sentence, he seemed very proud. "Gentlemen," he said, "this is really the wisdom of all ages, and once people everywhere know this truth, most of our problems can be solved." The sentence was, "There is no such thing as a free lunch." The first and last chapter of the Book of Wisdom is that there is no free lunch in the world. If people know that getting ahead and working hard, most people will achieve something and make the world a better place. And those who eat lunch for free will sooner or later pay the price with the profit. To live, a person must create something in himself and the outside world that can make life and death a little dignified. Love your father. Rockefeller's 38 letters to his son. Susie read with you. 14th letter, be a foolish wise man. Motto, those who have no unfortunate experience are unhappy. Compliment a pig, and it can climb a tree. Those who are smart are fools. Those who know how to pretend to be stupid are really smart. October 9th, 1890. Dear John, tomorrow, I'm going back to my hometown of Cleveland to deal with some of our family's own affairs. I hope you can take care of some things for me in the meantime. But I remind you that if you encounter something difficult or unsure of yourself, you need to ask Mr. Gates for more advice and consultation. Mr. Gates is my best assistant. He is honest, outspoken, conscientious, and shrewd. He can always help me make wise choices. I trust him a lot, and I believe he will be of great help to you. The premise is that you have to respect him. Son, I know you are an excellent graduate of Brown University. Your knowledge of economics and sociology is excellent. However, you should be aware that knowledge is originally empty and nothing will happen unless knowledge is put into action. Moreover, the knowledge in textbooks is almost all compiled in the ivory tower by those knowledgeable craftsmen who have exhausted the knowledge, and it is difficult for you to solve practical problems. I hope you can get rid of your dependence on knowledge and learning, which is the key to your smooth journey in life. You need to know that knowledge itself is not very good. Knowledge must be used in order to be effective. To become a person who can use knowledge, you must first become a person with the ability to practice. So where does the ability to practice come from? It seems to me that it is hidden in suffering. My experience has taught me that walking the hard road, a road full of hardships, misfortunes, failures, and difficulties, not only builds our strong character, but also develops the practical ability that we rely on to achieve great things. People who climb to and from get off work in the midst of suffering know what it means to do everything possible to find ways and means to save themselves. To endure hardships deliberately is one of my beliefs about success. Maybe you ridiculed me all the time, thinking that there is nothing more stupid than wanting to suffer. Do not. Those who do not experience misfortune are unhappy. A lot of things come and go quickly. Those people who realized their dreams of becoming famous overnight and getting rich overnight, who did not disappear soon. What you get from hardship is to build your career building on solid ground, not quicksand. People must have foresight, and only by enduring hardships for a long time can they reap long-term gains. I believe you have discovered that since you came to work with me, I have not given you a heavy burden to carry. But that doesn't mean I doubt your abilities, I just hope you're good at small things. Doing small things well is the cornerstone of accomplishing big things. If you are high above the ground from the beginning, you will not be able to be considerate of the feelings of your subordinates, and you will not be able to truly make use of others. In order to survive and create achievements in this world, you must rely on human resources, that is, the power of others. But you must start with small things before you can understand the mood of being a subordinate. When you go to a higher position one day, you will know how to make them contribute all their enthusiasm for work. Son, there are only two kinds of smart people in the world. One is to use their own smart people, such as artists, scholars, actors. The other is to use other people's smart people, such as managers and leaders. The latter kind of people need a special ability, the ability to grasp the heart. But many leaders are smart idiots who think that in order to capture people's hearts, they have to rely on top-down command. In my opinion, instead of getting leadership, it's a lot lower. You know, everyone is very sensitive to being despised, and being looked down on will lose their motivation. Such leaders only make subordinates incompetent. When a pig is praised well, it can climb a tree. Managers, leaders, or people who are good at driving others have always been magnanimous, and they know the art of looking up and praising others. That means they have to give emotionally. And leaders who give deep affection will eventually win and gain more respect from their subordinates. People without knowledge are useless in the end, but those with knowledge are likely to become slaves of knowledge. Everyone needs to know that all knowledge will be transformed into preconceived notions. The result is a one-sided conservative mentality, thinking that I understand, and this is how society is. With the feeling of understanding, there will be a lack of interest in wanting to know. If there is no interest, the motivation to move forward will be lost, and all that is waiting for him will be boredom. That's why you succeed, because you don't understand. However, under the domination of self-esteem and sense of honor, many knowledgeable people are always reluctant to talk about don't understand. It's conceited, and this kind of person will never understand that great adage every opportunity to not understand becomes a turning point in our lives. Those who pretend to be wise are fools, and those who know how to pretend to be fools are really smart. I'm clearly not a fool if smartness is the criterion for profit. To this day, I can clearly remember the scene of pretending to be stupid. At that time, I was thinking about how to borrow 15,000 yuan. I was thinking about this problem when I was walking on the street. Interesting to say, just as I was thinking about borrowing money, a banker stopped my way, and he asked me in a low voice in the carriage, "Do you want to spend $50,000, Rockefeller, sir?" Am I lucky? I can't believe my ears a bit. But at that moment, I didn't show the slightest urgency. I looked at the other person's face and told him slowly, "That's it. Can you give me 24 hours to think about it?" I reached a loan contract with him on terms favorable to me. Playing stupid has many benefits for you. The meaning of pretending to be stupid is to lower your profile and become humble, in other words, to hide your intelligence. The smarter the person, the more necessary it is to pretend to be stupid, because as the saying goes, the more mature the rice, the more the ear of the rice droops. Son, if you have a hobby, then you can be light. Now, start loving pretending to be silly. I expected that it would not be easy for you to stand on your own in the days I was gone, but it was nothing. Let me wait and talk is my motto in business. I always have a habit of doing things. Before making a decision, I always think and judge calmly, but once I make a decision, I will implement it without hesitation. I believe you can do it too. Love your father. Rockefeller's 38 letters to his son. Susie read with you. 15th letter, wealth is a byproduct of hard work. Motto, our wealth is a reward for our diligence. Diligence is for yourself, not for others. Wealth is an accident, a byproduct of hard work. January 25th, 1907. Dear John, I am very pleased to receive your letter. There are 2 sentences in your letter that I admire very much. One is, if you are not a winner, you are giving up on yourself, and the other is, hard work makes a nobleman. These 2 sentences are my uncompromising life motto. If I am not humble, I am willing to say that it is the epitome of my life. Those ill-intentioned newspapers often describe me as a gifted money-making machine when they talk about the huge wealth I have created. In fact, they know almost nothing about me, and they lack insight into history. As immigrants, it is in our nature to be hopeful and hardworking. While I was still a child, my mother implanted the virtues of frugality, self-reliance, hard work, trustworthiness, and relentless entrepreneurship in my bones. I sincerely believed in these virtues as great success creeds, and they still run in my blood to this day. And all of this formed the ladder that I climbed up and set me to the top of the mountain of wealth. Of course, the war that changed the fate and life of the American people has benefited me a lot. To be honest, it has made me a business giant that amazes and daunts the business world. Yes, the Civil War gave the people unprecedented business opportunities. It turned me into a rich man ahead of time, provided me with capital support to win the arena of opportunity grabbing that was launched after the war, and even made my fortune piling up later. However, opportunities are equal like time. Why can I seize the opportunity to become rich, but many people pass the opportunity and have to live with poverty? Is it really because I am greedy, as my detractors say? Do not. Be hardworking. Opportunities are only reserved for hardworking people. When I was young, I believed in one rule of success: wealth is an accident, a byproduct of hard work. The achievement of each goal comes from diligent thinking and diligent action, and the realization of the dream of wealth is still the same. I highly respect the phrase "diligence makes aristocrats." It is a motto that I will respect forever. Whether it is in the past or now, whether in North America where we are based or in the Far East, those nobles who enjoy status, dignity, glory and wealth have a heart that never stops and a pair of strong arms. All of them showed the light of perseverance and tenacious will. And it is this quality or wealth that enables them to achieve their careers, win respect, and become indomitable figures. John, in this infinitely changing world, there are no eternal nobles and no eternal poor. As you know, when I was little, I wore rags, and my family was so poor that I had to rely on kind people to help me. But today I have a vast empire of wealth that I have poured into philanthropy. Like 10,000 kinds of ups and downs, like the vicissitudes of life, it is endless. People from humble backgrounds and poor families, through their hard work, persistent pursuit and wisdom, can also become famous, stand out, and become a new aristocrat. All honor and honor must be obtained by one's own creation, and such honor can last for a long time. But in our society today, the children of rich families are in a situation of either advancing or retreating. Unfortunately, many of them lack enterprising spirit, but are indulgent and profligate, so that many people who grew up in affluent environments do not die in poverty for free. Therefore, you have to teach your children that if you want to perfect yourself, achieve yourself, enjoy the joy of success, win the respect of the society, and sing about life, you can only create with your own hands. Know that the laurels of honor will only be worn on the heads of those who dare to explore. Tell them that diligence is for themselves, not for others, and they are the biggest beneficiaries of diligence. Since I was a child, I firmly believed that without hard work, there will be no fruitful harvest. As the son of the poor, there is no other way than to achieve success, wealth, and dignity through hard work. When I was in school, I was not a good student, but I was unwilling to follow others, so I could only prepare my homework diligently and persevere. When I was 10 years old, I knew to work as much as I could, chopping wood, milking, fetching water, farming. I did everything and never gave up. It was the hard and arduous years in the countryside that honed my will and enabled me to endure the hardships of starting a business in the future. It also made me more persevering and shaped my strong self-confidence. I know that the reason why I can always deal with adversity in the future, including my success, is largely due to the self-confidence I built up since I was a child. Diligence can cultivate people's qualities, and it can also cultivate people's abilities. When I was hired by Hewitt Tuttle, I gained a reputation as a young bookkeeper of extraordinary ability and excellence. During those days, I could be said to be wearing the stars and the moon all day long, day and night. At that time, my employer told me that you will succeed with your extraordinary perseverance. Although I don't know what the future will be like, one thing I believe is that as long as I do something with my heart, I will never fail. Today, even though I am nearly 70 years old, I am still fighting in the business world, because I know that the quickest way to end my life is to do nothing. Everyone has the right to choose whether to start or end retirement. That idle attitude to life can be poisonous. I have always regarded retirement as starting again, and I have not stopped fighting for a day because I know the true meaning of life. John, my prominence today, the huge wealth is just the result of my labor and creation that is much more than ordinary people. I was originally an ordinary person, and I didn't have a laurel crown on my head, but with strong perseverance and tenacious hard work, I worked hard and finally became famous. My reputation is not a false name, it is a crown cast by blood and sweat. A little shallow jealousy and ignorant shallowness are all unfair to me. Our wealth is a reward for our diligence. Let us stand firm in our convictions, set our sights on purpose, and keep going, my son, with faith in the will of God. Love your father. Rockefeller's 38 letters to his son. Susie read with you. 16th letter, don't make excuses. Motto, excuses are the source of failure. The more successful a person is, the less likely he is to make excuses. 99% of failures are because people are used to making excuses. April 15, 1906. Dear John, Captain Schofield lost again, and in a fit of rage, he threw his beautiful golf club into the sky, and he had to buy a new one. Frankly speaking, I prefer the character of the captain. The goal of struggle in life is to win, and the same is true of playing. So, I'm going to buy him a new club. Hopefully it won't be seen as a reward for his tantrums, or I'll be miserable if he gets out of control. Captain Schofield also has a commendable advantage. Although losing will make him unhappy, he believes that winning itself is not everything, and trying to win is the most important thing. So after losing, he never makes excuses. In fact, he could justify his loss by being too old and not physically fit, but he never did. In my opinion, excuses are a kind of mental illness, and people with this serious illness are all losers without exception. Of course, most people also have some mild symptoms. However, the more successful a person is, the less excuses he will make. The biggest difference between those who are prosperous and those who do nothing is the excuse. Just pay attention and you'll find that people who don't do anything and don't plan to do anything often have stacks of straw hats explaining why he didn't do it, why he didn't do it, why he couldn't do it, why he is not like that. The first act of a loser to take care of his death is to find various reasons for his failure. I despise those who are good at making excuses, because it is the behavior of cowards, and I also sympathize with those who are good at making excuses, because excuses are the source of failure. Once a loser finds a good excuse, he will hold on to it, and then always use this excuse to explain to himself and others why he can't go on, why he can't succeed. At first, he was able to know that his excuse was more or less a lie, but after repeated use, he became more and more convinced that it was completely true, that the excuse was the real reason for his failure, and as a result his brain it starts to be lazy and rigid, and the motivation to work hard to find ways to win is zero. But they were never willing to admit that they were an excuse person. Occasionally, I've seen someone stand up and say, "I succeeded by my own efforts." So far, I've never seen any man or woman who dared to stand up and say, "I'm the one who made me fail." Losers have a set of losers' excuses. They blame their failure on family, character, age, environment, time, skin color, religion, a person, and even astrology, and the worst excuses are health, intelligence, and luck. The most common excuses are health excuses. A sentence "I'm not in good health" or "I'm sick in one way or another" becomes a reason not to do it or to fail. In fact, no one is completely healthy, and everyone has some physical problems. Many people succumb to this excuse in whole or in part, but not for those who are determined to succeed. Mr. Gates once referred me to a college professor who unfortunately lost an arm on a trip, but like every optimist I've ever known, he was always smiling and always helping others. Talking about his disability that day, he told me, "It's just one arm, of course, two are better than one. But it's just my arm that was removed, and my mind is 100% intact and normal. It's to be thankful for that." There's an old saying, "I've been annoyed with my broken shoes until I meet a man without feet." It's better to be happy with your health than to complain about the discomfort. Being grateful for the health you have can effectively prevent various illnesses and diseases. I often remind myself that it is better to wear yourself out than to let it go. Life is for us to enjoy. If we waste time worrying about our health and really want to get sick, that is the real misfortune. The excuse of "I'm not smart enough" is also very common. Almost 95% of people have this problem, but the degree is different. This excuse is different in that it is usually silent. People don't openly admit that they're not smart enough, but they think so deep inside themselves. I found that most people have two basic wrong attitudes towards intelligence: underestimating one's own brain power, and overestimating the brain power of others. Because of these mistakes, many people despise themselves. They are reluctant to face challenges, which require considerable ingenuity. People who think they are stupid are really stupid people, and they should know that if there is a person who doesn't think about intelligence at all and has the courage to try, he can do it well. I think what really matters is not how much ingenuity you have, but how you use the ingenuity you already have. And to be a good businessman, you don't need lightning quickness, you don't need an amazing memory, or the only key to being at the top of the school is to have a strong interest and enthusiasm for doing business. Interest and enthusiasm are important factors in determining success or failure. The outcome of things is often proportional to our zeal. Zeal can make things 100 times, 1,000 times better. Many people don't know what enthusiasm is. The so-called enthusiasm is "this is amazing." That kind of enthusiasm and drive. I believe that a person with average intelligence, if he has an optimistic, positive and cooperative attitude towards life, will make more money, gain more respect, and gain more money than a person with outstanding intelligence but is pessimistic, passive and uncooperative. Big success. Whether a person is faced with trivial matters, arduous tasks or important plans, As long as he is dedicated and enthusiastic to complete them, the results will be far better than those of smart but lazy people. Because concentration and persistence account for 95% of a person's ability. Some people are always groaning and sighing, "Why do many very good characters fail?" I can never let them sigh again if an extremely smart person is always using their amazing brain power to prove why things can't work, instead of using their own mental support to find various ways to succeed. Failure fate will find them. Negative thoughts tug on their intellect, preventing them from doing their best and accomplishing nothing. If they can change their mentality, I believe they will do many great things. A brain that wants to achieve great things but doesn't know how to think is just a bucket of cheap paste. The way of thinking that guides us to exert our ingenuity is far more important than the level of our intellect. No amount of education can change this basic rule of success. The level of education of innate intelligence is not the real reason for good or bad performance, but the management of ideas. The best businessmen don't worry, they're enthusiastic. It is not easy to improve the quality of talent, but it is easy to improve the way that talent is used. Many people are superstitious that the so-called knowledge is power. In my opinion, this sentence is only half right. Those who use lack of intelligence as an excuse also misunderstand the meaning of this sentence. Knowledge is only a potential power, and its power can only be manifested when knowledge is applied and applied constructively. There will never be a living dictionary character in Standard Oil, because I don't need an expert who can only remember and think. I want people who can really solve problems, who can come up with all kinds of ideas, who have dreams and the courage to realize them. Creative people can make money for me, people who can only memorize data can't. A person who does not use intelligence as an excuse will never underestimate his own intelligence, nor overestimate the intelligence of others. He focuses on using his assets and discovering the great talents he possesses. He knows that what really matters is not how much intelligence he has, but how he uses what he has and how he uses his brain power. He will often remind himself, "My mentality is more important than my intelligence." He has a strong desire to develop an "I will win" attitude. He knows to use his ingenuity to actively create, to use his ingenuity to find ways to succeed, not to prove that he will fail. He also knows that thinking is more valuable than memory. He uses his mind to create and develop new ideas, find new and better ways to do things, and remind himself at any time, "Am I making history with my mind? Or just documenting history made by others?" Everything happens for a reason, and human encounters cannot happen by chance. Therefore, many people always blame their own failures on bad luck, and when they see others succeed, they think it is because they are lucky. I never believe in good or bad luck, unless I call careful planning and action luck. If luck decides who does what, every business will fall apart. Assuming that Standard Oil was to be completely reorganized by luck, the names of all the company's employees would be put into a vat, and the first name to be drawn was the president, the second was the vice president, and so on. Funny, right? But that's the function of luck. I never succumb to luck. I believe in the law of cause and effect. Look at those who seem to be lucky, and you'll see that it's not luck, but preparation, planning, and positive thinking that bring beauty to them. Look at those bad luck people and you'll see that there are clear reasons behind it. Successful people can face setbacks, learn from failures, and create new opportunities. The mediocre are often discouraged by this. A person cannot succeed by luck, but must pay the price of hard work. I don't want to rely on luck to win and other good things in life, so I focus on developing myself and developing the qualities that make me a winner. Excuses keep most people out of the door to success. 99% of failures are because people are accustomed to looking for excuses. So in the pursuit of career success, one of the most important steps is to prevent yourself from making excuses. Love your father. Rockefeller's 38 letters to his son. Susie read with you. 17th letter, you hold the seeds of success in your hands. Motto: I am my greatest capital. My only belief is to believe in myself. Everyone who desires to succeed should realize that the seeds of success are sown around you. May 29, 1926. Dear John, just yesterday, I received a letter from a young man who aspires to become a rich man. In his letter, he begged me to answer a question. He lacks capital. How can he start a business and become rich? God, he wants me to show the direction of his life. But teaching others doesn't seem to be my forte, and I can't deny his sincerity, which is painful. But I still wrote back and told him that you need capital, but you need common sense. Common sense is more important than money. For a poor son who wants to start a business, they often suffer from a lack of capital. If they are afraid of failure, they will hesitate, move slowly like a snail, and even stop on the road of success, and never get ahead, so I specifically reminded him in my reply to the young man. The road from poverty to wealth is always smooth. It is important that you firmly believe, I am my greatest asset. You must exercise faith and keep exploring the reasons for hesitation until faith replaces doubt. You must know, what you don't believe in yourself, you can't achieve. Belief is what moves you forward. Everyone who desires success should realize that the seeds of success are sown around him. As long as he realizes this, he can get what he wants. In the letter, I told the young man an Arab story that I believe will benefit others, and all people. Here's what the man who told me the story told me. Once upon a time there was a Persian named Al-Hafid who lived not far from the Indus River. He owned a large orchid garden, hundreds of acres of fertile land and flourishing gardens. He's a contented man, and he's very rich. Because he's rich, he's very content. One day, an old monk came to visit him, sat by his fire and said to him, "You are rich and you live comfortably, but if you have a handful of diamonds, you can buy the land of the whole country. If you can own a diamond mine, you can use the influence of that wealth to put your child on the throne." After hearing the old monk's alluring words, Hafid went to bed that night, a poor man, not because he had lost everything, but because he was beginning to become dissatisfied, so he felt himself very poor, and because he thinks he is poor, he cannot be satisfied. He thought, I want a diamond mine. So he couldn't sleep all night. Early the next morning he ran to find the monk. The old monk was woken up early in the morning and was very unhappy. But Hafid didn't care about that. He shook the old monk from his sleep nonchalantly and said to him, "Can you tell me where to find diamonds?" "Diamonds? What do you want diamonds for?" "I want to have great wealth," Hafid said, "but I don't know where to find diamonds." "Oh," the old monk understood, he said, "you can find diamonds in the sand as long as you find a river in the mountain that flows through the white sand." "Do you really think in such a river?" A lot. "If you go out and look for it, you will definitely find it." "I will," Hafid said. So he sold the farm, recovered the loan, handed over the house to his neighbors, and set off to look for diamonds. Hafid first went to the Moonlight Mountains to find it, then to Palestine, and then to Europe. In the end, he spent all his money and became worthless. He stood like a beggar on the coast of Barcelona, Spain, when he saw a huge wave surging over the Pillar of Hercules. This poor creature, who had experienced vicissitudes of life and suffered so much, could not resist the temptation to jump, and fell as the wave crest fell into the sea, the end of life. Shortly after Haf's death, the heir to his estate pulled a camel to the garden to drink water, and when the camel stuck its nose into the crystal-clear stream in the garden, the heir found, in the shallow white sand at the bottom of the stream, gleaming strange light. He reached down and touched a black stone with a shiny spot on the stone, emitting rainbow-like colors. He took the strange stone into the house, put it on the fireplace shelf, and went back to his work, completely forgetting about it. A few days later, the old monk who told Hafid where to find the diamonds came to visit Hafid's heir. Seeing the light from the stones on the shelf, he immediately ran over and exclaimed in surprise, "This is a diamond. This is a diamond. Has Hafid returned?" No, he hasn't come back, and it's not a diamond, it's just a stone, which I found in the back garden of my house. Young man, you have made a fortune. I know diamonds, they are really diamonds. So they ran to the garden together, picked up the white sand at the bottom of the stream with their hands, and found many more beautiful and valuable diamonds than the first. This is how people discovered the Golconda diamond mine in India. It was the largest diamond mine in human history, and its value far exceeded Kimberley's in South Africa. The Big Quinner diamond inlaid on the crown of the British king, as well as the world's largest diamond inlaid in the crown of the Russian emperor, were all collected from that diamond mine. John, whenever I remember this story, I can't help but sigh for Al-Hafid. If Hafid had stayed at home, digging his fields and gardens, instead of looking elsewhere, he wouldn't have been beggars, poor and starving, and even jumped into the sea and died. He already had diamonds all over the place. Not every story has meaning, but this Arab story gave me a valuable life lesson. Your diamonds are not between the distant mountains and the sea. If you are determined to dig them, they are in your backyard. The important thing is to sincerely believe in yourself. Everyone has a certain ideal, and this ideal determines the direction of his efforts and judgment. In this sense, I think that a person who does not believe in himself is like a thief, because anyone who does not believe in himself and does not fully develop his abilities can be said to be stealing from himself, and in the process, because creativity is low, and he is also stealing from society. Since no one steals from himself on purpose, those who steal from himself are obviously stealing unintentionally. The offense, however, is still serious, because the damage it causes is as great as intentional theft. Only by getting rid of this behavior of stealing from ourselves can we climb to the top. I hope that the young man who is eager to get rich can think about the teaching contained in it. Love your father. Rockefeller's 38 letters to his son. Susie read with you. 18th letter, I have no right to be poor. Motto, I should be rich, I have no right to be poor. Let money be my slave, not let me be the slave of money. Every penny in the hand increases the power to determine the future destiny. July 26, 1906. Dear John, there are many tragedies caused by paranoia and pride, and the same is true of those who create poverty. Many years ago, at the Fifth Avenue Baptist Church, I ran into a young man named Hanson, a little gardener who lived miserably in austerity. Perhaps Mr. Hanson, who thought it was a virtue to be poor, put on an air of good character and said to me, Mr. Rockefeller, I feel it is my duty to discuss a question with you. Money is the root of all evil, and it is the Bible says. At that moment, I knew why Mr. Hanson had no relationship with wealth. He was getting life lessons from a misunderstanding of the Bible. But he didn't realize it. I didn't want the poor young man to sink deeper into the swamp of his narrow-mindedness, and I told him, young man, I have been taught all sorts of Christian maxims since I was a child, and I have made them my code of conduct. Miss you too. But my memory seems to be better than yours. You forget. There is a word before that sentence, love. Love. Money is the root of all evil. What did you say? Hanson's mouth was wide open, as if he was about to swallow a whale. Wish he had that much appetite for money. Yes, young man, I said, patting him on the shoulder, the Bible, rooted in human dignity and love, is a homage to the highest mind in the universe, and you can quote it without fear and put your life trust it. So when you quote biblical wisdom directly, you quote the truth. The love of money is the root of all evil. Oh, that's it. The love of money is a means to worship, not an end. If you don't have the means, you can't achieve the goal, which is to say, he only knows to be a miser, and money is the root of all evil. Think about it, young man, I reminded Hanson, if you have money, you can benefit your family, your friends, give them a happy life, and also benefit society, save those who are lonely and helpless. Poor people, then money becomes the source of happiness. Young man, every penny you have in your hand increases your power to determine your future destiny. Go make money, I persuaded him. You shouldn't let those paranoid concepts lock your powerful hands. You should take the time to get rich, because with money comes power. And New York is full of opportunities to get rich, and you should get rich, and you can get rich. Remember, boy, you're a jerk of the world, and you have to shine a light on life. I don't know if Hansen can accept my advice. If not, I will feel sorry for him. He looks very strong, and his head is not stupid. I always thought that everyone should take the time to make themselves rich. Of course, some things do have more value than money. When we see a tomb covered with autumn leaves, we can't help but feel an indescribable sadness, because I know that some things are indeed nobler than money. Especially those who have suffered can more deeply appreciate that there is something sweeter, more noble, and more sacred than gold. However, anyone with common sense knows that there is not a single thing that has not been greatly improved with money. Money is not necessarily everything, but in our world, many things are inseparable from money. Love is the greatest thing God has given us, but a lover with a lot of money can make love happier, and money has such power. When a person says, "I don't want money," it's like saying, "I don't want to serve my family, my friends, and my fellow citizens." That's ridiculous, but it's equally absurd to sever the relationship. I believe in the power of money, and I advocate that of course everyone should make money. However, religion is strongly biased against this idea because some people believe that it is a great honor to be God's poor people. I once heard a man pray at a prayer meeting that he was very grateful that he was God's poor people, and I couldn't help thinking to myself, what would happen to this man's wife if she heard such nonsense from her husband's feelings? He must have thought he had married the wrong man. I don't want to see this kind of God's poor people again, and I don't think God wants it either. I can say that if someone who is supposed to be rich is cowardly and incompetent because of poverty, he must have committed a very serious mistake. He has not only been unfaithful and loyal to himself, but also wronged his family. I can't say that the amount of money earned can be used as a criterion for success in life, but almost without exception, you can use the amount of money outside the money to measure a person's contribution to society. The more you earn, the more you contribute. When I think that I have made countless people on the road to prosperity forever, I feel that I have a great life. I believe that God casts diamonds for his people, not for Satan and his ilk. The only admonition God has given us is that we cannot make money, or anything else, against God. Doing that only adds to our guilt. There is nothing wrong with getting money, a lot of money, as long as we get it the right way and don't let money drag our noses. Some people don't have money because they don't understand money. They think money is cold and hard, but money is neither cold nor hard, it's soft and warm, it makes us feel good, and it matches the clothes we wear in color. The reason why I am who I am is all created by my past beliefs. Frankly speaking, when I felt that the world was suffering from poverty, I had a belief, I should be rich, and I have no right to be poor. Over time, this belief has become as hard as steel. When I was young, it was the time when the idea of gold worship was sanctified. At that time, tens of thousands of gold prospectors poured into California desperately from all directions with dreams of making a fortune, although it was later discovered that the gold rush was just a trap. But it has greatly aroused the desire of millions of people to make a fortune, including me, a teenage boy. At that time, my family was in dire straits, and I often had to accept help from kind-hearted people. My mother is a very self-respecting person, and she wants me to take up the responsibility of being the firstborn and build this family. My mother's desire and teaching have cultivated a lifelong sense of responsibility in me. I made an oath, I cannot become poor, I want to make money, and I will use wealth to change the fate of my family. In my childhood dream of getting rich, money is not just a tool for my family to live a prosperous and worry-free life, but a society where money can be exchanged for moral dignity by giving, spending wisely status. These things excite me more than luxury, grand homes, and beautiful, beautiful clothes. My understanding of money has strengthened my belief that I want to make money and become rich, and this belief has given me incomparable fighting spirit to pursue wealth. My son, there is nothing more pitiful and contemptible than those who make money for the sake of making money. I know how to make money. Let money be my slave, not let me be the slave of money. That's how I do it. Love your father. Rockefeller's 38 letters to his son. Susie read with you. The 19th letter, be the first. Motto, wealth is proportional to purpose. A person is either planning to succeed or planning to fail. For me, second place is no different from last place. March 15, 1931. Dear John, a man without ambition does not achieve great things. This was the secret of success that my car king friend, Mr. Henry Ford, confided to me when he came to see me yesterday. I admire this rich man from Michigan very much. He is a persistent and determined guy. He had almost the same experience as me. He did farm work, worked as an apprentice, and co-founded a factory. Through his struggles, he eventually became one of the richest people in the United States of this era. In my opinion, Mr. Ford is the founder of a new era. No other American can completely change the American way of life like him. Just look at the cars on the street and you will know that I am not at all. Compliment him. He made the car from a luxury to almost everyone can afford a necessity. And his miracles turned him into a billionaire. Of course, he also made my purse puff up a lot. A man must have a goal or ambition to live, otherwise, he is like a ship without a rudder, drifting forever and only reaching the beach of disappointment, failure, and frustration. Mr. Ford's ambitions exceed his height. He wants to create a world where everyone can enjoy the car. It seems unimaginable, but he succeeded. He became the master of the global car market and made an incredible profit for Ford. In the words of this guy, that's not making cars, that's printing money. It's not hard for me to imagine what kind of a good mood Ford is in, both rich and famous as the car king. Ford's achievements prove one of my life beliefs: wealth is proportional to purpose. If you have big ambitions and lofty goals, the mountain of your wealth will rise to the sky. If you just want to get by, then you will only be the last generation of rats, or even achieve nothing. Even if wealth is close to you, you will get very little. Before Ford's success, there were a lot of automakers that were far more powerful than him, but many of them went bankrupt. People are created with a purpose. A person is either planning to succeed or planning to fail. This is the experience of my life. I never seem to lack ambition. Since I was very young, being the richest person has always been my impulsive ambition and dream. This seems a little too big for a poor boy. But I think goals have to be great, because in order to be successful, you have to be stimulated, and a great goal can give you all your power, and that's the kind of stimulation. Losing stimulation means that there is no powerful force to push you forward. Don't make small plans because it doesn't inspire the mind, I remind myself often. Of course, the chance to be great doesn't slop down like the rushing Niagara Falls, but slowly, one drop at a time. The difference between greatness and near greatness is the realization that if you expect greatness, you must work toward it every day. But for a poor boy, how can this great dream be turned into a tangible reality? Is it to do it by working hard for others? This is a stupid idea. I believe that working hard for myself will make you rich, but I don't believe that working hard for others will definitely lead to success. Before I moved into Millionaire Row, I found that many poor people around me were the hardest working people. The reality is so brutal that few people get rich working for their bosses, no matter how hard they work. The salary earned by working for the boss can only keep the employee alive if it is reasonably expected, and although the employee may make a lot of money, it is difficult to become rich. I have always regarded hard work will make you rich as a lie, and never regarded working for others as the best way to accumulate considerable wealth. On the contrary, I am very convinced that working for myself can make you rich. All the actions I take are true to my great dream and the goals I continue to achieve to make it happen. When I left school and looked for a job, I set a goal for myself, to go to a first-class company and become a first-class employee. Because a first-class company will give me first-class experience, shape my first-class ability, let me grow into first-class knowledge, and also allow me to earn a generous salary that is the capital to create my future career, and all this undoubtedly the most solid cornerstone of my road to success. Of course, working in a big company allows me to think in the way of a big company, which is very important. Therefore, I admire big companies, and I want to go to high-profile companies. This is bound to make me suffer. I went to a bank first, was unlucky, and was rejected. I went to a railway company, but still came home in a hurry, and the weather seemed to be against me too, and the heat was unbearable. But in spite of everything, I kept on looking. In those days, looking for a job was my only occupation. Every morning at 8 o'clock, I dressed myself as best I could, and left my place to start a new round of interview appointments. 4 weeks on end, I ran through the listed companies and found nothing. This looks bad, doesn't it? But no one can stop you from moving forward. The biggest person holding you back is yourself. You are the only one who can do it forever. I told myself, if you don't want others to steal your dreams, get up as soon as you get knocked down by setbacks. I was not depressed or discouraged, but the continuous setbacks strengthened my determination. I started all over again, one by one, and a few companies even let me run 2 or 3 times. God never forsaken me, and this indomitable job-seeking journey finally came to an end 6 weeks later, on September 26, 1855, when I was hired by the Hewitt-Tuttle Company. This day seems to decide everything in my future. To this day, whenever I ask myself what would have happened if I hadn't gotten that job, I often shudder. Because I know what that job has given me, and what will happen if I lose it. So, all my life, I've celebrated September 26th as a rebirth, and I feel more emotional about it than my birthday. Writing this, I am moved by myself. A person is functionally like a bicycle. Unless you move up and forward toward your goal, you will stumble and fall. 3 years later, I left Hewitt-Tuttle with the ability and self-confidence beyond ordinary people, and co-founded Clark Rockefeller with Mr. Clark, and started the history of working for myself. Stupid hard work can lead to nothing after a lot of hard work, but if you think of working hard for your boss as a ladder that will one day serve you, it's definitely the beginning of wealth creation. It's an amazing feeling to be your own boss, it's beyond words. Of course, I can't keep basking in the triumph of being a trade agent at the age of 18. I told myself, your future depends on the days that pass by, and your end is the richest man in America, and you're not far from there. There is still a long way to go, you have to keep working hard for yourself. Being the richest person is the basis for my efforts and the strength to spur myself. Over the past few decades, I have been a believer in the pursuit of excellence, and I am most often motivated by one sentence. For me, second place is no different from last place. If you understand it, you'll think it's no surprise that I rule the oil industry as the undisputed king. Each of us lives in hope, but I live more in the achievement of goals. My goal in life is to be number one, and this is also the life plan I have managed to set and follow. All my efforts and actions are loyal to my life goals and life rules. God gave us smart minds and strong muscles, not to make us losers, but to make us great winners. 20 years later, a federal court has dissolved our big happy family, but every time I think about what I've created, I get excited. A great life is the process of conquering excellence. We must move towards this goal without fear of pain, with a firm attitude and ready to stumble on the long road. Love your father. Rockefeller's 38 letters to his son. Susie read with you. The 20th letter, take risks to take advantage of opportunities. Motto, the higher the risk, the greater the reward. The more things you have, the more power you have. If you want to win, you must understand the value of risk, and you must have the vision to create your own luck. November 2nd, 1936. Dear John, tomorrow, maybe before tomorrow, someone will live a rich life. The paper said his name was David Morris, the same name as Mr. Robert Morris, the American Revolutionary War treasurer and the merchant prince of Philadelphia, who had just had luck at the casino and won a lot of money, and that he is a master in the casino, and at the same time, he posted a life motto of this gambler: curiosity can discover opportunities, and adventure can take advantage of opportunities. You know, I have always disliked people who addicted to gambling, but I couldn't help but admire this gentleman. I even believe that with his almost philosopher-like wisdom and brain, if he can join the business world, he may become a professionally successful and excellent gambler. I make such an appreciative assumption that it does not mean that good gamblers make good businessmen. In fact, I hate those who view malls as casinos, but I do not reject the spirit of adventure, because I know a rule: the higher the risk, the greater the reward. And galloping the sea of commerce is, for everyone, the greatest adventure life has to offer him. My life's trajectory has been a rich adventure, and if I had to find out which adventure was the most decisive and most relevant to my future, it would be breaking into the oil industry. Before investing in the oil industry, our own bank, the agency sales of agricultural products, was doing a good job. If I continue, I am fully expected to become a big middleman. But it all changed that Mr. Andrews, an expert in lighting, who told me, "John, kerosene burns brighter than any oil, and it's going to replace the others. Think about it." Well, John, what a market it would be, if we could put our feet in it, what a scene it would be. The more things I have, the more power I have. Here's your chance, and letting it go is not just money, it's eroding your power in the arena of riches. I told Andrews, I do. We invested 4,000 yuan, which is a lot of money for us, a lot of money, to start an oil refining business. I don't think about failure when the money goes into it. Even though oil was making many millionaires at the same time, it was making more people pauper. I plunged into the oil refining industry and worked hard. In less than a year, oil refining earned us more profits than agricultural products and became the company's largest business. At that moment, I realized that it was courage and adventurous spirit that opened up a new way for me to make money. At that time, there was no other industry that could get rich overnight like the oil industry. This prospect greatly stimulated my desire to make a lot of money, and it also gave me the long-awaited opportunity to expand. I told myself, you have to hold on to it, it can take you to the realm of your dreams. But my subsequent business strategy of aggressively expanding the oil industry angered my partner, Mr. Clark. Clark was an ignorant, conceited, weak, and intrepid man. He was afraid of failure and advocated a prudent business strategy, which was completely at odds with my business philosophy. In my eyes, money is like shit: if you get it out, you can do a lot, but if you hide it, it stinks. Clark is not a good businessman. He doesn't know the real value of money. When we are indifferent to important things, our life will come to an end. Clark has become a stumbling block in my path to success, and I have to kick him out, break up with him. This is an important moment. If you want to win, you must understand the value of risk, and you must have the vision to create your own luck. Breaking up with Mr. Clark was certainly a risk for me. And before I decided to risk everything and get into the oil business in a big way, I had to be sure that oil wasn't going away. At that time, many people thought that oil was a blooming short-lived that could not last. I certainly hope that the oil supply will not run out, and without it, the investment will be worthless, and I may end up worse than the gambler in the casino. But the information I have received makes me optimistic that the oil source is not going away. It's time to say goodbye. Before a showdown with Mr. Clark, I privately pulled Mr. Andrews over and I said to him, "We're going to be lucky, there's a lot of money waiting for us, and that's a lot of money. I'm going to end my relationship with Clark. The cooperation of the brothers, if I buy their shares, what would you do with me?" Andrews did not disappoint me. A few days later, I pulled over to a few more banks that supported me. In February of that year, after a series of preparations, I asked Mr. Clark to break up, and although he was reluctant, I made up my mind. Finally, we all agreed to auction the company to the highest bidder. To this day, when I think of the scene at the auction site, it makes me excited. It feels like gambling money in a casino, which is thrilling and engrossing. It was a big gamble. I bet money, but bet life. The company started the auction from 500 yuan, but it quickly climbed to several thousand yuan, and then slowly climbed to 50,000 yuan. This price has exceeded my estimated value for the refinery. But the auction price has been rising, starting to exceed 60,000, and then soaring to 70,000 step by step. That's when I started to get scared. I was worried about whether I could buy this company, a business I built with my own hands, for that much money. But I quickly calmed down, and I warned myself like lightning, don't be afraid, since you have made up your mind, you must move forward. The competitor offered 72,000 yuan, and I did not hesitate to offer 72,500 yuan. At this point, Mr. Clark stood up and shouted, I'm not adding any more, John, it's yours. Dear John, that was the moment that defined my life, and I felt it had an extraordinary meaning. Of course, I paid a high price for breaking up with Mr. Clark. I gave Clark half of the agency company and $72,500. But what I won is freedom and a bright future. I became my own master, my own employer, and no longer had to worry about short-sighted mediocrity getting in my way. When I was 21 years old, I owned the largest oil refinery in Cleveland, and I have become one of the largest oil refiners in the world. Thinking about it today, this guy who can eat 500 barrels of crude oil a day is tantamount to me going to oil. The road to hegemony, the weapon to conquer the oil kingdom. Thanks to that auction, it was the beginning of my life's success. It's almost certain that safety first doesn't make us rich, and to get paid, there's always going to be a need to accept the necessary risks that come with it. Life is not like that. There is no such thing as maintaining the status quo. If you don't advance, you will retreat. It's that simple. Caution is not the perfect recipe for success. No matter what we do, or our lives, we must choose between risk and caution. And sometimes, the chances of winning by taking risks are much greater than being cautious. Businessmen are all chasing profits and wealth. They must rely on creating resources and obtaining resources from others, and even forcing others to give up resources to make themselves rich. Therefore, taking risks is an indispensable means for businessmen to conquer the market. If you want to know how to take risks without failing, you only need to remember one sentence: plan boldly and implement carefully. Love your father.
Rockefeller's 38 letters to his son. Susie read with you. 21. Insults are a driving force. Motto: insults are a measure of competence. Never let your personal biases get in the way of your success. You believe in yourself and you are in harmony with yourself. You are your most faithful companion. February 27th, 1901. Dear John, your mother and I were pleasantly surprised by how you negotiated with Mr. Morgan, and we had no idea that you would have the courage to confront the domineering Wall Street's biggest purse. Moreover, deal with poise, well-spoken, cultured, and thorough, control your opponent. Thank God for allowing us to have such wonderful children as you. In a letter you told me that Mr. Morgan was rude to you and intended to insult you, and I think you were right. In fact, you are trying to get revenge on me by making you humiliated on my behalf. You know, this time Morgan proposed to form an alliance with me because he was worried that I would pose a threat to him. I believe he was reluctant to cooperate with me because he knew that he and I were carriages running on two roads, and neither of us liked the other. I feel sick when I see his cocky, arrogant look. I think he must have made him uncomfortable when he saw me. But Morgan is a business wizard. He knows that I don't care about Wall Street, and I'm not afraid of his threats to me, so if he wants to realize his ambition to rule the U.S. steel industry, he must cooperate with me, otherwise, wait, his will be a life and death competition. People who are good at thinking and acting know that arrogance and prejudice must be eliminated, and they know that their personal prejudices can never hinder their success. Mr. Morgan is such a person. So, even though Mr. Morgan didn't want to deal with me, he asked me if I could meet him in the Standard Oil president's office. Whoever sticks to the last minute in a negotiation stands to gain, so I told Morgan, I'm retired, and I'd be happy to meet you at my house if you want. Yen is obviously a little condescending. But he never dreamed that when he asked specific questions I would say, I'm sorry, Mr. Morgan, I'm retired, and I think my son John would be happy to talk to you about that deal. Only a fool can't see that, and I was blatantly contemptuous of Morgan, but he restrained himself and told me he hoped you could come to his Wall Street office to talk. I said yes. Retaliation against others is an attack on oneself. Mr. Morgan doesn't seem to understand this truth, but in order to relieve his anger, he has let you control it. But anyway, I appreciate that Mr. Morgan keeps his eyes on what he wants to achieve, despite my blatant insults to him. My son, we grew up in a society that seeks dignity, and I know what it means to be humiliated for a person who loves dignity. But many times, no matter who you are, even the President of the United States of America is powerless to stop insults from others. So, what should we do? Is it to fight back in anger and defend dignity? Or treat each other with tolerance and magnanimity? Or respond in other ways? You may remember that I have always treasured a group photo of my middle school classmates. There was no me there, just children from wealthy families. Decades later, I still cherish it, and even more cherish the scene of taking that photo. It was one afternoon, the weather was good, and the teacher told us that a photographer came to take pictures of the students in class. I have taken pictures, but rarely, for a child from a poor family, taking pictures is a luxury. As soon as the photographer appeared, I imagined the scene of being captured on camera, smiling more, being more natural, handsome, and even starting to imagine going home and telling my mother like reporting good news, Mom, I took a photo. Yes. The photographer took it and it was amazing. I stared at the photographer who was bending over to frame with a pair of excited eyes, hoping he would pull me into the camera sooner. But I am disappointed. The photographer, who seemed to be an aesthete, straightened up, pointed at me, and said to my teacher, Can you get that student out of his seat? His clothes are so shabby. I'm weak, the students who are also under the command of the teacher, I can't resist, I can only stand up silently and create a beautiful view for the well-dressed children of rich families. At that moment, I felt my face heat up. But I didn't get angry, I didn't feel sorry for myself, and I didn't complain that my parents didn't let me dress decently. In fact, they did everything they could to get me a good education. Watching the shooting scene under the transfer of the photographer, I clenched my fist in my heart and solemnly swore to myself, one day, you will become the richest person in the world. What's the point of having a photographer take a picture of you? It's your pride to have the world's most famous painter paint you a portrait. My son, my oath at that time has become a reality. In my eyes, the meaning of the word insult has changed. It is no longer a sharp blade that strips my dignity, but a powerful driving force, like an overwhelming force, urging me to forge ahead, urging me to pursue all good things. It would not seem like an exaggeration to say that the photographer inspired a poor kid to become the richest man in the world. Everyone has the time to enjoy applause and applause either to affirm our achievements or to affirm our quality, character and morality. There are also times when we are attacked and insulted, except for malice. I think the reason why we being insulted is because of our poor ability, which may be related to being a person or doing things, but it does not constitute respect from others. So, I want to say that being insulted is not a bad thing. If you are a person who knows how to calmly reflect, you may think that insults are a measure of competence, which is what I did. I know that any slight insult can hurt dignity. However, dignity is not given by God or given by others, it is created by you. Dignity is a spiritual product that you enjoy by yourself. Everyone's dignity belongs to him. If you think you have dignity, you have dignity. So, if someone hurts your feelings, your dignity, don't move. If you don't stick to your dignity, no one can hurt you. My son, your relationship with yourself is the beginning of all relationships, and when you believe in yourself and are in harmony with yourself, you are your most faithful companion. Only in this way can you be humbled. Love your father. Rockefeller's 38 letters to his son. Susie read with you. The 22nd letter, use strength to make opponents fear. Motto, the more you think you can do it, the better you will become. When it comes to money, never mention the amount first. When doing business, you must not try to make all the money, you must leave some money for others to earn. February 27, 1901. Dear John, tonight I met with Mr. Henry Frick, the mediator, and I told him, as my son told Mr. Morgan, I am in no hurry to sell Union mines. But as you might guess, I never prevented the establishment of any worthy business. However, I am adamantly opposed to buyers condescending and setting prices that try to exclude us, and I would rather fight to the end than do such a business. I asked Mr. Frick to tell Mr. Morgan he was wrong. John, it looks like you have to keep dealing with Mr. Morgan, even though you hate that guy. So, I'd like to give you some advice, and let the mighty guy know what the consequences of doing his own way are. Son, many people make the same mistake, they don't know what they are doing. In fact, no matter which industry you are engaged in, such as operating oil, real estate, steel business, or being a president or an employee, you are all engaged in an industry that deals with people. Even more so in negotiation, it's not the business that is at war with you, it's the people. Therefore, truly knowing yourself and your opponent is the premise to ensure that you will win a big victory in the final victory. You need to know that preparation is part of the psychology of the game, and you have to know yourself and your opponent. If you want to have a substantial advantage, you must know, first, the overall environment, what is the market situation and what is the economic situation. Second, your resources, what strengths, and weaknesses do you have, and what capital do you have. Third, the opponent's resources, what is the opponent's asset status, and where are his strengths and weaknesses. In any competition, one of the most important factors in planning a grand strategy is knowing your opponent's strengths. Fourth, your goals and attitudes. The motto of Apollo, the sun god, is only a short sentence, people are worth knowing. Like a winner or doubt yourself, what are the strengths and weaknesses in spirit and attitude? John, you have to remember my words. The more you think you can do it, the better you will become, and a positive attitude will create success. Fifth, the opponent's goals and attitudes. Try to judge the opponent's goals as much as possible, and it is equally important to try to penetrate the opponent's heart to understand his thoughts and feelings. Undoubtedly, this last one, anticipating and knowing your adversary, is the most difficult to exploit, but you have to strive for it. Most of those great military generals have a habit of trying their best to understand the character and habits of their opponents, so as to judge the choices and actions that the opponent may make. In all competitive activities, it is always useful to be able to know your opponents and competitors, because then you can predict the movements of your opponents. Proactive, anticipatory measures are almost always more effective and more powerful than reactive responses. As the saying goes, prevention is better than cure. In some cases, your competitors may be people you know well, so you should take advantage of this. If you know that he is a very cautious person, maybe you'd better be careful yourself. If you think he is always impulsive, maybe this is a hint to you to be drastic, or you may be cornered by him. However, you don't have to be familiar with your opponents to understand them. As long as you can see things clearly, you can find a lot of valuable things at the negotiating table. A good negotiator should be able to observe everything. You don't even have to wait until you start taking the first step to start getting to know your opponent. Our words may reveal or conceal our hearts, but our choices almost always reveal our inner secrets, ideas, the first choice everyone makes, and the first action to reveal the truth. You have to understand what you are talking about in negotiation, and if you are really in control, you should be able to control what you say to your advantage. Likewise, you have to be vigilant at all times in order to receive a message from your opponent, and if so, you can maintain a clear advantage over time, and if you don't, you risk losing another opportunity. You need to know that losing a competitive negotiation means your chances of winning the next negotiation will be lower. The secret to trading is knowing what you can't trade and what you can trade. Mr. Morgan saw us as scum in the corner, to be swept out, but we had to stay on the floor. This is not negotiable. At the same time, he must also give a good price. But you also need to know that when you are in business, you must not try to make all the money, you have to leave a little for others to earn. John, we're willing to do this deal because we think it's good for us, that's obvious. However, don't get caught up in this obvious and narrow view. There are too many smart people who think that the purpose of brands is not to trade, but to pick up bargains, hoping to buy things at the lowest price. This time, the price given by Morgan's side is more than 1 million lower than the actual value. If he only wants to do this kind of deal, it means he will lose his chance to ascend to the supremacy of the US steel industry. The essence of trading is to exchange value, to exchange what other people want for what you want. The best way to close a good deal is to emphasize its value. And a lot of people make the mistake of emphasizing price over value, saying, "This is really cheap, and I can't find a price this low again." Yes, no one wants to pay a high price, but it's beyond the lowest price, people prefer the highest value. John, in your negotiation with Mr. Morgan, when it comes to money, you must never mention the amount first, but offer him valuable value and emphasize what he can buy from you. I believe that people can change the world and reach a new and better realm through hard work. Good luck. Love your father. Rockefeller's 38 letters to his son. Susie read with you. The 23rd letter, there must be a spirit of cooperation. Motto, treat others the way you want others to treat you. A friendship built on business is far better than a business built on friendship. Be nice to others when you go up, because you will bump into them when you go down. May 16, 1901. Dear John, you and Mr. Morgan finally shook hands. It was the greatest handshake in American economic history. I am sure future generations will remember this great moment generously because, as the Wall Street Journal put it, it marked a super battleship built by Wall Street tycoons and oil tycoons has set sail, and it will be unstoppable and never sink. John, do you know what this is called? That's the power of collaboration. Cooperation, in the eyes of those who are arrogant, it may be a weak or shameful thing, but in my opinion, cooperation is always a wise choice, as long as it is beneficial to me. Now, I'd love to let you know this fact. If it wasn't for God who made me what I am today, I would like to attribute it to the support of 3 major forces. The first force comes from playing by the rules, which makes the business sustainable. The second force comes from cruelty. Ruthless competition will make every competition more perfect. The third force comes from cooperation, which allows me to gain benefits and benefits from cooperation. And the reason why I can run ahead of the competition is that I am good at taking shortcuts working with people. At every stop of my journey to create wealth, you can see the stop sign of cooperation. Because from the day I set foot in the society, I know that at any time, anywhere, as long as there is competition, no one can fight alone. Unless he wants to kill himself, smart people will form cooperative relationships with others, including competitors, under the guise of others to make oneself exist or become stronger. Of course, I can make a very likely assumption that if we don't hold hands with Mr. Morgan, both of us are likely to lose both sides, and our opponent, Mr. Carnegie, will profit from it and put people in steel. The industry's thriving trend continues. But now, Mr. Carnegie must be pounding his chest. Come to think of it, who can be calm when the opponent is encroaching on his own territory? Unless he's a dead man lying in a grave. Cooperation can suppress the opponent or let the opponent out, so as to achieve the goal of making oneself stride towards the goal. In other words, cooperation is not necessarily the pursuit of victory. Unfortunately, only a few people understand the secrets. However, cooperation is not the same as friendship, love and marriage. The purpose of cooperation is not to gain emotions, but to gain benefits and benefits. We should know that success depends on the support and cooperation of others, and that there is a gap between our ideals and ourselves, and we want to bridge this gap. You must rely on the support and cooperation of others. Of course, I will never refuse to have a friendship with a business partner. I believe that a friendship built on business is far better than a business built on friendship. For example, my work with Mr. Henry Flagler. Henry is my eternal confidant and best assistant. I have formed an alliance with him, and he has given me not only investment, but also intellectual and spiritual support. Henry, like me, was never complacent and ambitious, and it was his dream to be a master of the oil industry. Until now, I still remember the scene when we started working together. At that time, apart from eating and sleeping, we were almost inseparable. We now go to work and get off work, think together, make plans together, inspire each other, and strengthen each other's determination. That time, like a honeymoon, will always be a pleasant memory for me. Now, decades have passed, and we are still as close as brothers, and I will not sell this emotion for any amount of money. That's why I keep asking you to call him Uncle Henry instead of Mr. Henry. I never try to buy or sell friendship, because friendship cannot be bought with money. Friendship needs genuine support. The reason why I have unrepentant cooperation and eternal friendship with Henry is not only that we are complicit in the pursuit of interests, but more importantly, we are all self-disciplined people, and we all know how to treat others, how you treat others, and the value from now on. Do not do to others what you would not do to yourself is not only my code of conduct, but also my wise attitude towards cooperation. Therefore, I never bully weak opponents with financial power. I would rather have a heart-to-heart talk with them than to put on a domineering posture to convince them. Otherwise, I may destroy the cooperation between us and stop the goal in the middle. Of course, when I meet someone who is arrogant and rude, I will never forget to humiliate him. For example, I once taught Mr. Vanderbilt, the owner of the New York Central Railway Company. Vanderbilt was born a nobleman. He has made military exploits in the Civil War, and has the title of general, but he regards the honors on the battlefield as the invaluable capital in his life, and thinks that he holds the power of transportation, so he can regard us as part-time laborer. Once, Henry approached him to talk about transportation, but who knew this arrogant guy would say, "Young man, you want to talk to me? Your rank seems to be lower." Henry has never been insulted like this, but good upbringing helped him at that moment. He didn't lose his temper, but when he returned to the office, his beautiful pen holder suffered, and he fell to pieces. I quickly comforted him, "Henry, forget what the dog piss said, I will definitely get your dignity back." Later, Vanderbilt was eager to do business with us, and asked us to negotiate with him, and I sent someone to tell him, "Yes, but you have to come to our office to talk." As a result, this general, who was used to being courted by others, could only condescend to meet a young man who was more than 40 years younger than him, and at the same time, he had to submit to 2 conditions put forward by young people. I think, at that moment, General Vanderbilt must have understood something like this: be nice to others when you go up, because you will bump into them when you go down. I hate being rough with people, and I know the value of being patient and gentle with subordinates and colleagues, helping to achieve goals. I know that money can buy talents, but not people's hearts, but if I pay with respect, I will let them serve me faithfully. That's where I've been able to build a successful management team. But I don't want to make a wrong judgment because of this, thinking that cooperation is to be a good person. Do not. Cooperation is not a matter of being a good person, but a matter of benefits and interests. No alliance is permanent, cooperation is just a profit tactic. When the environment changes, the tactics will change with it, otherwise, you lose. The reality is tough and you have to be tougher, but obviously also be a good person. John, the essence of life is struggle and competition, and they are exciting. But when they develop into conflicts, they are often devastating and destructive, and timely cooperation can diffuse them. Love your father. Rockefeller's 38 letters to his son. Susie read with you. The 24th letter, you will only win if you are not to be outdone. Motto, the size of our thoughts determines the size of our achievements. Attitude is our best friend and our worst enemy. The road to success is paved with gold, but the road is only a one-way street. July 19, 1897. Dear John, it is wonderful to be immersed in warm, sincere affection. Today, being a student at the University of Chicago gave me a taste of this wonderful feeling. Think of it as a reward for my creation of this institution, but it did make me overjoyed. In all honesty, before I decided to invest in this university, I never expected to be treated like a saint there. My original intention was just to do something to pass on our best culture to the younger generation, for our youth building a better future and what to do for the future that shapes our youth. It now appears that my purpose has been achieved, and this is the smartest investment of my life. The young people at the University of Chicago are very lovely, they are full of bright visions for the future, and they all have the motivation to achieve a career. A few boys with childish faces among them ran to me and said that I was their role model and sincerely hoped that I could give them some advice. I acceded to their request, and my advice to future Rockefellers: success is not measured by a person's height, weight, education, or family background, but by the size of his mind. The size of our thoughts determines the size of our achievements. The most important one of these is that we should value ourselves and overcome the biggest weakness of human beings, self-deprecation, and never sell ourselves cheaply. You are greater than you think, so expand your mind to the extent of what you are, and never look down on yourself. At this moment, the applause broke out suddenly, and I was obviously completely captured by it, so complacent that I didn't care about my tongue. I continued. For thousands of years, many philosophers have advised us to know ourselves. However, most people interpret it as merely recognizing the negative side of themselves. Most self-assessments include too many shortcomings, misses, and incompetence. It's good to recognize your own shortcomings and use them to improve. But if we only recognize the negative side of ourselves, we get into chaos and make ourselves worthless. For those who long for others to respect themselves, the reality is cruel, because others think of him the same as he thinks of himself. We all get that what we think we are kind of treatment. Those who think that they are inferior to others, no matter what their actual abilities are, will definitely be inferior to others, because the mind itself can regulate and control all kinds of actions. If a person feels inferior to others, he will show various actions that are true inferior to others, and this feeling cannot be concealed or concealed. Those who think they are not very important really become not very important people. On the other hand, those who believe that they have the ability to take on great responsibilities will really become a very important figure. Therefore, if you want to be important people, you must first make yourself admit that I'm really important, and if you really feel this way, others will follow suit. No one can escape the principle of reasoning. How you think will determine how you act, and how you act will determine what others think of you. Just like your own success plan, gaining the respect of others is actually quite simple. To be respected by others, you must first feel that you are truly worthy of respect, and the more you respect yourself, the more others will respect you. Please think about it. Do you respect those who wander the dilapidated streets? Of course not. Why? Because those rogues don't value themselves at all, they will only let their inferiority complex corrode their hearts and degenerate themselves. A person's self-concept is the core of his personality. What kind of person you think you are, what kind of person you will really become. Every person, no matter where he lives, no matter he is unknown or famous, no matter he is civilized or barbaric, no matter whether he is young or old, has a strong desire to become an important person. Please think carefully about everyone around you, your neighbors, yourself, your teachers, your classmates, your friends, who doesn't have a strong need to want to be significant. There is all, and this need is one of the most intense and urgent goals of human beings. However, why do many people turn this achievable goal into an unattainable dream forever? In my opinion, it's the attitude. Attitude is the materialization of the thought and spiritual elements of each of us that determine our choices and actions. In this sense, attitude is our best friend and our worst enemy. I admit that we cannot control the direction of the wind, but we can adjust the sails, choose our attitude. Once you have chosen the attitude of valuing yourself, those cowards who devalue themselves, wear down their will, degenerate their competence, and give up on themselves, I'm a useless person, I'm a nobody, I'm old, I'm worthless, etc. It will disappear and be replaced by a resurrection of the heart, a positive change in the way you think and behave, an increase in confidence, and an I can. And I will mentality to face everything. Boys, if any of you have ever lied to yourself, please stop here, because those who don't feel important are ordinary people who give up on themselves. Never belittle yourself at any time, but choose your various assets first, the virtues. Ask yourself, what are my strengths? When analyzing your strengths, don't be too polite. You have to focus on your strengths and tell yourself that I am better than I imagined. You must have foresight, see the future development, not just look at the current situation, and have lofty expectations for yourself. Always keep the question in mind, will the important people do this? This will gradually make you more successful big people. Children, the road to success is paved with gold, but the road is only a one-way street. At this moment, we need an optimistic attitude. Optimism is often called hope by philosophers. First, let me tell you that this is a misinterpretation of optimism. The so-called optimism is a belief, that is, the belief that life is ultimately more joyful and less painful, and that even if things are not as expected, good things will eventually prevail. John, you know what? In my short 10 minutes of improvisation, I got 8 applause. It is a pity that too much applause interferes with my thinking. I have an important point that the applause drives away, that is, improving their thinking ability will help them improve the level of various actions and make them more effective. But I'm still happy that my tongue has such a charm. Love your father. Rockefeller's 38 letters to his son. Susie read with you. The 25th letter, let every penny bring benefits. Motto, make it worth every penny. Never take the first step without thinking about the last step. Creativity, spontaneity, and belief can make the impossible possible. June 21st, 1914. Dear John, it makes me sad that Mr. Charles has left us forever. As a faithful child of God, Mr. Charles has always been a very kind and rich man. He is charitable and constantly uses his hard-earned money to help those compatriots who are in the nightmare of poverty. I believe that God will greet him with a smile in heaven because of his love and selflessness. It is a blessing from heaven to be with a sincere soul. It is the privilege of my life to have a partner like Mr. Charles. Of course, Mr. Charles's cautious nature has often led to constant disagreements with me, but that in no way takes away my respect for him. To lose respect for noble people is to deprive oneself of human dignity. Back then, the top management of the company had the habit of having lunch together. When it came time to eat, even though I was the first person in the company, I would leave him the seat that symbolized the core of the company to show my respect for his integrity. Yes, this is not enough, high morals should be commended. On the whole, although this is only a small detail, such a detail may affect the entire company and affect the company's performance. In fact, the partners of Standard Oil are all honest people. We all know how valuable and important it is to cooperate with each other, respect, trust, and solidarity, and we work hard to make it a reality. Therefore, even if there is a disagreement, we will only speak out and talk about the situation, never intrigue or gossip. I believe that in this atmosphere of purity, even if someone has a bad heart, he will keep the bad habits at home. But that's just one of the reasons why Standard Oil is so powerful and in awe of its rivals, and seeing collaboration as our life is the most important factor. In this regard, Mr. Charles is an example. As the leader of the company, I sincerely advocated on a board of directors. We are a family, we share honor and disgrace, and our strong hands hold up our common cause. Therefore, I advise everyone, please don't say I should do it. What we should do? Don't forget, we are partners and whatever we do is for the benefit of all of us. My speech infected Mr. Charles, who was the first to respond to me. Gentlemen, I understand, John means that we is more important than me, we are family. No. Wrong. It should have said us. At that moment, I saw our great future, because we have begun to be true to us. Don't forget, everyone is selfish, everyone's nature is to be loyal to himself, and I is the religion in everyone's heart. When we replaces I, the power it radiates will be immeasurable. The reason why I can achieve great things is that I first manage people, all people. I share the same belief with Mr. Charles, and we are both devout Christians. I love one of Mr. Charles's favorite maxims, treasure time and money. I always thought it was a maxim of great wisdom. I believe that the vast majority of people will like it, but it is difficult to turn it into their own ideological beliefs and value creeds, and dissolve it into their own blood forever. Yes, no matter how rich a man's wise words and aphorisms may be accumulated, and no matter how high his opinion may be, if he does not take advantage of every definite opportunity to act, his character will never be well influenced. If you lose good intentions, you will get nothing in the end. Almost everyone knows that whether you can build a happy life and achieve success is all about how you use your time. However, in many people, time is their enemy, and they kill it and erase it. But if someone steals their time, they will be furious, because time is money after all, and important time is life. Sadly, they just don't know how to use their time. In fact, it is not as difficult as Mr. Columbus discovered America. It is important that we plan each day, and even each moment, and know what to think and how to act. A plan is the basis for living our daily life, showing what is possible. And to make the perfect plan, you must first identify what you want. Also, every plan must have measures and monitor the results. A worthy plan is a plan that can be acted upon and has results. Of course, creativity, spontaneity, and belief can make the impossible possible and push the limits of the plan, so don't get caught up in the plan. Every moment is the key, and every decision affects the process of life, so we must have a determined strategy. It is not easy to make a decision too fast. When encountering an important problem, if you have not thought about the last step, you should never take the first step. You must believe that there is always time to think about the problem, and there is always time to put it into action. You must promote the maturity of your plan of patience. But once a decision is made, it must be faithfully executed like a fighter. Making money will not make you bankrupt. It is Mr. Charles's Bible of getting rich. At a luncheon, Mr. Charles opened up about his philosophy of making money, and he inspired each of us that day with a speaker-like passion, telling us all, there are two kinds of people in the world that will never be rich. The first is the merry-go-round. We like to live a glamorous life, and like flies on stinky meat. They are so interested in luxury goods that they spend extravagantly and do everything they can to have fancy dresses, expensive cars, and luxurious homes. And expensive artwork. This kind of life is fascinating, but it lacks rationality, and the merry-go-round lacks the vigilance that they are looking for ways to increase their debts. They will become poor car slaves, house slaves, and when they go bankrupt, they are finished. The second type of people, those who like to save money, are sure to keep the money in the bank for insurance, but it is no different from freezing the money. You must know that you cannot make a fortune by relying on interest. However, there is a kind of people who will become rich. Like all of you here, we don't look for ways to spend money, we look for ways to cultivate and manage all kinds of investments, because we know that wealth can be used to produce more money. We will use the money to invest and create more wealth. But we also need to know that every penny counts. It's just like John's usual business principle, make it worth every penny. Mr. Charles's speech received warm applause, and I was burned by him. I applauded so hard that I felt a dull pain in my palms after eating. Now, that kind of applause is no longer heard, and there is no chance to applaud that kind of applause. But cherished time and money has always been with me. I have no reason to waste my life. To waste my life is to waste myself. There is no greater tragedy in the world than to waste myself. Nor do I see ease and pleasure as purposes in themselves, as I call them swine ideals. Love your father. Rockefeller's 38 letters to his son. Susie read with you. Letter 26. Patience is strategy. Motto: impulsivity is our worst enemy at all times. Only those who can endure what others cannot bear, can do what others cannot do. If you really want to be successful, you must seize and protect your own opportunities, and even try to snatch others' opportunities. September 2nd, 1902. Dear John, thank you very much for your trust in me, and tell me about your resignation from Citibank's board of directors. Of course I understand why you are doing this. You can no longer tolerate some of the practices of your colleagues, let alone submit to them. However, it seems that time will tell whether your decision is wise or not. The reason is simple: if you don't voluntarily give up your position as Citibank director, but choose to stay there, maybe you will get more. I know that submission is the great enemy of thought and the jailer of freedom. However, for an ambitious person, maintaining the necessary submission and patience is precisely a tried and true strategy for success. Looking back on the past, I have endured a lot, and I have gained a lot because of my endurance. At the beginning of my business, due to lack of funds, my partner Mr. Clark invited his former colleague Mr. Gardner to join him. I agree with this, because the addition of this rich man means that we can be our want to do, have the ability to do, as long as there is enough money to do things. However, to my surprise, Clark brought me a purse, but at the same time, they gave me the humiliation that they were going to change the name of Clark Rockefeller to Clark Gardner, and they changed the Rockefeller surname from the reason for the removal from the company name was that Gardner was from a prestigious family, and his surname would attract more customers. This is a reason that greatly stabbed my dignity. I am angry. I am also a partner, and Gardner only brought his share of funds. Can he be deprived of my deserved status by being a nobleman? However, I endured it, and I told myself, you have to control yourself, you have to keep your mind calm, this is just the beginning, there is still a long way to go. I pretended to be calm and told Clark, it's nothing. In fact, it was a complete lie. Think about it, how can someone who is being unfairly hurt and whose self-esteem is hurting, how can he be so tolerant? But I quenched my burning anger with reason because I knew it would do me good. Patience is not blind tolerance. You need to calmly consider the situation and know whether your decision will deviate from or harm your goal. Getting mad at Clark was not only disgraceful, but more importantly, it would create a rift in our cooperation and even lead to a kick that kicked me out and made me start all over again. And unity can form a joint force, let our cause become bigger and bigger, and my personal strength and interests will also grow accordingly. I know where I am going. After that, I continued to work tirelessly and enthusiastically as always. In my third year, I managed to get the extravagant Mr. Gardner out of the company and get the Clark Rockefeller brand back on. That's when people started calling me Mr. Rockefeller, and I was rich. In my eyes, patience is not about swallowing one's breath, nor is it servile. Patience is a strategy and also a tempering of character. What it breeds is a competitive spirit. This is what I learned from working with Mr. Clark. I advocate equality, and I hate condescending and giving orders. However, Mr. Clark was always arrogant in front of me, which was very disgusting to me. He never seemed to take me seriously, treating me as a short-sighted clerk, and even belittled me in person for nothing but bookkeeping and money management, and I was worthless without him. This is a blatant provocation, but I pretended not to hear it. I know that respecting myself is more important than anything else, but I have already started a war with him in my heart, and I told myself over and over again, surpassing him, your strength is the best. For him the humiliation was the loudest slap in the face. Turns out, as you know, Clark Rockefeller is history forever, replaced by Rockefeller Andrews, and I got on the express train to become a billionaire. To be able to endure the unbearable, can you do the unbearable? Impulsivity is our worst enemy at any time. If patience can resolve conflicts that should not have occurred, such patience will always be worthwhile. However, if stubbornly persisting, it will not only fail to resolve the crisis, but will bring even greater disasters. Mr. Andrews does not seem to understand this. Mr. Andrews is a business-minded but self-righteous man who lacks the ambition to be a great businessman but has evil prejudices. It is no surprise that such a person conflicts with me. The conflict that led to our eventual parting ways was due to the company's distribution of dividends to shareholders. We did a good job that year and made a lot of money, but I don't want to let the shareholders take home all the money that the company makes. I hope to reward half of the profits and put them into the operation of the company. But Andrews was firmly against it. This self-serving guy wanted to take all the money he made, and even threatened me angrily that he didn't want to continue working in the company. I couldn't stand any idea of stopping the company from going strong. I just had to show him and ask him to put a price on the stock he held. He said $1 million. I said no problem. I bought it for $1 million the next day. As soon as the money arrived, Andrews was very excited. He thought he was lucky and thought the stock he held was not worth $1 million at all. But he didn't expect that I would make $300,000 in a short time. When this matter reached him, he even called me despicable. I don't want to get a nasty reputation for a mere $300,000 and send someone to tell him that he can get it back at the original price. But the chagrined Andrews rejected my offer. What he actually turned down was an opportunity to become America's richest man, and if he could keep his $1 million stock to this day, he would be a multimillionaire, of course. But in order to gamble for a moment, he lost the opportunity that he could no longer seize in his life. John, there are too many people and things in this world for us to endure, and there are too many people and things that tempt us to be emotional. Therefore, you need to cultivate your ability to manage and control your emotions. You should pay attention not to be influenced by your emotions when making decisions, but to make decisions based on your needs. You must always know what you want. You also need to know that in the world of opportunity, there are not too many opportunities to win. If you really want to succeed, you must seize and protect your own opportunities, but also try to snatch the opportunities of others. Remember, you have to put patience on your body every day. It will bring you happiness, opportunities, and success. Love your father. Rockefeller's 38 letters to his son. Susie read with you. The 27th letter, the god of luck favors the brave. Motto, luck is your choice. If you do it right 51% of the time, then you become a hero. You act like a winner, and you're likely to do more of what a winner should do, thereby changing your luck. October 7, 1898. Dear John, your sister, Sadie, told me gleefully a few days ago that she had sunk her head into luck, saying that her stock was like a slave to her orders, helping her with the huge sums of money. Go home. I think Sadie may be crazy happy now, but I don't want her to get carried away by the money, and I tell her, be careful to believe that luck will throw yourself on the field of failure. Almost everyone who has a successful career is warning the world, you can't live by luck, especially you can't rely on luck to build your career. Interestingly, most people believe in luck, and I think they mistake chance for luck. No chance, no luck. John, think about the lucky people you know. You can almost be sure that they are not gentle and thrifty, and you are almost sure that they always exude a radiance of self-confidence and an attitude of no difficulty in the world, and they can even appear very bold. There is a chicken and egg problem lurking in this. Are lucky people acting confident and bold because of luck, or is their luck the result of competence and boldness? My answer is the latter. The god of luck favors the brave. This is the motto I have always respected in my life. Victory does not necessarily belong to the strong, but the vigilant, vigorous, and fearless will also win. Of course, there are also those who believe that prudence is better than bravery. But bravery and boldness are more striking, popular, and attractive than prudence, and cowardice simply cannot compare. I've never met someone who doesn't appreciate assertiveness. Everyone is a supporter of assertiveness, expecting such a person to be a leader, and we're drawn to them because they have a strong appeal. Therefore, brave people are often more successful and easier to serve as leaders, presidents, and commanders, and those who are promoted quickly are such people. Experience has taught me that bold and decisive people make the best deals, attract the support of others, and form the most powerful covenants. However, those who are timid and hesitant are difficult to obtain such benefits. Not only that, but a bold approach is also very beneficial to them. Confident people expect success, and they will design all plans to achieve success in line with their expectations. Of course, doing so does not guarantee absolute success, but it naturally leads to the prospect of success. In other words, if you feel like a winner, you act like a winner. If you act like a winner, you're more likely to do more winners, changing your luck. The real hero is not the indomitable arrogant, let alone the reckless man without brains. The brave know how to use prediction and judgment, plan every move and make every decision, which, as military strategists say, will give you a huge boost in power, that is, having a weapon that gives you an immediate and clear advantage to help you defeat your opponent. This reminds me of the bold decision to buy the Lamar Oil District more than 10 years ago. Before this, the oil industry had never stopped fearing that crude oil would be depleted. Even my assistants began to fear that they would not be able to make long-term profits from oil, and quietly sold the company's stock. Some even suggested that the company should get out of the oil business and go into other, more stable businesses, or our ship will never be able to return. As a leader, in the face of pessimism, we should always send hope instead of lamentation. I tell those who are in panic, God will give us everything. Feeling God's warm touch again when oil was discovered in the town of Lima, Ohio. It's just that the oil of Lima exudes a stench that cannot be removed by conventional methods, which has deeply damaged the confidence of many people who want to make a fortune from there. But I have full confidence in the Lima field, and I can foresee that once we take Lima exclusively, we will have a strong power to dominate the oil market. Chances are, if it slips away, the Rockefeller name will be associated with pigs. I solemnly tell the directors of the company, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and it's time for me to invest my money in Lima. Regrettably, my opinion was opposed by the timid. It is not in my character to impose on others. I hope that through a pleasant discussion, everyone will finally be able to unify my opinion. It was a long and fruitless wait. I am worried that we have built a giant oil refinery on a global scale. It needs to eat a steady stream of crude oil like a hungry baby greedy for its mother's milk, but the Pennsylvania oil field is dying, and several other small oil fields we have already started to cut production, and in the long run we will have to rely on Russian crude oil, and the Russians will almost certainly use their control of the oil fields to weaken us or even defeat us outright and drive us out of the European market. But once we have Lima's oil resources, we continue to be winners. I can't wait any longer. It's time for me to act. As I expected, conservatives still say no on the board. But I subdued the opposition in a way that surprised them, saying, "Gentlemen, if we don't want our ship to sink, we must guarantee our crude oil supply." Now, the oil buried under Lima is beckoning to us, and it will bring us a dizzying amount of wealth. For God's sake, please don't say that there is no market for that smelly liquid. I believe that everything God has given us has value, and I believe that science will clear our doubts. So, I decided to make this investment with my own money, willing to risk it for 2 years. If it succeeds after 2 years, the company can return the money to me. If it fails, I will bear all the losses myself. My greatest opponent, Mr. Platt, was moved by my determination and sincerity, and with tears in his eyes, he said to me excitedly, "John, my heart has been captured by you, and since you think it should be done, let's do it together. If you can take this risk, so can I." The spirit of cooperation, which is both prosperous and detrimental, is the spiritual pillar of our continuous strengthening. We succeeded. We have invested heavily in Lamar with all our strength, and the rewards are even greater, and we have taken control of the largest crude oil production base in the United States into our own hands. And our success at Lamar has fueled our dynamism, leading us to embark on an unprecedented acquisition in the oil industry. As a result, as we envisioned, we became the most feared superfleet in the oil field, achieving unshakable dominance. John, attitude helps create luck, and luck is in your choices. If you get it right 51% of the time, then you become a hero. This is my deepest experience about luck. Love your father. Rockefeller's 38 letters to his son. Susie read with you. The 28th letter, sincerely believe that there is a way. Motto, it is impossible to find only one best way to do anything. The best way to find the perfect idea is to have many ideas. The greatest success is reserved for those who have the attitude that I can do things better. December 4th, 1903. Dear John, I don't agree with you. Let Rogers do the heavy lifting and be on his own. In fact, I tried to do this, but the results were quite disappointing. My hiring principle is that the people who are entrusted are the ones who can figure out how to do things better. But Rogers is clearly not qualified because he is a lazy thinking person. Before I deliberately used Rogers, I used a question to examine him. I said, "Mr. Rogers, what do you think the government can do to abolish all prisons in 30 years? Do you mean to release all the murderers, robbers, and rapists, sir? Do you know the consequences of doing so? If that is the case, we shall not have any peace. Anyway, there must be prisons." I wanted to smash Rogers' monolithic head open, and I reminded him, "Rogers, you just said why you can't abolish it. Now, try to believe that prisons can be abolished." If it can be abolished, how do we go about it? It's too much for me, Mr. Rockefeller, I can't believe it, and it's hard for me to figure out a way to get rid of it. That's Roger's way, no way. I can't imagine whether he will use all his intelligence to actively respond when an important task is given to him, when an opportunity or a crisis comes. I don't trust Rogers, he just turns hope into no hope. Finding out how to do things better is the guarantee of getting anything done. It doesn't take superhuman intelligence, it's all about believing that you can get things done, having that belief. When we believe that something can't be done, our brains come up with all kinds of reasons why we can't do it. But when we believe, really believe, that something can be done, our brains help us figure out ways. Believing that something can be done will provide us with creative solutions and bring our various creative abilities into full play. Conversely, not believing that things can be done successfully shuts down our creative problem-solving minds, not only hindering our ability to be creative, but also shattering our ideals. The so-called where there is a will to achieve is the foundation of creative achievement, but that's it. I hate that my subordinates say impossible. Impossible is the word for failure, and once a person is dominated by the idea of that's impossible, he can generate a chain of ideas that proves that he is right. Rogers made this mistake. He is a traditional thinker, his mind is numb, and his reason is, this has been in practice for 100 years, so it must be a good way, it must stay as it is, why risk it change? In fact, often as long as you think about the reasons that can be done with your heart, you can achieve it. Ordinary people always abhor progress. People believe that it is impossible to find only one best way to do anything, and there are as many best ways as the creative mind. Nothing grows on ice, and if we let traditional ideas freeze our minds, new ideas won't grow. Traditional ideas are the #1 enemy of creative planning. Traditional thinking freezes our minds and prevents us from developing the creative abilities we really need. Rogers made this mistake. He should be open to ideas and discard the dregs of it can't work, can't do it, it doesn't work, that's stupid. He also needs to be experimental. Having the courage to try new things will expand his abilities and prepare him for greater responsibilities. At the same time, he has to take the initiative and don't think, this is usually the way I do it, so I'm going to use this method here too, and think, what can be done better than the way we are used to at woolen cloth? It is impossible to achieve absolute perfection in all kinds of plans, which means that the improvement of all things can be carried out endlessly. I know this well, so I often look for better and better ways. I don't ask myself, can I do better? I know I can do it, so I ask, how can I do better? The best way to find the perfect idea is to have many ideas. I'm constantly setting high standards for myself and others, constantly looking for ways to be more efficient, get more for less, and do more with less. Because I know that the greatest successes have been those who have the attitude that I can do things better. To develop the attitude that I can do better, it needs to be cultivated. Every day I think, how can I do my job better today? How can I motivate my employees today? What other special services can I offer the company? How can I make my work more efficient? This exercise is simple, but it works. You can try it out, and I'm sure you'll find countless creative ways to be more successful. Our mentality determines our ability. We can do as much as we think we can. If we truly believe we can do more, we can think creatively about ways to do it. It would be foolish to refuse a new challenge. We need to focus on how we can do more. In this way, many creative answers will come unexpectedly. For example, improving the plan of your current job, or taking shortcuts in your routine, or removing unimportant chores. In other words, most of the things that make us do more appear at this time. John, you can talk to Rogers. I hope he can change, then he may have a good time. Love your father. Rockefeller's 38 letters to his son. Susie read with you. 29th letter, the end is the beginning. Motto, the enemy of the best is the best. The person who finds the opponent's weakness first and strikes hard is often the winner. Most people fail, not because they make mistakes, but because they are not fully committed. August 31st, 1908. Dear John, Mr. Andrew Carnegie has been interviewed by reporters again. I have never understood why he always likes to appear in the newspapers. I guess he must suffer from phobias, lest people ignore his existence. But I still admire this guy who often competes with me, because he is hardworking, ambitious, like a tireless tough guy, and always sees moving forward as his first, second, and third most important things. Perhaps therefore, when asked about the secret of his success, he would tell reporters, "The end is just the beginning." I can't believe how this blacksmith could say such incisive words. I believe that this short 3-word sentence will soon be broadcast, or Mr. Carnegie will receive the title of business philosopher. In fact, he deserves to be called him like this. Could it be that he could condense his successful life into a short sentence, which shows the great wisdom of this business giant? However, Mr. Carnegie only gave the success formula of a successful person, but did not give the calculation process. It seems that this guy can't change his selfish nature, and he is always afraid that others will see the secret of his success. I'd like to try to solve the formula for the blacksmith, but you don't want to spread it. Otherwise, he will give me not only whiskey at Christmas because of my leak no stick, and know I'm a smoker, this funny guy. The end is only the beginning. It seems to me that the blacksmith is trying to show that success is a continual reproductive process. It's like a prolific cow who, after giving birth to one cub, immediately conceives another cow, so back and forth, endlessly. The end is the last stop of a journey and the beginning of a new dream. Every great successful person builds himself up with small successes. They celebrate the realization of their dreams with the ending, and send off new dreams with the ending. This is the quality of every person who has created great achievements. But, how to start a new dream? Mr. Carnegie forgot and didn't say it, and this is precisely the key to hoping to reach the last stop smoothly, and also the key to starting the next new dream. In fact, the answer is very simple. That is, you need to do everything possible to grasp the advantage from the beginning. My experience tells me that there are 3 strategies that give me an edge. Strategy number 1, be determined from the start, focusing on the competitive landscape and your competitors' resources. This means being mindful of what I have and what others have, and it means understanding the fundamentals that lower my chances. When starting a new business, no initial action should be taken until you understand the whole situation. The first step to success is to understand where and how many resources are needed to achieve your goals. From the beginning, I tried to predict what opportunity would arise, and when it did, I would pounce on it like a lion. And I also know that it is best to be the enemy of the good. Many people always like to pursue the best things and give up the good things. This is not a smart strategy, because good always trumps bad. The reality is that ideal opportunities are rarely delivered, but there are often many less than ideal, but still good opportunities, although they have shortcomings, are definitely far better than no opportunities at all. The second strategy, research and review the opponent's situation, and then make good use of this knowledge to your advantage. Knowing my opponent's strengths, weaknesses, style of doing things, and character traits always gives me an edge over the competition. Of course, I also need to know who I am. I used this strategy to put the end is only the beginning inventor Mr. Carnegie down. Mr. Carnegie is a well-deserved steel giant, and challenging him is like challenging death. But his weaknesses can help his opponents a lot. He is stubborn, maybe his wallet is too big, and he always likes to look down and underestimate others. He ignores me, foolishly thinks the oil industry is my stage, and he stubbornly thinks only foolish people will go into mining because he thinks the price of ore is too low and the ore is taken from it endless. So, when I invested in the mining industry, he almost always sneered at me, saying that I knew nothing about the steel industry and that I was the most failed investor in the United States. In fact, Carnegie is a man who can only see the mountainside, but not the top of the mountain. He does not know that there is nothing sacred about price. The important thing is value. If the mining industry cannot be controlled, his proud refining the steel mill can only be moved to a pile of scrap iron. When others don't think of you as a rival, that's when you can earn the most capital for future competition. So, from the very beginning, I made a full investment with competence and boldness. Impulsivity trumps prudence, and soon the arrogant blacksmith discovers that the man known as the worst investor in the world has taken control of the iron mining industry and has become the largest iron ore producer in the United States, gaining dominance in one fell swoop. To fight him in court, he couldn't sit still, and could only beg me for peace in a low voice. In competition, the person who first finds the opponent's weakness and strikes hard is often the winner. The third strategy, you have to have the right mindset. From the very beginning, you have to be determined to win, which means you have to be aggressive and ruthless within the moral constraints, because this attitude comes directly from the ruthless goal. Since you are determined to pursue victory, you must go all out. Only by working hard can we achieve brilliant achievements. More so at the start of the competition. To put it mildly, it is trying to gain an early advantage, hoping to establish a monopoly, and to put it more harshly, putting in the effort means reducing an opportunity for others. At the same time, we must be positive and brave, and have the courage to swallow whales. I believe that genius competitors are always born by warriors. This is an eternal law. In the New Testament, 1 Corinthians, the Apostle Paul said, "Now there is faith, hope, and love, and the greatest of these three is love." At the beginning of every new dream, the most important thing is it's the determination to win. Without a winning attitude, paying attention to the competitive situation and knowing your opponent doesn't help. Gaining knowledge, maintaining control, and evaluating the competitive situation is exactly what builds your confidence and helps you achieve your highest goal of winning. Look at those who fail, and you will see that most people fail, not because they make mistakes, but because they are not fully committed, and the same is true for businesses. John, don't forget Mr. Carnegie's soon-to-be recited quote, "The end is only the beginning," and, of course, my 3 strategies. Oh, I'm not rescuing a strategist who doesn't need rescuing. Love your father. Rockefeller's 38 letters to his son. Susie read with you. 30th letter, don't let the villain hold you back. Motto, a wise man never sits down and wails over his fate. Those who say you can't do it are those who can't succeed. You can't afford all the extra burdens accumulated by greed for small and big. May 11th, 1902. Dear John, I think you have noticed that some of your thoughts and concepts are changing because of your friends. Of course, I have nothing against you to expand your social circle. It can increase your interest in life, expand your field of life, or even help you find a confidant or someone who can help you achieve your ideals in life. But some people are clearly not worthy of your association with him, for example, those who stick to the humble and trivial. Since I was young, I have refused to associate with both kinds of people. The first type of people are those who have completely surrendered and are content with the status quo. They are convinced that they are not well equipped, and that creative achievements are only the patent of the lucky ones, and they do not have this blessing. This kind of person is willing to hold a very secure but very ordinary position, year after year in a muddled state. They also know they need a more challenging job so they can continue to develop and grow, but because of the myriad of resistance, they are convinced they are not fit for big things. A wise man never sits down and wails over his fate. But such people will only lament their unfortunate fate, but never appreciate themselves and see themselves as more weighty and valuable people. They have lost the feeling of giving their best and the function of self-encouragement. Negativity takes over my heart. The second type of person is the person who cannot carry out the challenge to the end. They used to be very eager to achieve great things, and they also prepared and made plans for their own work. But in the past few decades or 10 years, with the gradual increase of work resistance, when they need to work hard to get to the next level, they will feel that it is not worth it to continue, so they give up their efforts and become self-sacrificing. They will laugh at themselves. We earn more than the average person, and our life is better than the average person. Why are we not satisfied and take risks? In fact, such people already have a sense of fear. They are afraid of failure. They are afraid of being disapproved. They are afraid in the event of an accident, fear of losing what you have. They are not satisfied, but have surrendered. Some of these people are very talented, but because they dare not take risks again, they are willing to live a normal life. These two types of people have a common thought poison, and they are easily infected with the thought poison of others, which is negativity. I always thought that a person's personality, ambition, current status and status are related to who he associates with. If you often associate with negative people, he will also become passive. If you associate too closely with small people, you will have many humble habits. On the other hand, being constantly edified by big people will improve his ideological level. Regular contact with those ambitious and successful people will also make him develop the ambition and actions needed to achieve success. I like to be friends with those who never give in. A wise man put it well, I will challenge repulsive adversity, because the wise tell me that is the wisest direction to success. It's just that there are very few such people. This kind of person will never let pessimism control everything, never submit to all kinds of resistance, let alone believe that he can only spend his life in vain. Their purpose in life is to achieve success. Such people are very optimistic, because they must fulfill their wishes. This kind of person can easily become a leader in various fields. They can truly enjoy life and truly understand the value of life. They all look forward to each new day and new contact with others, which they embrace as life-enriching experiences. I believe that everyone wants to be included, because only these people can succeed, and only these people can actually do things and get the results they expect. Unfortunately, negative people are everywhere, and many people cannot escape the wall of negativity. The people around us are not all the same, some are passive and conservative, while others are aggressive. The people I've worked with, some who want to eat, others who are ambitious, and want to perform better, also understand that before you can become a big man, you have to be a good follower. To be successful is to avoid falling into all kinds of traps. In any place, there are people who know they can't do it, but they insist on blocking your way and preventing you from going higher. There are many people who are ridiculed or even intimidated for striving to be higher. There are also people who are very jealous and see you working hard and trying to perform. They will try their best to make fun of you and embarrass you. We can't stop others from being those boring negatives, but we cannot be influenced by those negatives and lower our level of thinking. You want them to slide naturally, like the water behind a teal. Always follow people who are actively moving forward with their thoughts, grow and progress together with them. You can indeed do this, as long as your mind is normal, you can do it, and you better do it. Some negative people are very good-hearted, and there are some negative people who don't know how to make progress and want to drag others down. Remember, John, anyone who says you can't do it is someone who can't be successful, that is, his personal accomplishments are mediocre at best. Therefore, the opinions of such people are not good for you. You have to be more careful of those who say you can't do it, and only see their warnings as a challenge to prove that you can. You also need to be especially wary of negative people from sabotaging your plans for success. This type of person is everywhere, and they seem to sabotage the progress and efforts of others. Be careful and pay attention to negative people, and don't let them sabotage your plan of success. Don't let those with negative thoughts and narrow metrics get in the way of your progress. People who are gloating and jealous want to watch you wrestle. Don't give them a chance. When you have any difficulties, it is wise to ask first-class people to help you. Asking a loser for advice is as ridiculous as asking a quack doctor for a terminal illness. Your future is very important. Don't ask for advice from a long-tongued woman, because such a person has no future in life. You have to pay attention to your environment. Just as food feeds your body, mental activity nourishes your mental health. Make your environment work for you, not drag you down. Don't let the resistance, the people who are specifically holding you back, make you sluggish. The way to let your environment help you succeed is to get closer to positive and successful people and less of negative ones. Everything must be done to perfection. You can't afford all the extra burdens that have accumulated from greed and loss. Love your father. Rockefeller's 38 letters to his son. Susie read with you. 31. Be a purposeist. Motto: loyalty is the beginning of willingness to serve. The road to hell is paved with kindness. Purpose is the basis of my leadership. Purpose is everything. May 11, 1908. Dear John, it is your honor and my honor that you can go to the core of Standard Oil. However, you need to know that while you are enjoying this glory, there is no doubt that you are also shouldering the responsibilities that go with it. Otherwise, you will be ashamed of this honor, and you will even betray the hope and trust of people in you. Don't forget, you are the backbone of Standard Oil, and the ultimate success or failure of our business is closely related to you. You should demand yourself with higher standards of strength and sacrifice. Frankly speaking, if you want to do a good job in that position, let everyone recognize you and admire you, you still need to learn a lot. Now, you need to think about a question: whether you can successfully master this role yourself. Every leader is an ambassador of hope and a guide who leads his subordinates through the inevitable thorny road in front of them. But not being let down is hard. As a leader, no matter who you are, you will face many difficulties, such as the accumulation of work, the influx of information, sudden changes, the endless demands of top management, investors and customers, difficult to train employees. The ever-changing challenges can leave you feeling frustrated, fearful, anxious, and overwhelmed, shattering your dreams of commercial and personal achievement. However, sometimes it is easier to be a great leader full of confidence and energy than to be a leader who has lost all energy and is struggling to survive, provided that he needs to know how to make his subordinates willing to give their lives. Note that it is to be willing, not to be chased. As the leader of Standard Oil, I enjoy both authority and pleasure because I know that finding people who can guarantee the completion of the task creates time for me. In other words, it not only makes me energized, but more importantly, yes, it will give me more time to think about how I can make more money for the company. There is an attitude issue here. Actions are driven by attitudes. What attitude we choose also determines what kind of behavior we want to take. As for the result, we will soon find out. People can change their lives by changing their attitudes, and if you believe you can change your attitudes, you can. Smart people always choose the attitude that is most beneficial to them. People who know the art of leadership will always ask themselves, what attitude can help you achieve the results you really want? Is it an inspiring attitude? Or have a sympathetic attitude? They will never choose a cold or hostile attitude. If you see yourself as a high-ranking, one-spoke, autocratic monarch, you are likely to be the next king of France, Louis XVI. As far as I'm concerned, I've never been domineering, creating conflict, or putting too much pressure on myself. Instead, I have the habit of giving my subordinates confidence, boosting morale, and achieving my desired business success. This habit will help me achieve the purpose of using my subordinates. The simple way to do this is to know how to use the power of purpose setting. I am a purposeist. I never exaggerate the role of goals like some people do, but attach great importance to the function of purpose. In my opinion, purpose is the key to driving our potential, the dominant force that influences our behavior and motivates us to create the means to our end. A clear, decisive purpose will allow us to focus on the chosen direction and do our best to achieve it. My experience has taught me that what a person accomplishes, and how he ultimately performs, has much to do with the nature and power of his purpose, and little to do with what he does to achieve it. Think about it, there is no golf game that is done in one shot. You need to play hole by hole, and the goal of each shot is to get as close to the hole as possible until you hit it. Purpose is the basis of my leadership. Purpose is everything. I'm used to having a purpose before I do anything, and every day I set a purpose, countless purposes, such as talking to partners, calling meetings, making plans, and so on. I also look at the purpose I set before doing something. Usually by the time I arrive at the company, I have successfully prepared everything. Therefore, in my mind, there have never been any devouring voices such as "I have no choice, I don't care, there is no hope." The purpose established each day has counteracted the forces of these failures. If you are unable to actively establish your own purpose, you will passively or unconsciously choose other purposes, and as a result, you will likely lose your ability to control the overall situation, and you will also be subject to people or events that distract or disturb you. It's like unfastening a yacht from the dock and forgetting to start the motor. You will go with the current, and the wind, currents, or other ships can bring you to the bottom of the sea at any time. Maybe something good is waiting for you on the other side, but unless a miracle happens, you won't be able to reach the other side smoothly. Establishing a purpose is like turning on the engine of a yacht, driving you along the path of your choice. Purpose adds direction and strength to human endeavors. However, establishing a purpose is only halfway through becoming a purposeist. You have to go the other half, and you need to state your purpose, your personal intentions, motivations, and inner strategic plans to your subordinates without reservation. I will explain my purpose to everyone who needs to know what I am trying to achieve. In every meeting, presentation, or the beginning of something, I start by expressing my motivations, thoughts, and expectations. The benefits of doing so will surprise you. Not only will it make your subordinates clear about your purpose and the right direction to move forward, but most importantly, when you have the courage to be honest about your purpose, you will gain emotional loyalty. To know that loyalty is the beginning of willingness to serve. Great leaders are good at using two invisible forces, trust and respect. When you speak honestly about your purpose, you also send the message, because I trust you enough, I am willing to confess to you. Furthermore, you embrace not only the abilities of your subordinates, but also the invaluable loyalty that comes from them, a loyalty to gather strength to help you. Trusting others and making them trust me has been a major reason for my success in life. Be open about your purpose to avoid unhelpful inferences. If you don't tell your subordinates what your purpose is, you will spend time speculating about your purpose, making assumptions based on what little clues you can gather, all of which can be easily distorted. Only when there is no need to read your motives will the morale and competence of your subordinates have a chance to improve. Therefore, it seems more beneficial to treat subordinates as fools. The power of purpose is irreplaceable, and it conveys not only a statement, but also a leader's oath of courage and determination in personal action. The purpose of resolute will and absolute tenacity can often motivate and inspire subordinates, so that they can perform better in their future work. A leader's duty is to find problems, and to solve problems depends on subordinates. How to mobilize subordinates and fulfill their responsibilities is the first priority for leaders. I think that you can achieve what you want by showing your purpose and being enthusiastic about everyone. Purpose is like a diamond. If it is to be valuable, it must be real. Insincere confessions of purpose can only do bad things. If one abuses the power of purpose, he only destroys mutual trust and loses the trust of others. This is the risk of expressing purpose. John, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Unless you are fully prepared, this statement is likely to come true. Love your father. Rockefeller's 38 letters to his son. Susie read with you. The 32nd letter, refuse to blame, refuse to recommend committee. Motto, blame is the #1 enemy that destroys leadership. Self-blame is one of the most insidious and cunning accusation traps. The stronger you are, the less influence others will have. July 24, 1910. Dear John, would you be surprised if I said that Mr. Andrew Carnegie, who has always been outdone and always thought he was the richest man in the world, came to visit me and asked me a very serious question? In fact, that's what the great blacksmith did. 2 days ago, Mr. Carnegie came to our Kikwit. Perhaps it was my smiling attitude and the relaxed atmosphere of our conversation that melted Mr. Carnegie's steely self-esteem and made him put down the air and ask me, John, I know that you lead a very capable group. However, I don't think their talents are unmatched, but what puzzles me is that they seem to be invincible and always beat your competitors with ease. I want to know, what magic did you cast to give them that spirit? Is it the power of money? I told him that the power of money certainly cannot be underestimated, but the power of responsibility is even greater. Sometimes action comes not from ideas, but from taking responsibility. People at Standard Oil are responsible and know, what is my responsibilities? What can I do to make things better? But I never talk about responsibilities or obligations, I just create through my leadership responsible business. I thought this topic should end here, but my answer obviously aroused Mr. Carnegie's curiosity. He seriously asked me, John, can you tell me how you did it? Looking at Mr. Carnegie's humility, I couldn't refuse, I had to tell the truth. I told him that if we want to survive in perpetuity, then the way we lead means a categorical refusal to blame anyone or anything for any reason. Blame is like a swamp. Once you stumble into it, you lose your footing and direction, and you become immobilized, trapped in hatred and frustration. There is only one result: loss of respect and support from his subordinates. Once you fall into this field, then you are like a king who handed over his crown to others, and can no longer dominate everything. I know that blame is the number one enemy that destroys leadership, and I also know that in this world there is no general victorious, and no matter who it is, there will be setbacks and failures. So, when problems arise, I don't feel resentful, I just think, how can things get better? What actions can be taken to remedy or fix our mistakes? Actively choose to move toward greater productivity and satisfaction. Of course, I won't let myself go. When bad things happen to us, I stop and ask myself the first question: what is my role? By going back to square one, by taking a completely candid assessment of my role, I can avoid empty prying eyes on what others are doing, or it is meaningless behavior of asking others to change something, etc. In fact, it was only by focusing on myself that I could take back the crown that I had inadvertently surrendered. However, analyzing what is my duty does not imply self-blame. Self-blame is one of the most insidious kinds of accusation traps, and self-blame such as "that was a stupid mistake" would only lead me into the same trap of resentment as any other accusation. In fact, what is my role is a powerful analytical and self-affirming step, and I don't feel sorry for myself when I know that the real question is not what they should do, but what I should do, but only makes himself stronger. The stronger you are, the less influence others will have, which doesn't seem to be a bad thing. If I can see every obstacle as an opportunity to learn about myself, rather than caring about what others have done to me, then I can find a way out beyond the walls of leadership crises. Of course, I never see myself as a savior, nor do I have a savior mentality. I asked myself, in what ways am I responsible for myself? Also ask yourself, in what ways are my subordinates responsible for me? The job of a leader is not to be omniscient and responsible. If I see myself as a heroic messenger of justice, ready to save the world, I will only put myself in a leadership crisis. A large part of my responsibility is to hold other people accountable for their own responsibilities. I don't believe that an employee who has a strong desire to do a good job, if he doesn't care about his own interests, should lead and serve others. The pressure of feeling responsibility on one's shoulders can make people subconsciously excited. Nothing can inspire and strengthen the ability to do things like a sense of personal responsibility, and entrusting a subordinate with a heavy responsibility and letting him know that I fully trust him is undoubtedly the greatest help to him. Therefore, I will not take on myself the responsibilities that my subordinates must and can afford. I not only rely on my exemplary role to create a responsible atmosphere in the company, my subordinates all know my basic principle: there is no blame or excuse in Standard Oil. This is my philosophy, and everyone knows it. I will not punish them for their mistakes, but I will not tolerate irresponsible behavior. Our beliefs are to be thoroughly pursued. Our motto is that support, encouragement, and respect will be wholeheartedly accepted and doubly celebrated. Making excuses without offering solutions is intolerable at Standard Oil. We seldom make any mistakes, because my door is always open for my subordinates. They can have opinions, or just complain, but in a responsible way. Such an outcome would allow us to trust each other, because we understand that everything needs to be discussed under the sun. Mr. Carnegie was a good old student. He didn't let me waste my time, and he ended the subject by saying, "Good employees turn into rabble in the midst of the whining." He was so smart. John, almost all people have the defensive mentality of delegating real responsibility, so that the phenomenon of delegating responsibility can be seen everywhere. But it's insane. The way to avoid defense is to start listening. The biggest challenge for leaders is to create an environment where people feel more comfortable being open and honest than hiding the truth. Offer to invite others to speak their minds, encouraging them to speak their minds with words such as "tell me more" or "I really want to hear from you." Contrary to popular belief, in a conversation it is the listener who has the power, not the speaker. Unbelievable, right? Come to think of it, the tone, focus, and content of the speaker really depends on how you listen. Consider the difference between speaking to someone with a hostile face and aggressive body posture, and someone who shows your full attention to you. When you simply listen to other people talking, you drop your defenses. You'll get these benefits. You'll have a better understanding of the underlying issues behind aggressive or angry language. You can get more information, and this information can change your assumptions about the whole event. You'll have more time to organize your thoughts. The presenter will feel that you value their point of view. The most exciting thing is that when you listen intently, the original presenter is also more willing to listen to you. True listening is not defensive in any way. Even if you don't like the message, you should listen to it and not respond immediately. Listening intently is less of a skill, more of an attitude. The skier pays 100% attention every second when he encounters an obstacle, and will never be distracted to think about what he is going to say to his partner after a while. Likewise, as an active listener, you dedicate 100% of your attention to another person without blurting out what comes to mind. In doing so, you remove your preconceptions and open your mind to a more meaningful and productive conversation. Over time, we have shaped our lives and we have shaped ourselves. This process will continue, and we will all be ultimately responsible for our choices. Just as purpose determines your direction, refusing to blame will create a pathway to achieving your goals. Love your father. Rockefeller's 38 letters to his son. Susie read with you. The 33rd letter, make good use of everyone's wisdom. Motto, don't choose talents based on your likes and dislikes. Be true to yourself and you will win the greatest battle of your life. The people who can create the most value are those who are fully committed to their favorite activities. November 17, 1912. Dear John, your letter is very exciting to me, because you understand my philosophy of doing things that can always help me achieve my career. Do what you like to do, and leave the rest to those who like to do it. For me, doing what I love is an unquestionable conclusion. It always reminds me that to lead people to do well, you must not rely on certain management skills, but adopt a larger and more effective leadership style. Specifically, it is to not let subordinates stick to stereotyped and standard work positions, but to find ways to use each person's strengths and induce them to pour their enthusiasm into their work, so as to achieve excellent productivity. This is my winning formula. When I was reading, I remembered this sentence: the most perfect person is the person who is completely devoted to the activities he is best at. Later, after I transformed it, it became a philosophy in my management. The most value-creating person is someone who devotes himself completely to his favorite activity. As I said, everyone has a nature to be loyal to themselves and to want to be who they want to be, and the way they achieve loyalty to themselves is to do what they like to do. Unfortunately, many managers do not treat employees well. Loyalty, their own demands, the result is twice the result, with half the effort. In fact, this is very understandable. If you don't invest time in the things you love, you will never feel self-satisfaction. If you don't have self-satisfaction, you will lose the enthusiasm for life. If you lose the enthusiasm for life, you will lose the motivation to live. Counting on someone who has lost motivation to do a job well is like counting on a dead alarm clock to tell the time accurately. Therefore, I never forget to give my subordinates the opportunity to be true to myself, to burn their enthusiasm and make the best use of their special talents, and what I have gained from it is precisely the wealth and achievements. Being true to yourself will win you the greatest battle of your life, and who would pass up an opportunity like that? If you want to successfully harness the enthusiasm of your people, you must know that the role of a leader is not to discover the weaknesses of your people, but to focus on the strengths and talents of your people, and to make the best use of those strengths. I don't have the habit of picking out my subordinates' weakest traits, but I always look for their strongest parts, so that their talents can be fully displayed in the challenges and demands of the work. For example, I reuse Mr. Archibald. Unlike some people, I don't choose talents based on my own likes and dislikes. I don't look at the signs on his body, what I look for is the ability he shows in his work. I like my liking, but prefer efficiency. Archibald was by no means perfect, he was a drunkard, and I was a temperer. However, Archibald has extraordinary leadership talent and talent. He is quick-witted, optimistic and humorous, and his outstanding eloquence and bold and aggressive character are undoubtedly the guarantee of victory in the fierce competition. After becoming a partner, I have always been very interested in him, and I continued to entrust him with important responsibilities until I promoted him to succeed me. He has proven himself to be a gifted leader, and his career has been so special. If he wasn't affected by bad habits, his grades would be even more impressive. My purpose is to find the values I value in each of my subordinates, not the shortcomings that I don't like. I identify each employee's worth and parts and focus on turning the employee's strengths into great talents without trying to fix their weaknesses. So, I always have subordinates who are capable and willing to give. John, no one is omnipotent. Now you are a manager. Your achievements depend on your leadership and your subordinates. You need to know that your people have a lot to be picky about, but you need to focus on uncovering the potential strengths in each person, paying attention to their excellence in every detail, and their need for perfection in order to do things well. Doctrinal, almost demanding adherence. This is where your leadership strengths lie. A single person cannot dominate a collective. I don't deny the huge role of leaders, but in general, it's the collective that wins. Any accolades I have come to rely on are collective strength, not me personally. Only when everyone makes an effort can they believe and expect miracles. Good luck. My son. Love your father. Rockefeller's 38 letters to his son. Susie read with you. Letter 34, always think strategically. Motto, we must have the courage to fight a way out when we have no choice. The best way to find the perfect idea is to have many ideas. The manipulative planner only rations the strategic thinker's shoes. October 14, 1904. Dear John, Dr. Hamilton has gained weight again. It seems that golf can't restrain his waist from expanding outwards. He can only use other sports to reduce fat. Unfortunately, the exercise to prevent him from gaining weight has not been invented, and he is in pain. However, he always brings us joy, with all the quirky stories in his head. Today, Dr. Hamilton entertained us again with a story of a fisherman and an angler. Perhaps seeing us all laughing, the doctor seemed very proud. He smiled at me and said, "Mr. Rockefeller, do you want to be a fisherman, or do you want to be an angler?" I told him that if I were an angler, maybe I wouldn't be able to play golf with you guys, because I rely on effective behavioral strategies to create business interests, and the way anglers behave doesn't guarantee my success. Of course, no angler is foolish enough to just drop the bait without thinking, planning, and deciding what kind of fish to catch, what kind of bait to use, where to cast the line, and then wait for the big fish to take the bait. In terms of form, they didn't do anything wrong, but no one knows if it turned out to be what they wanted. Maybe it will take a while for them to catch a fish, maybe they won't catch a single fish, and the ideal fish may never be hooked. Because they are so obsessed with their way that even though they are clear about their goals, their way limits the possibility of success except where the line reaches, their reach is equal to zero. However, if they can fish with nets like fishermen, they will expand the fishing range, and the abundant fish will give them many choices, and finally catch the fish they want. I told Mr. Hamilton and my fellow golfers that I am not a rigid, step-by-step, easy-to-solve problem angler, but a fisherman who can create options until he picks the fish that is most commercially profitable. They all laughed and said I gave away the secret to making money. John, whatever you do, the best way to find the perfect idea is to have a lot of ideas. Before I make the perfect decision, I will work on finding creative and functional options, consider multiple options, and actively try various options before focusing on the best option. That's why I always catch the big fish I want. Of course, in the process of executing the plan, I will also keep an open strategy, adapt to the current situation, and constantly adjust or revise my plan, so even if the plan does not go well, I will not panic, but I can always deal with it calmly. Many people think that I have extraordinary ability, a leader full of efficiency and action. If that's the case, I think you can get this kind of accolade, but you just need to resist the urge to find simple, one-way solutions, be willing to try every possible way to achieve your goals, have the patience to act in the face of difficulties, courage and boldness, as well as the persistent spirit of never giving up until the goal is achieved. Planners who are purely manipulative only give shoes to strategists. As president, I only set clear directions or strategies for my subordinates, but I don't limit myself to an overly rigid plan of action. Instead, I will continue to explore the possibilities for implementing the strategy. Many people insist that the key to success lies in a solid strategic plan, which must be backed by specific, measurable, attainable, and realistic goals for action. I admit that doing so is important, but it has fatal flaws. The plan emphasizes the standard of judgment and the predetermined result, and the people adopt the fixed method that the goal can be achieved. Since these programs are based on known methods of being expected to achieve their goals, we are limited in scope before we start. Although the plan may seem seamless as we write the plan, the situation may have changed before the plan was finalized, which means that not only have market conditions changed, customers have changed, but even the resources have also changed. It is no wonder that very few of these costly and time-consuming strategies are actually implemented. How to deal with this situation? Whether we're developing a plan for a company or a single department, we must recognize that we're developing a strategy, not a means. The essence of the strategy is flexible, long-term, multifaceted, and large-scale. They emphasize outcomes such as how to grow or expand profits, rather than a measurable goal. At the same time, strategy provides a general direction, not the only way to achieve success. To be a great leader, we must make ourselves a strategic thinker, not just a designer of means. We will also have to avoid confining ourselves to the established documentation process. Our motto will be focus, but flexibility. We focus on the process of exploration, and every minute of every day, we can open up possible directions that help to achieve long-term goals. Instead of sticking to 3 or 5 ways to achieve remote goals, we're always looking for opportunities to make money, whether it's talking to an adversary or brainstorming with a subordinate. In order to stay out of the crisis storm, we must constantly develop new strategies and adjust old plans at the same time. As the business environment changes on a daily basis, we must also revise our long-term course as the situation changes. In this way, not only can we maintain a flexible style in the short term, but in the long run, we also have a clear concept of an ideal goal of flexibility that is in line with the latest economic environment. We can shelve stale strategic plans and move forward in unison with energy and hope in a vibrant environment. To be a hopeful. No matter how bad the situation looks or is, keep your eyes peeled for the boundless hope that lies within. Never give up looking, because hope is always there. I believe that all leaders have an obligation to provide hope and to guide not only for themselves, but also for their employees a clear path. Think back to a time in your life when you felt the most hopeless, and it was probably because you felt you had nowhere to go, or believed you had no other choice, that you were stuck, abandoned, and couldn't find a way out. There is only one way to overcome despair, and that is to keep creating possibilities to overcome obstacles. Simply put, hope comes from believing that other options exist. Great leaders have a case-by-case approach to specific business situations, a flexible plan for creating new markets, a strategy for responding to a crisis, and a blueprint for developing a career for themselves and their employees. When the situation seems to have hit rock bottom and beyond recovery, they are like brave wrestlers who never give up any chance of turning over, even if they are pinned to the ground and unable to get out. With their talent, agility, and adaptability, they skillfully find gaps and escape danger. Under the disadvantage of having no other choice, they just fought a way out. If you can be creative at the beginning, you can avoid endless exhaustion, frustration, and pain. When things seem desperate, if we still hold on to infinite hope, we can go beyond the boundaries I set myself and offer new options to our subordinates. Therefore, we must have the courage to fight for a way out when we have no choice. Love your father. Rockefeller's 38 letters to his son. Susie read with you. 35th letter, put your subordinates first. Motto, always put my employees who work for me first. Blindly asking and unwilling to pay will eventually face exhaustion one day. Give people the respect they deserve and they can reach their full potential. September 19, 1925. Dear John, imagine a scene like this. A conductor of a symphony orchestra is about to let the ticketed audience enjoy a high-level performance, but he turns to face the audience, leaving the musicians alone to fight and play hard, and the result will be how about it? Yes. This is bound to be the worst concert ever. Because the conductor doesn't pay attention to the musician, the latter will thank him with passive laziness and screw everything up. Every employer is like a conductor of an orchestra. He dreams of motivating and mobilizing all employees to contribute as much as possible, to help him play the magnificent movement of making money, and let him earn more money. For many employers, however, this is destined to be an elusive dream, as they, like the stupid commander, forget to treat their employees well and easily close the door to what their employees are willing to give. Like them, I expect all employees to be like faithful servants and to contribute more to me wholeheartedly. However, I am much smarter than them. Instead of ignoring the existence of employees, I will take them seriously. To be precise, the employees who work for me are always at the top of my mind. Sincerely, I have no reason not to be kind to those employees who use their hands to make my purse bulge, and I have no reason not to appreciate their efforts and sacrifices for me, not to mention that our world should be full of warmth. I love my employees. I never scold them, insult them, or be domineering and inhumane in front of them like some rich people. What I give my employees is warmth, equality, and tolerance. All these combined into a word called respect. Respect for others is a need to satisfy our sense of morality, but I found it also an effective tool for motivating employees to work hard, and the fact that every Standard Oil employee does their best for the company has convinced me. Give people the respect they deserve and their full potential. The most basic aspect of human nature is the desire to be generous. I am thrifty and self-sufficient, but I have never forgotten to be generous to others. I remember that during the Great Depression, I borrowed several times to help friends who had nowhere to go, so that their factories and their families could survive the crisis. And in my memory, I have no record of debt collection, because I know the value of tolerance. As for my employees, I am equally generous and compassionate. Not only do I pay them higher salaries than any oil company, but I also let them enjoy a pension system that guarantees them the end of their lives. I also give them an annual meeting with their bosses for opportunity for a raise yourself. I do not deny the utilitarian effect of generosity, but I know that my generosity will lead to an improvement in the living standards of my employees, which is exactly one of my responsibilities. I hope that everyone who does things for me will be rich because of me. Employers are the patron saint of employees. The problems of employees are my problems. I have the right to choose. I can choose to ignore their needs, or I can choose to meet their needs, but I like to choose the latter. I always try to understand what employees need, and then find a way to meet their needs. I kept asking them 2 questions: what do you need, and how can I help? I was always there for them. For me, one of the greatest joys of this position is that I can give employees a helping hand. Salaries and bonuses are tempting, but for some people, money doesn't motivate them to serve, but attention can. In my opinion, everyone aspires to be considered valuable, valued, and respected by others, and everyone has an invisible sign around their neck that reads, "Value me." I can't imagine the pain of being undervalued at work or at home. My purpose is to make everyone feel good at work. So, I'm like a detective looking for clues to a case, constantly searching for talents that each employee is proud of himself. When I get to know the talents they think they value most, I give them the responsibility. An employer who is good at motivating employees to make the greatest contributions should never forget to mention that employees should see that there is hope and a future to follow or be loyal to you, and paying attention and entrusting them with important responsibilities can actually make employees motivated at work. The key to hard work. Being a kind, warm, considerate employer can keep your employees energized and morale high. But expressing gratitude to employees from time to time seems to work, too. No employee will remember the bonus they received 5 years ago, but there are many who have complimented their employers forever, and I will express my gratitude. There is nothing more profound than a timely and direct thank you. I like to leave a note on the subordinate's desk with my words of thanks written on it. The words of gratitude that I spent a minute or two writing by hand may be long gone. But my gratitude has an inspiring impact, and years later, they can still remember the warm encouragement I gave them as a loving leader, as a cherished motto. This is another example of the power that a simple thank you statement can show. I definitely take my subordinates seriously and their work or personal problems. I understand that everyone is limited in what they can contribute, so when I try my best to solve problems for my subordinates, they can contribute more. John, now that you are a leader, your achievements come from your ability, and also from the ability of your employees. I believe you should know how to do it. Love your father. Rockefeller's 38 letters to his son. Susie read with you. 36th letter, wealth is a responsibility. Motto, great wealth comes with great responsibility. Only a fool would be pretentious because of money. You must never get a little favor from any selfish person. November 20th, 1907. Dear John, very happy, a financial crisis that almost led to national disaster has finally passed. Now, I think that Mr. Theodore Roosevelt, our President of the United States, can go on hunting in Louisiana with peace of mind, despite his astonishing ineptitude in this crisis. Of course, Mr. President didn't do nothing, he backed Wall Street with worry. God. We taxpayers are really blind to send such a New York bastard into the White House. Frankly, the mention of Theodore Roosevelt's name and what he did to Standard Oil makes me outraged. He's the narrowest, most vengeful little guy I've ever met. Yes, this villain succeeded. With the power in his hands, he became the winner of an unfair competition instigated by himself, and the federal court issued a huge fine that was unprecedented in American history, and ordered the dissolution. Our company. Look what this scumbag has done to us. However, I believe that his so-called punishment will not succeed in the end, but will make him feel very frustrated, because I believe that all our companies are not rubbish, we have an excellent management team and sufficient funds, we can resist any risk and strike, and our wealth will roll in from their healthy bodies. Just wait and see. There will be times when we are secretly hilarious. However, we were indeed hurt and treated extremely unfairly. Theodore accused us of being wicked men of great wealth, and the Lord Judge called us notorious thieves, as though our wealth had been conspiring to plunder. Wrong. Those stupid guys don't know how big business is built, and he doesn't want to know. Our wisdom permeates every penny, and every step we take is the sweat of bearing the load. The cornerstone of our career building is laid by our lives. But they don't want to hear it, but like paranoia, they only believe in their own incompetent judgments, insultingly belittling our ability to do business, and ignoring the fact that we light up America with the cheapest and best kerosene. I know that the sword in Theodore's hand will be wielded to the point of great success, because he rejected our suggestion of reconciliation. But I have nothing to fear, because I have a clear conscience, and the worst result is that he uses his power to break up our glorious and happy family. But the happiness will not stop, and the glory will not fall. A future based on reality will prove it all. There is no doubt that we are experiencing unprecedented persecution from the Roosevelt administration. But we can't be sentimental, we can't suppress our conscience with anger, and we can never stand by when a crisis comes. It will make us feel shame and conscience, and we should stand up. Because we are citizens of the United States, it is our duty to save our country and our fellow men from disaster. As a rich man, I know that great wealth is also a great responsibility, and I shoulder the mission of benefiting mankind. When the financial crisis swept through Wall Street and panicked depositors lined up to withdraw their deposits from the bank, there was a run on money, and when a crisis that would bring the U.S. economy into the Great Depression came, I had a premonition that the country had fallen into double crisis: lack of government funding, lack of public confidence. At this moment, Mr. Moneybag has to do something about it. I called Mr. Stone and asked the Associated Press to quote me and tell the American people, our country has never lacked credibility, and the financial community has people are more committed to credit, if necessary, I would rather give half of the securities to help the country maintain credit. Trust me, financial earthquakes don't happen. Thank God, the crisis is over, and Wall Street is out of the woods. And I did what I was supposed to do for this moment. As the Wall Street Journal commented, Mr. Rockefeller helped Wall Street with his voice and huge sums of money. It's just that I'll never let them know that in overcoming this panic, I'm the one who took the most money out of my purse, which I'm very proud of. Of course, Wall Street was able to successfully weather the credit crisis. Mr. Morgan has made great contributions. He was the uncompromising commander of this war. He brought together a group of businessmen to deal with the crisis and used his irreplaceable financial talents and decisive personality saved Wall Street. So I said, the American people should thank him, the people on Wall Street should thank him, and Theodore Roosevelt should thank him because Morgan did for him what he should have done but failed to do because of his incompetence. Today, many people, and of course the newspapers, laud the generosity of people, but to me it's worthless. Peace of conscience is the only reliable reward, and we should have the courage to shoulder the burden of national disasters. I think those who are genuinely reaching out are just like me, we just want to shine our country with our strength, faith, and loyalty. But I am not without a shameful record. 46 years ago, when many young Americans obeyed the call of the motherland and went to the front line loyally, fighting for the liberation of black slaves and the maintenance of the unity of the Federation, as a young man, I thought that the company had just opened and my family wanted to relying on it to live on the grounds that he did not go to war. It seemed like a reassuring reason, but then the country needed mine and our blood. This incident has always disturbed my conscience, and it was not until the arrival of the economic crisis more than 10 years ago that I had a chance of redemption. At that time, the federal government was unable to guarantee gold reserves, and Washington turned to Mr. Morgan for help, but Morgan couldn't do anything. It was I who gave the government a hand to quell the financial panic. It makes me very happy, more than how much money I make. But I don't see myself as a savior, and I'm not pretentious. Only a fool would be pretentious, because of money, because I'm a citizen. I know that I have great wealth, and because of it I have a great public responsibility. What is more noble than having great wealth is to serve the motherland according to the needs of the motherland. John, we are rich, but at any time, we should not spend money arbitrarily. Our money is only used to create value for human beings, and never give any benefit to any selfish person. Of course, we will never give money to the Republicans again, that Theodore Roosevelt has hurt us. Fame and virtue are the decoration of the soul. Without her, no matter how beautiful the body is, it should not be considered beautiful. Love your father. Rockefeller's 38 letters to his son. Susie read with you. The 37th letter, enrich your soul. Motto, even if you have to sell your heart, you have to sell it to yourself. Let us learn to be smart and humble, humble and smart. A great book is a great tree of wisdom and a great tree of mind. August 1st, 1914. Dear John, just as we are physically hungry, we are also mentally hungry. But many people, often under the pretext of lack of time, starve their souls and fill it up only by accident or chance, but never forget to satisfy their consumption from the neck down. Maybe my view is a little pessimistic. We are in an era of unlimited satisfaction below the neck, but ignoring the needs above the neck. In fact, you often hear someone say, missing a lunch is a big deal, but you don't hear, when was the last time you satiate your heart's hunger? Are we all spiritually rich? Obviously not. There are spiritually hungry people everywhere in our world, those who live in depression, negativity, failure, depression, they are all in desperate need of spiritual nourishment and inspiration, but almost all of them refuse to refill their hearts, let the mind be bleak. How wonderful it would be if an empty mind could be like an empty stomach, filling something to satisfy the owner. It's a pity that there is no such cheap thing, but to accept the punishment of spiritual emptiness. The mind is the real home of each of us, and whether we are good or bad depends on her nurture. Because everything that comes into this home has a utility that will create something that prepares you for your future, or something that will destroy and reduce your possible future life accomplishments. For example, positive. Every first-rate person who reaches the peak or peaks quickly is positive, and they are positive because they regularly fill their minds with good, clean, powerful, positive spiritual thoughts. Just as food becomes nourishment for the body, they do not forget the daily spiritual food. They know that if they can fill the upper part of the neck, they will never have to worry about filling the part below the neck, or even the financial problems of old age. A person must find his own home, so as not to wander, or become a beggar. First and foremost, even if you're going to sell your heart, you've got to sell it to yourself. We have to accept ourselves. We must be clear that man was created by God's own mind, second only to the angels. God has no apparent limits on age, education, gender, fatness, skin color, height, or any other superficial limit, nor does God have time to create useless people, and He will not ignore everyone. Second, we must have a positive attitude. 2 years ago, when Mr. Carl Jung and I met by chance, the psychologist told me a story. A man was trapped by the flood and had to climb to the roof to take refuge. Someone from the neighbors floated up and said, "John, this flood is really scary, isn't it?" John replied, "No, it's not that bad." The neighbor was a little surprised, so he retorted, "How can you say it's not so bad? Your chicken coop has been washed away." John said, "Yes, I know, but I started raising ducks 6 months ago, and now they're all swimming around. Everything is fine." "But, John, the water ruined your crops this time," insisted the neighbor. John replied, "No, no. My crops are damaged due to lack of water, and just last week, I was told that my land needs more water, so this is resolved." The pessimistic neighbor said to the smiling John again, "But look, John, the water is still rising. It's going to be up to your window." The optimistic John laughed even more happily and said, "I hope so, these windows are so dirty that they need to be cleaned." This sounds like a joke. But obviously it's a decision to deal with this complex, ups and downs world with a positive attitude. Once the state is achieved, we can enable the mind to automatically respond positively even to negative situations. In order to achieve this state, we can only enrich and cleanse our hearts. Everyone can change or be changed. Mr. Young said that just by changing a person's vocabulary, he can build his income, his enjoyment, and improve his life, and even change his life. Take the word hate for example, remove it from your vocabulary, don't think about it, and replace it with the word love by writing, feeling and dreaming. Obviously, the words that are removed and replaced are almost endless, but the mind will become more pure and active in the process of removal. Our hearts act on the things that serve her. I believe that what I put into my mind is very important to my future. So the question is clearly, how do we feed our minds? When do we find time to replenish our spiritual food? Have you ever heard that a lumberjack's production will drop just because he doesn't have time to sharpen him and his axe? We spend money, and a lot of time, to groom the outside of our minds, shave our beards, and cut our hair. Do we need to spend the same amount of time and money to make up the insides of our minds? Of course there is, and it can be done. In fact, spiritual food is available everywhere, such as books. There is not one book written through the great collision of the soul that is not the food to wash and enrich our souls. They have pointed out the direction for future generations once and for all, and we can choose whatever we want. A great book is a great tree of wisdom, a great tree of mind, in which we shall be reshaped. Let us learn to be smart and humble, humble and smart. Of course, we cannot read the books of those literate merchants. Their books are like the plague, spreading shameless evil thoughts, corrupt news, and conceited stupidity. Their books are only worthy of being held in the hands of those shallow and vulgar people. What we need is the confidence and strength that will bring us into action, books that will take our lives to new heights, and books that will guide us to do good. For example, Going Forward. It is a great book that stirs our souls and inspires our enthusiasm for life. I believe that the American people will benefit from its publication, and therefore use their power in the most positive and way to reach the dream of life. I even believe that whoever misses the opportunity to read it is likely to miss the great life. I want my children and grandchildren to read this book. It will open the door to happiness for all. The driving force that leads people to climb to the peak is a driving force that regularly nourishes and emphasizes and becomes increasingly vigorous. Those who have had a successful life will no doubt recognize that there is plenty of room at the peak, but not enough room for people to sit and stay. They understand that the mind, like the body, must be nourished on a regular basis. Physical, mental, and spiritual nourishment must be taken care of separately. John, no one can stop our way home unless we don't want to come back. Let the light of the heart shine on our way forward. Love your father. Rockefeller's 38 letters to his son. Susie read with you. The 38th letter, anyone can become a big man. Motto, we are the salt of the world. There is nothing remarkable about people, but nothing is more remarkable than people. June 8, 1906. Dear John, in the Gospel of Matthew, there is a holy word, you are the salt of the world. This metaphor is mundane and thought-provoking. Salt is delicious, clean and antiseptic. Christ wanted to teach his disciples what kind of mission and what kind of influence they should have. They came into the world to purify and beautify the world in which they live. Healthy living breath. The first duty of salt is to have a salty taste, and the salty taste of salt symbolizes a noble, powerful, and truly religious life. So what should we do with our wealth, principles, and beliefs? Undoubtedly, we need to be the salt of the world, to actively serve the society and make the world a blessing. This is our each and last social responsibility. Our duty now is to fully devote ourselves to the world and people around us, and to devote ourselves to our art of giving. I don't think there is anything greater than this. Speaking of greatness, I am reminded of a great speech, one of the greatest speeches I have never seen in my life. It tells me that there is nothing great about man, but nothing more great than man. It depends on what you do for your fellow man and for your country. Now, I will transcribe the words of this great speech to you, in the hope that it will be of great benefit to you. Love your father. Rockefeller's 38 letters to his son. Susie read with you. A speech. Ladies and gentlemen, today I am honored to meet some great people here. Although you will say that there are no big people in this city, big people are all from London, San Francisco, Rome, or other big cities, but not local. They are all from outside this city. If so, you are very wrong. The truth is we have as many big shots here as there are in any other city. There are many great people in the audience, both male and female. Now, allow me to speak out. The biggest mistake we often make when judging whether someone is a big man or not is that we always think big men have a big office. But let me tell you, the world has no idea what kind of person is the greatest person in the world. So, who are the great people in the world? Young people may be eager to ask such questions. Let me tell you, a great man is not necessarily a man who has an office in a high-rise building. The reason why a man is great is his own value, which has nothing to do with the position he gets. Who can say that a king who can survive by eating food is better than a hard worker? Is the plowing farmer greater? But please don't blame young people who, in some kind of public office, think they're going to be big. Now, I would like to ask all of you here, who of you intends to be a great person? The guy in the cowboy hat, you said that you would one day become the big man in this city. Really? When do you plan to realize this wish? You said that in another war, you would charge through the hail of bullets, rip enemy flags from flagpoles, wear medals on your chest, return home triumphantly, and take the public office that the government honored you, and you would be the big one. No, I cannot. No, young man, you are not really great in doing this, but we are not to blame for your thinking. You were taught that in school, and those who hold office have fought heroically. I remember, right after the Spanish War in America, there was a peace parade in our city. I was told that a wagon had stopped at my gate as the pop procession took to Blow Street, and that was Mr. Hobson, and everyone was throwing their hats into the sky, waving their handkerchiefs, and shouting loudly, "Long live Hobson." I would have cried if I had been there, because he deserves this great honor. But let's say tomorrow I go to the university pulpit and ask everyone, guys, who sank the Merrimack? If they answer, it's Hobson. Then their answer is a 7/8 lie, because a total of 8 men sank the Merrimack, and the other 7 had been exposed to Spanish fire because of their position, and Mr. Hobson, as commander, was likely to stay out of the fire. My friends, this audience tonight is full of intellectuals, but I dare say that none of you can tell who those 7 men were fighting with Mr. Hobson. Why do we teach history in this way? We must teach students that no matter how low a person's position may be, as long as he does his duty, the American people should give him as much honor as a king. This is how most people teach children. Her youngest son asked, "Mom, what is that tall building?" "That's General Grant's grave." "Who is General Grant?" "He was the one who quelled the rebellion." How can history be taught like this? Come to think of it, if we only had one General Grant, would the war be won? Oh, it won't. So why build a tomb on the Hudson River? That's not because General Grant was a great man himself, but the tomb was built there because he was a representative of 200,000 men and women who had done damage to their country, many of whom were as great as General Grant. That's the real reason that beautiful tomb stands on the banks of the Hudson River. I remember one thing that can be used to illustrate this situation, and it is the only example I can think of tonight. I am so ashamed of this incident and cannot forget it. I close my eyes now and go back to 1863, and I can see my old home in the Berkshire Hills and see the bull market full of people, as well as the local church and town hall. I heard the band playing and saw the flag flying and the handkerchief fluttering in the wind. I have a fresh memory of that day. The crowd had come to greet a company of soldiers, and the company of soldiers was lining up. They have completed one term of military service in the Civil War and have to extend it for another term, and are now being welcomed by the elders of their hometown. I was just a young guy, but I was the commander of that company. On that day, I was triumphant, like a fully inflated balloon, just a thin needle could puncture me. I'm at the front of the line, and I'm prouder than anyone else in the world. We lined up into the city hall, and they arranged for my soldiers to sit in the center of the hall and I to sit in the front row, and then the town officials lined up to get out of the crowd, and they went to the stage and sat in a semicircle. Then, the mayor couldn't sit in the center of the semicircular seat. He was an old man with gray hair who had never held public office before. He believed that, since he held public office, he was a great figure. When he stood up, he first adjusted his weighty glasses, and then looked around the crowd with an incomparable majesty. Suddenly his eyes fell on me, and then this kind old man walked up to me and invited me to come up and sit with the town officials. Invite me to the stage. Before I joined the military, not a single city official noticed me. I sat at the stage with my saber hanging on the floor. I folded my arms and waited to be welcomed, feeling like Napoleon V. Pride always precedes destruction and failure. At this time, the mayor delivered a speech on behalf of the people, welcoming us soldiers who returned in triumph. He took out the speech from his pocket, carefully spread it out on the lectern, and adjusted his glasses. He took a few steps back from the back of the pulpit, then stepped forward. He must have studied the speech very carefully, for he assumed the stance of an orator, resting his weight on his left foot, moving his right foot slightly forward, pulling his shoulders back, and opening his mouth, with 45-degree angle to reach out. "Dear citizens," he began, "we are delighted to welcome these gallant, bloodless warriors back to their homeland. We are especially delighted to see those with us today. There was a young hero, meaning me. This young hero, in our imaginations, we have seen him leading his troops in a desperate fight against the enemy. We saw his shining saber, in the dazzling in the sun, he yelled at his troops, 'Charge!' God. The good old man knew nothing about war. As long as he knows a little about war, he will know the fact that it is a great mistake for an infantry officer to run ahead of his subordinates at a dangerous moment. I actually held the command knife that shone in the sun and shouted to my subordinates, 'Charge!' I've never done that. Think about it, will I run to the front and be flanked by the enemy in front and the troops behind me? Officers should not have gone there. In actual combat, the officer's position is right behind the soldier. Because I was a staff officer, when the rebels rushed out of the woods and attacked us from all directions, I always rode on my horse and shouted to our army, 'Officer back! Officer back!' Then, every officer retreats to the back of the combat zone, and those with higher ranks retreat further. This is not because he lacks courage, but because the rules of warfare are just that. If the general went to the front and was killed, the battle would be lost, because the whole battle plan was in his head and he had to be in absolute safety. I can actually hold that sword that shines in the sun. What? Among the soldiers who were sitting in the city hall that day, some had protected me, a half-size officer, with their deaths, and some had carried me across a very deep river. Others were not there because they died for their country. They were also mentioned by the speaker, but they went unnoticed. Yes, people who really died for the country were not noticed, but my little boy was called a hero at that time. Why am I considered a hero? Simply because that speaker fell into the same stupid trap. The little boy was an officer, the others were just soldiers. I learned a lifelong lesson from here. A man is not great because he has some kind of official title. He is great because he achieved great things with little tools and accomplished his life goals as an obscure commoner. This is true greatness. An individual is great wherever he goes, as long as he can provide the public with wide streets, comfortable houses, elegant schools, stately churches, sincere admonitions, sincere happiness, as long as he can be thanked by the local residents. But he wouldn't be a great man wherever he went on earth if he wasn't appreciated by the locals. I want everyone here to know that we live in meaningful actions, not years. We live in feelings, not numbers on phone buttons. We live in thoughts, not air. We live in time should be counted in the beat of the heart, with the right aim. If you forget what I said tonight, please don't forget the following. He who thinks the most, feels the noblest, and acts the most rightly, lives the most fulfilling life. Okay. Here is our sharing for today. If you like Susie channel, you are welcome to click, subscribe, follow, share, forward our channel. Your support is our driving force.